But compared with the previous life, Zhou Xuan in this life is a lonely person who has the same experience as Gai Juyu. There is so much empathy between them, but because of this, Zhou Xuan had helped him so much in the past, so in this life, Gai Juyu would use his own means to protect Zhou Xuan as much as possible. Furthermore, somehow, under the guidance of Zhou Xuan, he obtained the origin of the Great Emperor. With the origin of the Great Emperor, he can still live for 100 years. 100 years of life may be just a blink of an eye for others, but it is extremely precious to me. During this 100 years, he can make Sha Juyu infinitely stronger. If he fails again at that time, he can face death calmly without any worries. Although Zhou Xuan has regressed compared to his previous life, with his talent, 100 years later, his achievements may be no less than his own. Not to mention anything else, he can also look down on everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everything is moving in a good direction. Gai Juyu, how could I not be happy? After listening to Master Gai Juyu's explanation, Sha Juyu still had some doubts in her mind, but she did not continue to ask further questions. The master must have his reasons for taking action. However, the happiest thing at the moment is that the master is slowly walking out of the shadow of the past. Moreover, ever since the master came back, his breath has been improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the best thing for Gai Juyu. Of course, in addition to being curious about his master's destruction of the Divine Phoenix clan, Sha Juyu couldn't help but be curious. What on earth caused the master to change so quietly? Everything has cause and effect. Who is the person who controls the master's cause and effect? And then, Gai Juyu's words seemed to make Sha Juyu think of something. Perhaps, the person who is pulling the trigger on the master's karma, or even the person who is pulling the trigger on one's own karma, perhaps, is someone that I know. Chapter 145 I won't practice with that guy. Juyu, from now on, you don't have to stay by my side to practice. After Gai Juyu came back, he was obviously in a good mood, but one sentence instantly made Emperor Sha and Sha Juyu's hearts rise to their throats. I'm not practicing with Gai Juyu. Does my master want to drive me away? In an instant, Sha Juyu's heart sank. She couldn't help but wonder if she had asked too many questions just now, causing her master to feel disgusted with her. Even Emperor Sha, who was usually calm and steady, couldn't help but panic at this moment. The fact that Gai Juyu was able to live in the Great Sha dynasty was a blessing that the Great Sha dynasty could never obtain in 10 lifetimes. What's more, when Sha Juyu was still an infant, Gai Juyu had already appointed Sha Juyu as his personal disciple. Moreover, Gai Juyu had promised in front of Emperor Sha that from now on, he would never accept another disciple except Sha Juyu. Even the 2 words, Juyu, were taken from Gai Juyu's own name and given to Sha Juyu. Both of them have the word, Juyu, in their names, which is not only a heritage but also a kind of recognition. And now, Gai Juyu suddenly said such words, which was like a bolt from the blue for the father and daughter. Of course, this does not mean that Emperor Sha and Sha Juyu are greedy for the protection of a super quasi-emperor. On the contrary, even if it means using the entire Great Sha dynasty as the price, they would not frown and would use it in exchange for Gai Juyu's safety. The reason why the 2 reacted so strongly was that in the hearts of Emperor Sha and Sha Juyu, Gai Juyu had already been regarded as a family member by them. Even if Gai Juyu does not acknowledge her as his disciple, Sha Juyu is willing to show filial piety in front of Gai Juyu's knees. After hearing what Gai Juyu said, Sha Juyu's eyes turned red and she immediately said with tears in her eyes, "Master, please don't chase Juyu away." Before he could finish his words, Sha Juyu's eyes were already wet with tears. Gai Juyu realized belatedly that his words had caused misunderstanding between Emperor Sha and Sha Juyu. Immediately, a hint of doting appeared in Gai Juyu's turbid eyes. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? When did the master say he was going to kick you out?" There was doting in Gai Juyu's words, but also a genuine care from an elder for a younger generation. "What you said just now was to drive you away." Sha Juyu, who was always cold and stunning, now had a look of aggrievedness on her face. She wiped away her tears and muttered back. Seeing this, Gai Juyu couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Sha Juyu and said slowly, "Master told you not to practice beside him because there is very little that he can teach you. There is someone who is more suitable to be your teacher than me." Upon hearing this, both Emperor Sha and Sha Juyu frowned. The fact that Gai Juyu could say such words shocked them more than the demise of the Divine Phoenix clan. You know, Gai Juyu is a true super quasi-emperor. How many people can he truly recognize? Not to mention being able to gain his recognition, how many people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can be superior to him in terms of cultivation or other aspects? To describe it as rare and insignificant is not enough. Could it be that the person Gai Juyu is looking for is also a quasi-emperor? Or even, an existence above the quasi-emperor? Gai Juyu's words were comparable to the one he said before, and it made Sha Juyu and the other person unable to recover for a long time. After a long while, Sha Juyu finally spoke. No, I won't go anywhere except by master's side. In this world, only you can be my master. No matter how powerful others are, even if they have the qualifications, I still don't look down on them. Sha Juyu pulled his master's dry fingers and said coquettishly. Even though he was Emperor Sha, he had to admit that he was not qualified to be so close to a super quasi-emperor. Sometimes, Emperor Sha couldn't help but envy his daughter. To be favored by a super quasi-emperor, such an opportunity is rare in the world. And from Gai Juyu's expression, it can be seen that he truly cares for his only disciple. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the divine Phoenix clan to be destroyed in the long river of history just because of Zhou Xuan's few words. In the original novel, Sha Juyu is also a rare filial daughter in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After Gai Juyu died, Sha Juyu traveled across the stars in the sky and spent countless years to find a drop of Gai Juyu's blood. Later, Sha Juyu traveled around the world doing good deeds, publicizing Gai Juyu's achievements, and gathering mental power for Gai Juyu, only praying that his master Gai Juyu could be resurrected. Such an action also reflects Sha Juyu's previous actions. All of this is done to allow the master to live longer. The word, filial piety, can be said to be fully embodied in Sha Juyu. Perhaps, this is why Gai Juyu dotes on Sha Juyu so much. Because it's all worth it. Seeing Sha Juyu acting coquettishly in front of him, Gai Juyu couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, maybe you would be happy to go to this teacher I introduced to you. After the words fell, Gai Juyu suddenly said in a serious tone. Even if you don't want to go, you have to go. Otherwise, the master will be unhappy. Seeing Gai Juyu's serious tone, Sha Juyu couldn't help but feel curious. Who is this person that the master introduced? She really couldn't think of anyone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who was more qualified to guide her than her master. The same question also arose in Emperor Sha's mind. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there were very few people who could match Gai Juyu. Master, who is that person? Finally, Sha Juyu asked the question in his mind. 9 Sun's holy son, Zhou Xuan. After just a few words, there was a hint of a smile on Gai Juyu's face that he couldn't hide. Sha Juyu was in deep shock. Zhou Xuan's figure appeared in my mind. As well as everything that happened between him and Zhou Xuan, even the lovemaking they had in the Bronze Immortal Palace. His thoughts just sank for a moment, but the next moment, Sha Juyu immediately broke free from that emotion. Because as long as I stay around that guy, he will use all kinds of ways to make me angry, and he also likes to spank my butt for no reason. When Sha Juyu thought of this, he pouted and said reluctantly. No, I won't go to that guy to practice. On the side, Emperor Sha was still in deep shock. What he hadn't expected was that the person Gai Juyu was talking about would actually be Zhou Xuan. As for Zhou Xuan, he had also heard of this name. Especially when it came to the Ascension Order, he shined brightly and directly defeated a large group of so-called geniuses. His military achievements were undoubtedly extremely brilliant. Even Emperor Sha, who founded the Great Sha dynasty, felt inferior to him when he was the same age as Zhou Sheng. However, although Zhou Xuan is the son of God and his battle record is indeed dazzling, no matter what, how can he be more qualified than Gai Juyu to guide his own daughter? Moreover, Gai Juyu just said in person that he didn't have much left to teach Sha Juyu. Let Sha Juyu go find Zhou Xuan. But Emperor Sha still didn't believe it. With the meager inheritance of the 9 Yang sect, could he be qualified to guide his own daughter? Gai Juyu's words shocked Emperor Sha and also made him fall into deep thought. Although Emperor Sha did not say it directly, it seemed as if Gai Juyu saw through his thoughts. Gai Juyu glared at Emperor Sha impatiently and said in a somewhat reproachful tone. Old Sha, do you think I would harm my beloved disciple? Just one sentence made Emperor Sha's hair stand on end in an instant. You know, this is the first time that Gai Juyu has spoken to me so harshly in all the time we have been together. The reason for this is because of Zhou Xuan, a man whom I have only heard of but never met. Senior, I certainly wouldn't dare. Emperor Sha immediately bowed with both hands and replied respectfully. However, Gai Juyu didn't seem to have any intention of letting the matter go. Humph, Lao Sha, don't be so unconvinced. Do you think it's my credit that Juyu has made such rapid progress during this period? To tell you the truth, she has been staying by Zhou Xuan's side since the Ascension Order came out and Juyu entered the world. And this body of cultivation and good fortune is all due to Zhou Xuan. In just a few months, Juyu has crossed so many realms. Let alone me, even if a great emperor came, it would be impossible to do it. Let's not talk about other things, just in terms of the soul, maybe you can't even beat Juyu now. Gai Juyu's words left Emperor Sha dumbfounded. This time, Gai Juyu seemed a little anxious. This is not to prove himself, but to prove Zhou Xuan. At this time, Emperor Sha couldn't help but feel dizzy. Isn't Zhou Xuan just an ordinary son of the 9 sons? Where does his energy come from that can make a super quasi-emperor so excited? Looking at my daughter again, it seemed that she said she didn't want to, but her eyes seemed to be saying that I should go to that guy quickly. This time, the actions of the master and disciple Gai Juyu and Sha Juyu completely confused Emperor Sha. No, what kind of magic potion did Zhou Xuan put on you? After scolding Emperor Sha, Gai Juyu's gaze returned to Sha Juyu again. Juyu, this time, you must go. If you come back to see Master next time, remember to bring back a few bottles of Qingxuan. By the way, I will write a letter for you to take to Zhou Xuan later. After he reads the contents of the letter, he won't embarrass you. Don't be rude around her anymore, you hear me? In front of her, Sha Juyu felt her little face burning, and there was something she really wanted to tell her master. In fact, even without that letter, that guy would have let me practice beside him. Chapter 146, Shenya has great ambitions. Gai Juyu's surprising decision this time was just right for Sha Juyu, because she had this plan before. This is not to say that Gai Juyu is not good enough, but Sha Juyu knows that if he wants his master to truly live long and healthy lives, he needs to go to the immortal forest. And I also need more powerful strength. This requirement can be well satisfied by Zhou Xuan. Another point is that although that guy often bullies me, that feeling is really good. However, for Emperor Sha, this was a bit of a bolt from the blue. Although he believed in Gai Juyu's judgment, Emperor Sha always felt that something was wrong. Although Zhou Xuan was just mediocre in the eyes of his predecessors and had some achievements, they were not worth boasting about throughout his life. But such a record is already extremely dazzling in the eyes of the geniuses of the same generation. The most important thing is that Zhou Xuan is still very young. Young enough, although I don't know what he looks like, based on the 9 Yang sect's vision for selecting people, that kid is definitely not bad. When these two are combined, she is a definite girl killer. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Emperor Sha knew Sha Juyu's character best. She is cold on the outside but cold on the inside, which can be seen from the way she treats herself and Gai Juyu. So, looking at it this way, Emperor Sha couldn't help but feel a little worried. His daughter's move was like throwing a meat bun at a dog, and there might be no return. However, although this is his own daughter, to be honest, even if he is Emperor Sha, he cannot interfere too much in Gai Juyu's decision. After all, Gai Juyu did this for Sha Juyu's sake. Although Sha Juyu has only been in the industry for a short time, he does not usually participate in the political management of the great Sha dynasty. However, her mind is so delicate that it is far beyond the reach of ordinary women. From what his master said just now, Sha Juyu seemed to have guessed something vaguely. Before, Sha Juyu was still curious about who was leading his master to the cause and effect. And now, Sha Juyu seemed to have thought of it. He also thought of the reason why his master attacked the Phoenix clan for no reason. Before this, the master had specifically asked himself whether there was a kind of wine called Qingxuan in the great Sha dynasty. The final guidance came to Zhou Xuan. Just now, his master Gai Juyu had specifically told him that if he came back from Qingxuan Peak, he should bring him a pot of Qingxuan. It seemed that only Zhou Xuan had the Qingxuan, and the content of their conversation from beginning to end was all about Zhou Xuan. In other words, although the master has never met Zhou Xuan, there seems to be a close relationship between him and Zhou Xuan. The reason why the master sat in the secret room for 1,000 years and suddenly came out was because of Zhou Xuan. All of this seemed very reasonable, and even Sha Juyu himself could not find any other reason. There was a grudge between Zhou Xuan and the Divine Phoenix clan, and when his master came out of seclusion, it was the Divine Phoenix clan that was destroyed. Suddenly, Sha Juyu felt that an invisible wheel of destiny was turning around him. And every time this wheel of destiny turns, it is enough to change future history. In a trance, Sha Juyu looked in another direction. There was a rare, even irrepressible curiosity in those bright eyes. Zhou Xuan, how many layers of impenetrable veils are there in front of you? 7 days later, above the ruins of the divine Phoenix clan, a young and handsome figure appeared. Looking at the scene where the blood had coagulated but the smell of blood was still everywhere, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but sigh that the super quasi-emperor was indeed the super quasi-emperor. Even if it was a dragon or phoenix, it would have to die on the spot, with no room for resistance at all. In the past, for some deployments, Zhou Xuan also wanted to get to know this super quasi-emperor strongman. But in the end, Zhou Xuan discovered that the system was really useful. Apart from anything else, as long as he writes and stops on Qingxuan Peak, he can get a super quasi-emperor to be his thug for free. This kind of thing was something Zhou Xuan had never dared to think about before. But now everything has come true. After falling to the ground, Zhou Xuan walked slowly according to his previous memory. The divine Phoenix clan was destroyed, and countless wandering cultivators from all over the world came to plunder the opportunities left by the divine Phoenix clan. This place will soon become a battlefield without order and rules. Taking advantage of this period of time, Zhou Xuan can get what he wants without any effort. The Divine Crow Clan. The atmosphere in the ancestral temple of the Divine Crow Clan is inexplicably depressing. Under the dim light, Shen Ya's face was inexplicably gloomy. Because, a few days ago, they learned that the Divine Phoenix Clan was destroyed. A power that was no less powerful than his own, and had even been competing with him for many years, just evaporated without any warning. No, there should be signs. Because the emergence of the imperial-level murderous intent is the best sign. Ancestor, what should we do? In the hall, an even heavier voice broke the depressing atmosphere. When Chenya came back from the Divine Phoenix clan, he ordered the Divine Crow clan to refrain from any contact with the Divine Phoenix clan without hesitation. The severity of the law was definitely the most severe they had ever seen in their lives, and at first, no one understood it. I feel that old ancestor Shenya is just making a fuss out of nothing. However, after learning that the Divine Phoenix clan was suddenly destroyed overnight, they fell into deep despair. Right now, everyone's attention can only be focused on Shenya. As for Shenya, his expression was solemn at this moment. After learning about the sudden demise of the Divine Phoenix clan, he himself was also shocked. At the same time, he was also grateful. He believed in his own intuition. If he had continued to stay in the Divine Phoenix clan, or had continued to have dealings with the dragon and phoenix, he might have died long ago. However, even so, Shenya was still worried. The Divine Crow clan and the Divine Phoenix clan have always been so close. Now that the Divine Phoenix clan is destroyed, it is possible that the strong man will transfer his anger to the Divine Crow clan. This sense of crisis forced Shenya to make other decisions. Everyone, move your entire clan to the Qingyu dynasty. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Migrate the whole family. Are we going to leave Shenya state completely? Ancestor, as far as I know, the land of the Qingyu dynasty is barren and the spiritual energy is thin. It is not a place for cultivation at all. Moreover, the Qingyu dynasty seems to be not far from the Zhuyang sect. There are several teleportation arrays nearby. Although the Nine Yang sect has not made a clear statement, the Nine Yang sect's hands are still stained with the blood of my Divine Crow clan. This trip will be terrifying. Humph, we're going to the Qingyu dynasty. As for the Nine Yang sect, without them, my Divine Crow clan would never have migrated to the Qingyu dynasty. Shenya snorted coldly, his eyes gloomy. It seems that he has a bigger plan. Shenya, you have big plans. Chapter 147 Emperor Kangming, the existence of the Divine Phoenix clan. No one quite understood Shenya's decision. There is no comparison between the Qingyu dynasty and the Shenya state. Moreover, with the strength of the Shenya clan, it would be no problem for them to occupy a super holy land as their base. But Shenya chose the most impoverished Qingyu dynasty. The Qingyu dynasty does seem to be a rare holy place for cultivation, but compared with the Shenya state, the gap is really not a little bit. However, Shenya had no intention of changing the decision he had made. Furthermore, the reason for choosing the Qingyu dynasty is not just as simple as occupying a place. You know, before, even though there was an emperor-level murderous intent, Long Huang still chose to take the risk, just to get the things Zhou Xuan brought out of the Bronze Immortal Palace. What Long Huang can think of, Shenya can certainly think of as well. The Bronze Immortal Palace has been closed, and there is no way for Shenya to get in again. Therefore, Zhou Xuan naturally became Shenya's target. On the other side, in a ruin of the Divine Phoenix clan, Zhou Xuan has finally arrived here as he wished. This divine phoenix clan is indeed very wealthy. Looking at the ruins that have turned into a hill-sized ruin, one can see how luxurious and magnificent it was before. But a fictitious diary turned the Phoenix clan into ruins. Sometimes Zhou Xuan couldn't help but sigh that instead of practicing hard on his own, it would be better to borrow the power of others. Of course, this was just Zhou Xuan's boring joke. From Gai Juyu's methods, we can see that strength is the root of your foothold in the fantasy world. Only when you reach a height that no one else can shake, can you overlook everything in the world freely and unscrupulously. After stopping in front of the ruins for a while, Zhou Xuan didn't waste any time. He punched out suddenly, and the ruins in front of him turned into powder. Then, in the dust, a space vortex could be vaguely seen. The vortex slowly condensed and flowed, filled with a mysterious power. Zhou Xuan knew that this was the target he was looking for this time. Divine Phoenix Space. The powerful masters of the Phoenix clan used great means to forcibly tear the structure apart, and any item taken out from inside can be called a treasure. However, the Divine Phoenix clan had carefully guarded this place for generations, but they didn't know that it would eventually fall into Zhou Xuan's hands. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xuan raised one finger slightly, and then the vortex seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and was slowly flying towards Zhou Xuan. After about a few breaths, the vortex came in front of Zhou Xuan. The moment it approached Zhou Xuan, a low buzzing sound came from the vortex. And that seemingly ordinary surface exudes a pale yellow light. However, Zhou Xuan was not at all panicked. He pointed his finger in the air, and it seemed that some unknown energy was injected into it. Then, the pale yellow light became more and more condensed, and finally turned into two black bird patterns. After the black bird condensed, it actually made clear and low chirping sounds. The two birds accompanied each other and flew together. There was an obvious unexpected shock in Zhou Xuan's eyes. Obviously, he destroyed the center of the formation according to the method in the original book, but this part was not mentioned in the original book. In other words, the scene before our eyes happened because of Zhou Xuan. The feathers of the two black birds were colorful and gleamed like burning flames. And one of them was obviously smaller in size, so it should be a female bird. The other one had a majestic figure, and it seemed as if it was holding something in its mouth. It seems to be a lamp. After seeing this scene, Zhou Xuan was inexplicably surprised, and his eyes became excited at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he had discovered a new continent. Because, this is the Divine Phoenix clan. Although the Divine Crow clan is very close to the Divine Phoenix, the one who is even closer to the Divine Phoenix clan is the Divine Phoenix clan. Phoenix is male and Huang is female. This is the Divine Phoenix clan. From ancient times till now, it has always been called the Divine Phoenix clan, not the Phoenix clan. The Phoenix is born as one and never separates. But now, the Divine Phoenix clan has disappeared. Thinking back carefully, there is a hidden Easter egg in the original work, that is, after the Divine Phoenix clan was destroyed and even the Phoenix Lord was killed, there was no trace of the Divine Phoenix clan between heaven and earth. However, during the turbulent times, a mysterious race suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Their abilities were far superior to those of the Divine Phoenix clan, and they never showed any fear even when facing a quasi-emperor. However, this race is only described in figurative terms without much introduction, and the protagonist does not have much interaction with this race. All we know is that the power created by the protagonist in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can eventually compete with this mysterious race that appeared out of nowhere. Now it seems that this hidden Easter egg is the Divine Phoenix clan. Moreover, in the original work, the setting for the Divine Phoenix clan has always been that there are more men than women. Originally, the Phoenix is female, so this setting is a bit unreasonable. If that is the case, the Divine Phoenix clan should be a polar reversal. There should be more girls than boys. But regardless of all this, in the ruins of the Divine Phoenix clan, Zhou Xuan has a chance to find the Divine Phoenix clan. Just think about it, this is something exciting enough. Zhou Xuan was very clear about the direction of this world. It could be said that while improving his cultivation, Zhou Xuan was sometimes very bored. But if something outside the plot happens, Zhou Xuan would still be happy to see it. In addition, although there is very little description about the Divine Phoenix clan in the original work, there is one thing that was given to the male protagonist by a mysterious woman from the Divine Phoenix clan. That thing has a very important connection with what Zhou Xuan had obtained from the ancient divine treasure before. When he was in the ancient divine treasury, Zhou Xuan gave the god's face to Sha Juyu, and he only kept the bronze sacred tree. Because, That is the key to open the door to the void and transcend the long river of time to the upper world. However, opening the door to the void is only the first step, and greater tests are yet to come. That is to find the door of time in the chaos. The chaotic space is boundless and no one knows where the end is. Once upon a time, countless great masters were trapped in chaos forever, unable to escape. If one wants to break through the darkness and reach the upper realm, besides the bronze sacred tree, another thing is indispensable, the bronze lamp. It is rumored that the bronze lamp on the stage is made of a big skull, and the lamp oil is made from the essence of the great emperor. The wick is made of the bones of the great emperor. From the moment this lamp burns, it will be immortal. Practicing in front of the lamp can bring you blessings from heaven and earth, and bring you good opportunities. Holding this lamp, you can drive away all darkness, let your original mind remain bright, and illuminate the path of cultivation. In the original novel, the hero did not go through too many twists and turns when obtaining the bronze lamp. Instead, someone took the initiative to deliver it to him. As for the mysterious woman, the author wanted to lay a foreshadowing at the time, but he did not give a direct explanation, and later on he forgot about it, so she gradually became an unsolved mystery. Now that I think about it, that bronze lamp came from the divine Phoenix clan, which has never appeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The bronze lamp is a treasure that is hard to find even if one has achieved the status of a great emperor. Now, Zhou Xuan might have a chance to get it. Although, the hope is slim, but as long as there is a clue, everything will be better. Now if I count, 2 things beyond the original book have already happened to me. The first one is naturally in the Shenzang world. When he successfully mastered the divine hidden world derived from refining the emperor's bones, a sentence suddenly appeared in Zhou Xuan's mind. I am the great emperor Kangming. I have passed down this opportunity to you. I have given you the realm of divine treasures and the platform for you to ascend to immortality. I have created the great Tao, and you and I will meet in the long river of time. Zhou Xuan still remembers this sentence vividly. That Shenzang world must have an indelible connection with Emperor Kangming. The bronze sacred tree was obtained in the Shenzang world. Zhou Xuan didn't quite understand this sentence before, but now that he thinks about it, everything seems to make sense. This bronze sacred tree might have been left by Emperor Kangming, and he also used the bronze sacred tree to enter the chaotic void. This also verifies what Emperor Kangming said at the beginning. You and I meet in the long river of time. This long river of time should be the chaotic void behind the void gate. After knowing this, Zhou Xuan immediately became alert. Meet in the long river of void. This is nothing. If we really see it, it will be a life and death fight. You know, this chaotic void is similar to the boundary sea, with countless powerful people sitting in it. At the same time, there are also countless emperor-level treasures floating in the chaotic void. However, the old guys here are not good people. Because they can't get out of the chaotic void, they want to take over younger bodies in order to escape and then walk out of the chaotic void. Moreover, Zhou Xuan was definitely not exaggerating, because it actually happened in the original book. How could anyone who could open the door to the void and enter that world be a weakling? After passing that door, the real test lies inside. Now that I think about it, if I really want to reach the upper realm in the future, I must overcome the obstacle of a great emperor. This challenge is quite difficult. However, this is not a bad thing for Zhou Xuan. He will enter the gate of void sooner or later. As for Emperor Kangming, they will face off against him sooner or later. At this time, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel fortunate that he knew the plot of the original novel. Otherwise, you will probably be trapped by this powerful emperor in the future. However, since he has something that Emperor Kangming once possessed, in the future, Emperor Kangming will definitely use his great supernatural powers to appear before him. Of course, if I didn't know how the plot was going to develop, I would definitely give Emperor Kangming a good guy card. It's a pity that Zhou Xuan is very smart now. By then, if Emperor Kangming really appears, I can make good use of him. Before, I hired a super quasi-emperor as my thug for free. Now, if I can let a great emperor be my thug, it would be so cool. As for the second thing, it is the divine Phoenix clan in front of us. After all, if the first thing is to be established, then the second thing must be proved, that is, the existence of the divine Phoenix clan. Chapter 148. Is this the divine Phoenix wing? Looking at the 2 lifelike patterns in front of me. The divine Phoenix is petite and exquisite, while the divine Phoenix is majestic and agile. Moreover, on the pattern, whether it is the divine Phoenix or the divine Phoenix, there is a mysterious and ancient aura about them. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. If he took a step forward, he would know whether there would be any unexpected surprise today. With a snap of his fingers, a pill fell into Zhou Xuan's hands. He took it, and after his strength reached its peak, Zhou Xuan finally took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When Zhou Xuan appeared again, there was a person in a ball of light in front of him. The light ball floated unsteadily, at a speed that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and on the surface of the colorful light ball there was the roaring sound of the formation operating. Just taking a quick look, these formations might be really difficult for ordinary people to decipher. Even if the opportunity is right in front of you, you can only sigh in despair. However, these are minor problems for Zhou Xuan, because he has a cheat. This cheat is not a system, but an innate advantage gained from traveling through time. The secret treasures of the Phoenix clan have been deposited for who knows how many years. Taking out any one of the light balls here will attract competition from all the major forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, Zhou Xuan is well aware of the principle of biting off more than one can chew. Although there are many opportunities here, Zhou Xuan cannot open the boxes and verify them one by one. According to the color of the light ball, red, purple, and the highest level orange represent better opportunities and fortune. Zhou Xuan didn't even bother to look at ordinary colors. However, even though the Divine Phoenix clan has a heritage of countless years, even the purple color is extremely rare now. After all, the Divine Phoenix clan has produced many brilliant geniuses in history. And every genius has the opportunity to come here and choose his opportunity. If Hong Huang didn't die, there would be an opportunity waiting for him after the Ascension Order ended. Purple is very rare, and orange is almost unseen. However, Zhou Xuan was not in a hurry, but walked around with his hands behind his back. Countless balls of light floated past him, but Zhou Xuan didn't pay much attention to them from beginning to end. Because what he wanted had not appeared yet. After about half a finger's length, Zhou Xuan suddenly stopped. Before his eyes, a strange red flashed by. The speed was so fast that there was almost no time for people to react, but Zhou Xuan still captured this scene clearly. Immediately, a light flashed in Zhou Xuan's eyes. Isn't this what he wanted? Although the red light ball was very fast, Zhou Xuan's reaction was also in a split second. With a fierce stomping of his right foot, Zhou Xuan disappeared from the spot. Then, among the countless light balls, 2 beams of light moved, one in front and one behind, shuttling back and forth at a speed almost like a shadow. After 3 incense sticks, the figure stopped, and Zhou Xuan held a red ball of light in his hand as he wished. It seems that it will be difficult to get you without spending some effort. Zhou Xuan licked his lips, and then slapped the light ball from midair. After a few breaths, cracks appeared on the surface of the light ball. After a moment, the cracks disappeared, and an ancient and incomplete book appeared inside. After seeing this ancient book full of the mysterious atmosphere of the times, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but frown. Looking closely, one can vaguely see a few large black characters on the ancient book, Shenhuang Ancient Scripture. After seeing these 4 words, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but be shocked. This is actually the Divine Phoenix Ancient Scripture. Rumor has it that the Divine Phoenix Ancient Scripture was created by the ancient emperor, the 2nd-generation super beast of the Divine Phoenix clan. Once it came out, it became the swan song in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With the help of the Divine Phoenix Ancient Scripture, the ancient emperor almost crossed the threshold to become the great emperor. In that terrifying era when geniuses emerged in large numbers and quasi-emperors walked the world, the ancient emperor relied on the Divine Phoenix Ancient Realm to become the most outstanding existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yes, you heard it right. It is the most outstanding, not one of the best. In that era, even the real emperors did not have the courage to challenge the ancient emperor. With the help of the ancient phoenix and the Divine Phoenix Ancient Scripture, the Divine Phoenix clan once dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths for 100,000 years. At that time, let alone see Wuyu now, even if there were more powerful beings, they would have to be in awe of the Shenhuang clan. However, it is rumored that the ancient Divine Phoenix Scripture has disappeared for nearly 1,000,000 years. Zhou Xuan didn't expect that this first gain would be so important. After putting away the Divine Phoenix Ancient Scripture, Zhou Xuan suddenly felt in a good mood. It seems that he is not coming to the Divine Phoenix clan to pick up junk, but to purchase goods from the Divine Phoenix clan. Not to mention anything else, as long as Zhou Xuan can capture 3 or more red light balls, it can be said that he has returned with a full load this time. Keep moving forward. Opportunities above red cannot be forced and can only be left to fate. However, Zhou Xuan doesn't want to do that. What belongs to him is his, and if it is not his, he will pack it up and take it away, and it will be his in the future. After walking forward for about half an hour, this time the search took much longer than the previous time. But Zhou Xuan has enough patience. However, the rewards this time completely exceeded Zhou Xuan's imagination. Purple opportunity. This damn thing, the probability of it appearing was originally low, and unexpectedly, Zhou Xuan ran into it. This time, Zhou Xuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and slapped the air with his palm again, but the purple light ball remained motionless. But this was also within Zhou Xuan's expectations. Purple opportunity was second only to orange opportunity in level. It was not something that could be obtained easily. After taking a deep breath, a long sword appeared in Zhou Xuan's hand. At this moment, countless violent sword intentions were condensed on the tip of the sword. The space and time around Zhou Xuan was also buzzing at this time. It seemed that even the void could be shattered by this sword. And this sword is the sword of void that Zhou Xuan took from Li Guanqi. Zhou Xuan was confident that with the sword of void combined with his most murderous sword intent, even a strong man from the law control realm would be killed on the spot. The sword intent took about half an incense stick of time to condense. Finally, after half an incense stick, Zhou Xuan suddenly threw out the purple light ball in his hand. The next moment, Zhou Xuan suddenly thrust out a sword. With a loud bang, the small world that the Divine Phoenix clan had painstakingly constructed began to shake, as if it would completely fall apart in the next moment. And that's not all. Just the aftermath, the other opportunities in this space actually exploded on the spot. The terrifying power swept across the entire place. If Zhou Xuan hadn't intentionally controlled it, this place would have been reduced to ruins. After the dust settled, the things in the purple ball of light slowly emerged before our eyes. After seeing the dazzling eyes in the light ball, Zhou Xuan was completely dumbfounded. This is not about finding opportunities for yourself. This opportunity clearly belongs to Qingning Yao. He couldn't believe it. Even Zhou Xuan himself couldn't believe what this purple opportunity contained. Before my eyes, there is a pair of bone wings from the ancient times. There is not a trace of flesh and blood on the ancient wings, but there is a divine light flowing on them. What shocked Zhou Xuan even more was that just this pair of ancient wings made him feel a palpitation from the bottom of his heart. There are really few things that can give Zhou Xuan this kind of feeling. Walking forward slowly, Zhou Xuan stretched out his hand to touch. However, an invisible force bounced Zhou Xuan's hand back. No matter how hard Zhou Xuan tried, he couldn't move forward an inch. When Zhou Xuan saw the totem on the bone wings, his mind went blank. Is this the Divine Phoenix wing? Chapter 149 The Blood in the Divine Phoenix's Bone Wings. After Zhou Xuan got the purple opportunity which could be said to be 1 in a million, he thought that the things inside must be extraordinary. Even after it is taken out, even forces like Si Wuya would be tempted. However, when a pair of bone wings appeared in front of him, Zhou Xuan was completely speechless. The divine light of the bone wings flowed, carrying an ancient and simple aura. Even Zhou Xuan himself, after feeling this divine light, felt an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. This feeling only appeared when facing Yang Qingfang. And now, just relying on the divine light of a pair of bone wings can make him have this feeling. This is simply hard to imagine. What is most eye-catching is that there is a totem on the wings of these bone wings. The totem also looked like a black bird, just like what Zhou Xuan had seen at the entrance before, and the black bird was still holding a magic lamp in its mouth. Although it was just a totem engraved on it, Zhou Xuan felt that the magic lamp seemed to be flickering and emitting light that could break all darkness. This is the Divine Phoenix wing. After standing aside and watching for a long time, Zhou Xuan swallowed and said in disbelief. This is not the Divine Phoenix wing, but the Divine Phoenix wing. Zhou Xuan knew very well what this pair of wings represented among the demon race. For the demon race, especially those with flying skills like the Divine Phoenix and Divine Crow, wings are not only an identity but also a symbol of strength. Because, evolving a pair of wings is a symbol of entering the ranks of super divine beasts. Since this race is naturally of noble and rare blood, reproduction will naturally become a big problem. Just like the Xuanwu clan, although they were born with powerful blood and have been in the golden body state since birth, the Xuanwu clan is now in decline and their numbers have become extremely small. Therefore, in order to reproduce and continue the race, intermarriage will occur among tribesmen with pure Xuanwu bloodline. Although it can reproduce offspring, there is an obvious disadvantage. That is, the pure Xuanwu bloodline will become increasingly thin. The same is true for the Divine Phoenix clan. The nobler the bloodline, the more difficult it is to reproduce offspring. This is why the Black Crow of the Divine Crow clan admires the Red Phoenix. This is not only because he admires Hong Huang's beautiful appearance, but more importantly, he wants to be able to reproduce a powerful offspring with Hong Huang. It is difficult for the same race to reproduce, so now many monsters with noble blood will turn their attention to other people. As time goes by, there is no one left who possesses the pure original bloodline of the gods and wilds. Even beings like dragons and phoenixes have mixed bloodlines. Gradually, some of the original characteristics of the Divine Phoenix clan disappeared. The most obvious thing is that the Divine Phoenix broke its wings. In other words, although the true form of the current members of the Divine Phoenix clan is the Divine Phoenix, their wings are transformed by spiritual power. The Divine Phoenix wings, which they were once most proud of, have completely disappeared. However, from another perspective, this also proves how powerful the Divine Phoenix bloodline is. Although the blood in their bodies is extremely complex, just relying on that one drop of the Divine Phoenix clan is enough to allow them to be far ahead of those so-called geniuses in cultivation. In fact, the Divine Phoenix clan was once an unshakable existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's a pity that he met a super quasi-emperor in the end. Today, among the Divine Phoenix clan, there has not been one who can grow wings by relying on his own bloodline forcibly for nearly 100,000 years. And the condensation of the wings means entering the ranks of super divine beasts. What kind of concept is this? As long as I have wings, even if a quasi-emperor comes, I can fight you on equal terms. The bloodline of the Divine Phoenix clan is so terrifying. And now, the pair of bone wings in front of Zhou Xuan, from another perspective, are the real wings left by a super beast. Moreover, judging from the divine light on the wings, the original owner of these ancient wings probably had an extremely high status among the super divine beasts. His own cultivation level is probably enough to challenge a true emperor. Because, there seemed to be a drop of real blood left in these bone wings. Yes, it is a drop of real blood of a super beast. Zhou Xuan just glanced at it unintentionally, and in an instant, his whole head felt as if it was hit by a huge bell, causing him unbearable pain. Immediately, a mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat. If Zhou Xuan hadn't suppressed it forcibly, he would have vomited it out. You know, Zhou Xuan's soul, even when facing Gai Juyu's attack with his soul, Zhou Xuan not only did not show any fear, he could even use his soul to fight back. But now, just a drop of blood made Zhou Xuan so embarrassed. It can be seen how terrifying this drop of blood of the divine beast is. However, the more embarrassed Zhou Xuan was, the more excited he was. There was no doubt that this drop of blood, or even this pair of bone wings, was enough to change a person's destiny. Of course, this is definitely not to change Zhou Xuan's fate, but to change Qingning Yao's fate. There is nothing else to say, there is a very evil being inside Qingning Yao's body. And that great beast was a real divine phoenix. Now, if Qingning Yao can successfully refine this pair of bone wings and this drop of true blood of the divine beast, plus the divine phoenix ancient scripture compiled by the second generation super divine beast of the Divine Phoenix clan. As long as Qingning Yao is given a maximum of 50 years of growth space, I dare not say much about her future, but a super quasi-emperor will definitely be produced in these 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel a little excited. Qingning Yao was someone he had personally trained and cultivated, and the resources he had spent on her were definitely the most among the women. If I could really train a super quasi-emperor, and if I brag about it to others, I guess my master Wu Ding would give me a thumbs up. Of course, it's just a thumbs up, because Master Wu Ding is always an unpredictable existence. Even though he was a time traveler and had an innate understanding of many things, Zhou Xuan could only say that he would never be able to see through his Master Wu Ding. Perhaps, only after reaching that level can one see through things. Zhou Xuan carefully put away the Divine Phoenix bone wings, and his confidence suddenly increased. It seems that I have gained a lot from this trip to the Divine Phoenix clan. In the future, as long as Qingning Yao completely melts the great evil in the Divine Phoenix wings in her body, what will flow in her body will be the purest phoenix blood in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. One person has the noble bloodlines of 2 ancient races. This was something Zhou Xuan could not have imagined before. However, as Zhou Xuan said, he came to the Divine Phoenix clan this time with a purpose, and the Divine Phoenix ancient scripture and Divine Phoenix wings were just unexpected surprises. The thing he wanted was something he had coveted when he first read the novel. Chapter 150 Divine Phoenix Ancestor Yu. After folding his Divine Phoenix wings, Zhou Xuan continued to wander around inside aimlessly. This time, there were good opportunities before him, but Zhou Xuan did not take action. This search took Zhou Xuan a full 3 hours. Finally, Zhou Xuan stopped at this time. In front of him, a feather floated by, a red feather. The feather passed through the light ball, and Zhou Xuan's eyes lit up when he saw it. What he was looking for finally appeared. However, compared with the previous red and purple opportunities, Zhou Xuan easily grabbed this feather in his hand. There is no difficulty at all. However, this feather is no different from ordinary animal feathers. In fact, it doesn't even have any luster. No matter who sees it, they will just glance past it and won't take it seriously at all. But don't forget, this is the treasure that the Phoenix clan has accumulated over the years. Every blade of grass and every tree here is extremely hard to find in the outside world. It can be said that any inconspicuous blade of grass under your feet is a precious and rare elixir. So, a feather appears here out of nowhere. Do you think it is normal or rare? The feather fell into his hand, and a faint smile appeared on Zhou Xuan's lips. Unexpectedly, the divine phoenix ancestral feather was held in Zhou Xuan's hand so easily. Yes, the feather in Zhou Xuan's hand is not an ordinary feather. It has a name, the divine phoenix ancestral feather. Most people may not know this name, but if Gai Juyu were here, he would definitely be shocked by this name and speechless. The history of the divine phoenix clan is even longer than that of the Paradise Palace, which has a rich history and was once home to the great Emperor Paradise. In fact, the divine phoenix clan can be said to be the force with the longest history in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It has existed for who knows how many epochs. In the history of the divine phoenix clan, there have been many great figures who have shocked the world throughout history. The emergence of the second-generation super beast Ancient Phoenix forced the Phoenix clan to maintain its dominant position for 100,000 years. It can be said that the Ancient Phoenix is a terrifying figure who has influenced several eras, not to mention in the history of the divine Phoenix clan, even in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, above the Ancient Phoenix, there is an even more terrifying existence. And this person is the first super beast in the history of the Phoenix clan, the Phoenix. However, this first generation of super beasts only had one word in its name, Phoenix. In that terrifying era when great emperors roamed everywhere and quasi-emperors served as watchdogs, the Phoenix clan could only live far away and led a peaceful life. The appearance of Ke Huang directly and forcibly elevated the divine Phoenix clan to the top position among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is rumored that when Huang Yingji stepped into the ranks of super divine beasts, no less than 2 emperors and 4 quasi-emperors came to stop him. The reason is simple. In that era, the emergence of any great emperor could potentially affect the balance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is because, when the great emperor attains enlightenment, he will leave his own path in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When one path lives, another one will perish. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are always maintaining a balance. The rise of one person means the fall of another. The conjectures of those powerful men at that time were also verified. The rise of the Phoenix indeed disrupted the balance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in one fell swoop. At that time, none of the 4 quasi-emperors returned and all of them died. One of the 2 powerful emperors was seriously injured and died with hatred not long after returning. As for the remaining person, the force he belonged to seemed to be cursed by God. Not only did it lose its first-line power, but its sect also completely disappeared in the end. With the rise of the Phoenix, within 100 years, it directly ruled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths truly entered an extreme balance. Because all forces, as long as they are within the reach of the Phoenix, are under his command. This is the great horror of the first generation of super beasts in the history of the divine Phoenix clan. He ruled the 9 heavens and 10 earths for nearly 200,000 years. Finally, the 9 heavens and 10 earths fell into a great catastrophe, and directly entered into a chaotic ancient era where kings were no longer kings and emperors were no longer emperors. During that catastrophe, there was no great emperor in the world, and the quasi-emperors went into the mountains. As for Huang, his whereabouts were unknown in the end, but when he left a feather among the divine Phoenix clan. That feather was called the divine Phoenix ancestral feather by the divine Phoenix clan. However, despite having the divine Phoenix ancestral feather, the divine Phoenix clan still gradually declined. Although many remarkable figures have appeared in the divine Phoenix clan during this period, it is difficult for anyone to shoulder the heavy responsibility of carrying the heavy burden in the divine Phoenix clan now. This is also one of the main reasons why the divine Phoenix clan was directly destroyed by Gai Juyu. Of course, although the divine Phoenix clan was destroyed, Zhou Xuan still cannot take it lightly. Because, among the divine Phoenix clan, there is an extremely special existence, the Phoenix Lord. Perhaps, few people know about the existence of the Phoenix Lord now, but Zhou Xuan knows it very well. There is not a single drop of divine Phoenix blood in the Phoenix Lord's body. He is just a child born to a servant of the divine Phoenix clan. In the divine Phoenix clan, blood is noble, so your bloodline is enough to last for 1,000 years and be extremely prosperous, but the children of menial workers will always be menial workers. The Phoenix Lord has been used by the divine Phoenix clan since he was born and has suffered humiliation since childhood. Because of this, the Phoenix Lord has an almost perverted desire for power and wealth. Once, the Phoenix clan held a competition, and the servants had the opportunity to participate. During the duel, the Phoenix Lord killed his own father with his own hands. It was from this time that the Phoenix Lord was also given the surname Phoenix by the divine Phoenix clan. Afterwards, by chance, the Phoenix Lord's cultivation level skyrocketed. With the blood of an inferior person, he ascended to the throne of the Holy Son of the divine Phoenix clan. Afterwards, he reached a height that no saint of the divine Phoenix clan had ever reached. Phoenix Pool, that place is the most mysterious place of the divine Phoenix clan. Even Zhou Xuan doesn't know its true location. However, Zhou Xuan only knew that this Phoenix Pool could cleanse his own blood and allow him to obtain the true blood of the divine Phoenix. Moreover, there is not a single trace of impure divine Phoenix bloodline. However, the Phoenix Lord has never appeared since he entered the Phoenix Pool. Until now, there has been no sign of him, but it is worth noting that if the Phoenix Lord really reaches the moment of coming out of seclusion, he will definitely be a terrifying existence that shocks people throughout the ages. It can be said that if Qingning Yao really wants to become the last person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who truly possesses the blood of the Phoenix, she will have to face the Phoenix Lord. The same goes for Zhou Xuan. From now on, he will have to face the Phoenix Lord in person. What a joke! The demise of the Phoenix clan was entirely his own doing. Master Phoenix, there is no way you wouldn't notice me. All in all, the ancestors of the divine Phoenix clan were extremely glorious and brilliant. Even now, few forces can compare to them. This is also one of the main reasons why Zhou Xuan wanted to kill the divine Phoenix clan after they had a feud. The power of this clan's bloodline is so strong that it is fully capable of creating a super beast in the future. Zhou Xuan didn't want to wait until then to settle accounts with the divine Phoenix clan, because he couldn't win. However, with the divine Phoenix ancestral feather in his hand, Zhou Xuan had the opportunity to compete with the Phoenix Lord. It would be a bit embarrassing if I couldn't win by bringing your ancestors to fight with you. And this divine Phoenix ancestral feather is not only a life-saving talisman, but also relates to an incredible opportunity. Compared with that place, the things here are just a drop in the bucket. After putting away the divine Phoenix ancestral feather, Zhou Xuan's trip was considered a success. However, just as Zhou Xuan was about to turn around and leave, there was a sudden movement from his storage ring. After sticking out his soul, Zhou Xuan was surprised to see that the small egg he had obtained in the dragon washing pool seemed to be about to hatch. Chapter 151. You are so cute, I will call you Titan from now on. When in the dragon washing pool in the Bronze Immortal Palace, Zhou Xuan found an egg in the dragon washing pool. At that time, Zhou Xuan just stretched out his soul and almost fainted. What's more, this pill has been nurtured by the spiritual medicines and liquids in the dragon washing pool for so many years, which is enough to show the extraordinary nature of this egg. However, after Zhou Xuan took the egg back, it remained quietly lying in the storage ring without any movement. Unexpectedly, at this time, this little egg actually underwent a change. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but get a little excited. Judging from the cracks on the surface of the eggshell, it should be about to hatch. It takes thousands of years for an egg to incubate. This is something unheard of and unseen. After taking the egg out of the storage ring and placing it on the ground, Zhou Xuan also casually set up a small spirit gathering formation. Then, Zhou Xuan entered a long waiting period. At the same time, outside the ruins of the divine Phoenix clan, a number of figures have appeared one after another. The news of the demise of the divine Phoenix clan had already spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, most people still couldn't believe it was true. This time I came here just to witness it with my own eyes. When everyone saw the ruins in front of them, they were all shocked. The shock in his eyes was self-evident. But then, greed began to grow in the eyes of these people. Everyone knew that the strength of the divine Phoenix clan had long been immeasurable. Now that the divine Phoenix clan was destroyed, the treasures left there were enough for them to plunder. From awe to greed, everyone's attitude changes in just a moment. However, Now everyone just chooses to wait and see. Although the Divine Phoenix clan has been destroyed, its former power is still there, and they still dare not act rashly. After all, the blood that had accumulated on the ground and the smell of blood that filled the air were something they had never seen before in their lives. But there is no doubt that within 2 days, this place will be packed with people, and many well-known forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths will appear together. Needless to say, the Divine Phoenix clan's treasure is so precious that even the Holy Land would be tempted by it. Since ancient times, people have died for money and birds have died for food. Anyone would be tempted by such an opportunity. Zhou Xuan currently has no idea what is happening outside. Sitting cross-legged next to Xiaodan, with his hands resting on his chin, Zhou Xuan waited quietly. Time passed slowly, and perhaps Zhou Xuan himself did not expect that this wait would last for a full half-month. Sometimes Zhou Xuan couldn't help but think, why not just crack the egg and pull the little guy out? If the little guy inside hadn't given him so much shock at the time, Zhou Xuan would have done so long ago. When Zhou Xuan was wandering around bored, he suddenly heard a crisp clicking sound in his ears. At this time, Zhou Xuan also rushed back to the little egg. In his expectant eyes, the little egg shell that was shining brightly finally appeared and stretched out a foot. When Zhou Xuan saw the little feet, he was almost melted by them. The little feet that stretched out first were pink and spotless. When Zhou Xuan saw them for the first time, he couldn't help but want to touch them. After a while, another little foot stretched out, which was also pink and tender. After seeing it, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but want to help this little guy open the eggshell. But this was Zhou Xuan's first time helping with a baby, so he should just watch from the side. Before long, all 4 little feet appeared in front of Zhou Xuan. The soles of the little feet were so pink that people couldn't help but touch them. The hair on the little feet is light gray. Although gray is not a girlish color, the advantage is that the little feet are chubby. In short, the little guy hasn't shown up yet, but Zhou Xuan is already looking forward to it. Awoo! About half a finger's worth of time had passed when Zhou Xuan heard a low, childish cry coming from inside the eggshell. Similarly, Zhou Xuan was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. After 3 incense sticks, the eggshell finally fell to the ground. After seeing the little guy in the eggshell, Zhou Xuan's first impression was a dog, a little puppy. The little guy's body is mainly gray and white. His body is almost entirely gray, while his chubby belly is white. The little head is also mainly gray, but the boy's body is as pink as his feet, which is very cute. What's even more adorable is the little guy's round, chubby body. After seeing it, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but want to pinch it. Therefore, when Zhou Xuan saw the little guy for the first time, he really had a feeling in his heart that this little guy was a puppy born from an egg. However, judging from the purple lightning between the little guy's eyebrows, this is definitely not an ordinary puppy. Although the little guy's body is mainly gray and white, the purple lightning between his eyebrows is particularly eye-catching. Moreover, just by looking at the purple light with his naked eyes, Zhou Xuan felt that there seemed to be an invisible pressure contained in it. This kind of pressure is not only heart-pounding, but the mysterious and ancient atmosphere is definitely the best Zhou Xuan has ever seen in his life. In addition, the little guy is very good-looking and has been cute since birth. Now with the purple lightning between his eyebrows, it seems that the little guy is not only cute, but also noble. The little guy broke out of the shell, and Zhou Xuan carefully held the little guy in his hands. The fleshy feeling he felt when he touched it made Zhou Xuan unable to stop. Zhou Xuan touched the little guy's chubby face back and forth, and he couldn't touch him enough. The little guy kept making whimpering sounds and couldn't resist at all. The little girl just appeared and her eyes were not even open yet. When she was with Sha Juyu before, the more she resisted, the more excited she became. But I was excited to hold this cute little guy in my arms and he didn't resist. You're so cute, I'll call you Titan from now on. Zhou Xuan stretched out his index finger and gently tapped the little guy's face, with some doting in his tone. Zhou Xuan felt somewhat proud as he watched the little guy being born. Naturally, the responsibility of naming him fell on him. However, there seems to be a very serious problem, which is what the identity of this little guy is. Zhou Xuan seems to have not figured it out yet. However, this little fellow's bloodline is definitely no less than that of the Divine Phoenix clan. At this time, the voice of the system also sounded in his mind. After Zhou Xuan saw the content of the system, he was stunned. This bloodline is not inferior to that of the Divine Phoenix clan, it completely beats the Divine Phoenix clan. Chapter 152, The Sign of the Sacred Beast. The Sign of Divine Punishment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a pet. Name: Titan. Race: Duobao Beast Tribe. Root bone: unknown. Comprehension: unknown. Status: cub, weak. Closing square bracket. Contract: not established. The system's voice sounded in his mind, and Zhou Xuan was shocked after seeing Titan's message. This is actually the Duobao beast. In the beginning of ancient times, the heaven and the earth were in chaos, and in the chaos, many monsters created by heaven and earth were born. These monsters are the ancestors of many monsters in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Among them, the Duobao beast was born in the chaos. However, in that era when mythical beasts roamed everywhere, fairy beasts were as numerous as dogs, and sacred beasts were watchdogs, the Duobao beast was an extremely unique existence. Because there are so few Duobao beasts, in the ancient times, the prehistoric times, and even the prehistoric times, the number of multi-treasure beasts was extremely small. His whereabouts are not obvious, but he is an existence that countless powerful people in the world are extremely jealous of. The Duobao beast loves to eat the treasures of heaven and earth. Once swallowed, they will be tempered in a very special way inside its stomach, and then formed into an extremely powerful divine weapon. The death of a multi-treasure beast means the appearance of a secret treasure of heaven and earth. Nowadays, in the beast-taming continent, the Duobao beast has become a recognized extinct monster. There is no trace of it at all. It can be said that the Duobao beast is the most natural and incomparable furnace for refining weapons. A Yin realm level magic weapon was swallowed by the Duobao beast. With the right opportunity and luck, it could be transformed into an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon, something that even the great emperors find difficult to possess, but it can be made in the belly of the Duobao beast. Compared with the Divine Phoenix clan, the Duobao beast is much more precious than the Divine Phoenix clan, and its bloodline completely crushes the Divine Phoenix clan. After the Duobao beast reaches adulthood, it can be comparable to a powerful person in the Yin realm without practicing or swallowing the treasures of heaven and earth. This potential is totally incomparable to that of the Divine Phoenix clan. Who would have thought that the thing picked up casually in the dragon washing pool would be such a world-shaking existence? After calming down and checking Titan's panel, Zhou Xuan could only give a thumbs up. Even the system can't detect his aptitude and comprehension, it's simply incredible. However, noticing Titan's condition, Zhou Xuan hurriedly asked, "System, what's going on with Titan's status?" Ding dong, because Titan has established a contract with the host, and Titan has just hatched, Titan is in a weak state. Warm tips: after establishing a contract with a pet, the host can obtain certain experience feedback when the system level breaks through. The greater the host's contribution to the pet's breakthrough, the more feedback will be obtained. At the same time, the higher the bond value between the host and the pet, the higher the pet's combat power. Ding dong, the contract is now issued. Host, do you want to sign it? After hearing the system's explanation, Zhou Xuan immediately became excited. Damn, this is how cheating works. When your pet breaks through, you can gain experience feedback. You know, Duobao Beast is not only a weapon for refining, but also a weapon for cultivation. Right now this little guy is still in the cub stage. After he grows up a little in a few days, his advancement speed can only be described as terrifying. Signed. Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan nodded slightly. If he didn't sign the contract, he would miss the opportunity to make good use of the money. Moreover, according to the system's explanation, the higher the bond value, the stronger Titan will be. In other words, among pets of the same level, Titan can be called invincible. What makes Zhou Xuan even happier is that daily interactions, feeding, etc. can all increase the bond value. Of course, the best bond value is to fight and kill enemies together. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for establishing the contract. Current bond value, 2. The system's voice sounded directly, and at this moment, the little fellow who was whimpering in the palm of his hand suddenly opened his eyes. After seeing the little guy's bright eyes, Zhou Xuan couldn't help feeling a little shocked. Double pupils. Titan, it turns out he has double pupils. This was completely beyond Zhou Xuan's expectations. However, after establishing the contract, Zhou Xuan clearly felt that Titan's aura was constantly surging. In a trance, holding Titan in his hands, Zhou Xuan could feel that there seemed to be an extremely violent energy surging in Titan's body. About 3 incense sticks later, the purple lightning between Titan's eyebrows suddenly flashed, and Zhou Xuan was startled. This is a breakthrough. No, this breakthrough feels even easier than mine. I am cheating, but Titan is not. How can he have a breakthrough right away? A 4th level demon beast, This is equivalent to the 6th level Qi transformation realm. Moreover, Titan's breath seemed to show no signs of stopping. Not long after, the purple lightning between Titan's eyebrows flashed again. This time, Zhou Xuan was almost so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. King of beasts. In just a moment, Titan's aura rose directly from the 4th rank to the 10th rank, and then he crossed the threshold of the 10th rank in one fell swoop and was directly promoted to a king beast. The king beast is a terrifying monster that is comparable to a strong man in the realm of controlling laws. Such a monster would be worshipped like an ancestor in any holy land, and no one would dare to offend it. But Titan was just born, and he was already a king beast. Who could believe that he was born a king beast? Even though Zhou Xuan is knowledgeable and experienced, he was still deeply shocked by Titan. What shocked Zhou Xuan even more was that the little guy's breath still showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, in the small space, there was a faint gathering of thunderclouds, and in that thundercloud, a streak of purple lightning was particularly conspicuous. At the same time, outside the small space, suddenly, the weather outside changed drastically. Above the sky, the thunder chariot was rolling, as if the Thunder Emperor himself had arrived. More importantly, although there was clearly no fighting taking place here, the entire place was filled with a solemn atmosphere. This strange scene immediately made everyone alert. This calamity cloud seems to be a sign of a sacred beast. Could it be that there are other members of the Divine Phoenix clan lurking in hiding? In the crowd, a gray-haired old man said solemnly. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, the whole audience immediately became agitated. Master Qin, are you saying that there are still members of the Divine Phoenix clan who are still alive? The one called Old Qin is a supreme elder of the nearby Xiangjia sect, and he holds a very high status in this area. Just one sentence from him made people suspicious. If I remember correctly, purple lightning is gathering and the thunder chariot is rolling. This is a sign of heavenly punishment. Only a demon beast that is about to become a holy beast can trigger such a strange phenomenon. Old Qin spoke in a deep voice. But then, Old Qin's expression suddenly froze, and his eyes were fixed on the thunderclouds above the sky. In the thunderclouds, above the purple color, there seemed to be black gold thunder entwined. Chapter 153. No, you are also going to be affected by the thunder. The sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. The gathering of the purple lightning made everyone alert. Old Qin's words made everyone's hair stand on end. If there really were still strong men among the Divine Phoenix clan who were not dead, and they still wanted to be promoted to holy beasts, then no one present would be able to escape. In the space, the strange vision outside was also transmitted here. After seeing the golden thunder condense, Zhou Xuan was shocked. It was the appearance of a holy beast. Titan was born not long ago, but he already showed signs of being promoted to a holy beast. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but become worried. Many monsters fell here during the punishment of the holy beasts. I wonder if Titan can survive it. The little guy who had been lying in Zhou Xuan's arms stretched out his pink and tender little tongue and licked Zhou Xuan's fingers. It seemed that Titan had not felt the calamity cloud condensing above his head. Instead, his eyes turned to the light balls around him. There seemed to be a hint of seeking Zhou Xuan's opinion in Titan's eyes. Now that the contract has been established, Zhou Xuan certainly knows what Titan is thinking. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan smiled and said, "You can eat all of these." As soon as the words fell, Titan's body shook, and then he moved and flew directly towards the ball of light. A shocking scene then appeared. Zhou Xuan thought Titan would eat them one by one, but he didn't expect that when this guy opened his little mouth, a purple vortex formed in front of him. The next moment, all the light balls flew straight towards Titan. After seeing this scene, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is the first time I see Duobao beast eating, but no matter what kind of beast you are, you can't eat like that. Almost in just a moment, the little guy returned to Zhou Xuan with a bulging belly and a contented look on his face. Judging from the little guy's expression, he seemed to be enjoying it very much. The ball of light that looked like a galaxy disappeared in an instant, and Titan's belly became bulging, as if it would burst at any time. Seeing this scene, Zhou Xuan was a little amused. Duobao beast is Duobao beast and is never picky about food. For others, these opportunities and fortunes would take decades to carefully digest, but in front of Titan, all it needs to do is open its mouth. This terrifying ability has never been matched by any monster in history. Zhou Xuan couldn't help swallowing. When he was marveling at the little guy's terrifying abilities, the little guy suddenly burped. Then, a beam of orange light suddenly flew out of Titan's mouth. Zhou Xuan was shocked again when he saw it, orange opportunity. What Titan spit out was actually the orange opportunity that no longer existed. After seeing this scene, Zhou Xuan was shocked. Moreover, seeing Titan rubbing it in his hands, it seemed that he wanted to tell him about it. In an instant, Zhou Xuan also understood what Titan meant. Holding the orange opportunity in hand, a sense of the weight of history arises in my heart. At the same time, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but become curious about what was inside this orange opportunity. After all, the purple opportunity alone made Zhou Xuan earn a lot of money, and this orange opportunity is probably worth more than even 10 purple opportunities. However, after many attempts, Zhou Xuan was unable to open this orange opportunity. However, every time Zhou Xuan exerted his strength towards the orange opportunity, the sound of phoenixes would ring in his mind for no reason. At this moment, Zhou Xuan became even more curious. This orange opportunity might not be really related to the Divine Phoenix clan. The Divine Phoenix clan, the bronze lamps they hold are the key to surviving the chaotic void. After Titan swallowed the opportunity inside, the space actually made crackling sounds. The treasure space is about to collapse, so Zhou Xuan, there is no need for you to stay here. The harvest this time far exceeded my expectations. The Divine Phoenix ancestral scripture compiled by the second-generation super beast of the Divine Phoenix clan, the Divine Phoenix wings of the Divine Phoenix clan, and more importantly, a drop of real blood from a true super beast in the Divine Phoenix bone wings. In addition, there was his life-saving talisman, the Divine Phoenix ancestral feather, and with the birth of Titan, all the opportunities that he could not take away originally now fell into Titan's belly. As long as the benefits finally return to him, Zhou Xuan will be satisfied. He couldn't stay here for long, so holding Titan, Zhou Xuan flew towards the entrance of the space. There, someone actually came out from inside. The ruins of the Divine Phoenix clan suddenly collapsed, and in the dust, a young figure walked out and immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Zhou Xuan looked up and saw that the place was already crowded with people, and all eyes were focused on him. Zhou Xuan was not at all panicked, all this was within his expectations. Since he joined the Phoenix clan, Zhou Xuan had been thinking about taking advantage of the information gap to make a fortune here, but Titan's birth delayed too much time. Otherwise, according to the original plan, these people would gather here only after Zhou Xuan left. Moreover, the golden and purple thunder in the sky was still condensing. After it came out, without the protection of the space barrier, Titan finally raised his little head and looked up at the sky. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan patted Titan's little head and asked, "How about it, little guy, do you have confidence?" Titan seemed to understand what Zhou Xuan said. He rubbed his little head against Zhou Xuan's hands and made a few babyish whimpering sounds. The pair of pupils seemed to become even deeper. On the other side, the onlookers obviously still hadn't reacted to this scene. They were also among the first group of people to arrive at the ruins of the Divine Phoenix clan, so when a young figure suddenly appeared in the ruins, everyone would be a little confused. However, no one had time to react. The golden and purple thunder in the sky rumbled again, and the sound of heaven and earth was as loud as thunder, making people's eardrums hurt. Who on earth is this calamity cloud prepared for? Old Qin's eyes were gloomy, and he always had a bad feeling in his heart. This calamity cloud, unprecedented in history, was definitely not caused by them. On the contrary, these two people who suddenly appeared, one man and one beast, were closely related. However, Zhou Xuan's identity remains a mystery. This is because people of the Divine Phoenix clan rarely reveal the bodies of their divine beasts. At this moment, between heaven and earth, above the sky that had already condensed a lot, a sharp explosion sound suddenly came from above. Immediately, a purple thunder suddenly fell, and after the purple thunder, golden thunder followed closely. At this moment, Titan, who had been lying quietly in Zhou Xuan's hand, suddenly had purple lightning pulsating on his forehead. At the same time, there was a mysterious aura surging in his pupils that even Zhou Xuan could not comprehend. The next moment, when Titan appeared again, he was already above the sky. And then, the lightning that was powerful enough to destroy a powerful guardian in an instant suddenly disappeared without a trace. After Zhou Xuan saw the scene in the sky, he was also dumbfounded. "No, this is a thunderbolt. Are you going to be hit by a thunderbolt?" Chapter 154. You don't know how many words the villains die from. To be honest, Zhou Xuan was stunned when he saw Titan doing a fitness exercise and then going straight towards GLA. That is not ordinary food, but golden and purple thunder. If it strikes, it can kill people. However, Titan just opened his little mouth, and the golden and purple thunder carrying a vast aura was swallowed directly into his stomach. Stunned, The whole audience was stunned. What the hell, he actually swallowed the thunder that had the power to destroy the world in one gulp. Then, what kind of monster is that? It's so terrifying. Oh my god, I really didn't see it wrong. That thunderbolt was so terrifying, but I actually swallowed it in one gulp. If my giant sword sect had such a guardian beast, there would be no worries about not being able to rank among the top sects. Quote. After seeing Titan's outrageous behavior, everyone was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. I have lived for so long, but I have never seen a monster survive a catastrophe in such a direct and terrifying way. But soon, someone's eyes fell on Zhou Xuan. If you think about it carefully, Zhou Xuan appeared together with this little guy. However, when everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Xuan, they found that Zhou Xuan's eyes were on Titan from beginning to end, and he didn't care about this sight at all. Moreover, the fluctuation of Zhou Xuan's breath was very slight, and it could even be said that one could not feel any fluctuation of Zhou Xuan's breath at all. After noticing this information, everyone's hearts began to beat wildly. Although this monster was the first one they had ever seen in their lives, and it was a sign that it was about to be promoted to a holy beast, there was one thing they had to know: no matter which monster it was, after successfully being promoted, its body would enter a period of weakness. Although the holy beast can directly attack a strong man in the sky-breaking realm, but in the weak period, its strength is only at the golden body realm level. Even if it struggles in its death throes, it can't cause much waves. So, at this time, after seeing Titan's extraordinariness, some people present had already started to have other ideas. You know, even if we don't get any opportunities related to the Divine Phoenix clan on this trip, as long as we bring back this monster, it will be a great achievement. The great way of life is to fight for supremacy. The strong live and the weak die, so such a divine beast will naturally be occupied by the capable. Sure enough, after Titan took the first thunder, golden and purple thunder condensed above his head again. He had no time to pay attention to the situation below. Zhou Xuan's attention was all focused on Titan. Zhou Xuan had no idea what everyone was thinking. But soon, Zhou Xuan noticed that the atmosphere around him became quietly solemn. His eyes slightly turned, and more than a dozen people in the crowd slowly walked forward. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. "Sir, is this little beast yours?" At this time, a bald old man was leaning on a cane, ready to make a move. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, the whole audience burst into an uproar. Isn't that the old master of Hidden God Valley? Why did he come out of the mountain? Old Valley Master Lu has been in seclusion for 100 years. Rumor has it that he is striving to reach the realm of all laws. I never thought that he would be interested in the ruins of the Divine Phoenix clan. What a joke. This is the ruins of the Phoenix clan. If you take anything away, it will cost you more than 100 years of hard training. The old man was obviously quite famous in Shenyang State. His opening words attracted the attention of the whole audience. As for Zhou Xuan, his attention was still on Titan. "Mine, how is it?" After a long while, Zhou Xuan replied in a cold voice. This cold tone immediately aroused dissatisfaction among many people. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Zhou Xuan was just a kid whose hair had not even grown out yet. He was really fed up with life when someone dared to speak to Old Valley Master Lu like that. "I don't know what kind of monster your little brother has. After seeing it today, I am really happy." Just as Zhou Xuan was talking to the old man, a middle-aged man with a bare chest and a shocking scar on his face suddenly laughed. The middle-aged man spoke at this moment. No matter what, he was still worried that the Old Valley Master Lu would get there first. If such a coveted top-level monster fell into the hands of Qingxuan Valley, then the rise of Qingxuan Valley in the future would only be a matter of time. The Crazy Lion sect actually wants to take action too. Demon Lion Qin Zan is a true master of the Myriad Laws realm. If he takes action, the fate of this monster beast will be in jeopardy. I like this little beast very much. Just when everyone was still not able to come to their senses, another voice suddenly sounded. When everyone looked in the direction of the voice, they saw a short but muscular man looking at Zhou Xuan sinisterly. "Digia sect, it's actually Digia sect, they are here too." Every sound would cause quite a commotion in the audience. There is no doubt that these people enjoy considerable fame in this area. The fact that they dared to speak out at this time also shows that the forces behind them have considerable strength. The whole audience was in an uproar, because not only the Crazy Lion sect and the Jaw sect showed up, but more than a dozen forces expressed their opinions. Their goal was clear: to kill Zhou Xuan and then take this shocking little beast for themselves. All of a sudden, without any warning, some people moved forward and some people moved backward. Those who walked forward had a very clear intention, they also wanted to have a piece of the pie. Of course, there was no doubt that these people must have their own background. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to snatch it blatantly in front of so many people. The purpose of those who retreated was very clear. This scene was no longer something they could participate in. Leave a seat, and all you have to do is watch the game quietly from the sidelines. At this time, Titan had swallowed dozens of purple gold thunders in succession. Zhou Xuan knew that this should be Titan's final limit. Of course, this is also the final limit of this thunder. Finally, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze and saw nearly 100 people looking at him with gloomy faces. Zhou Xuan knew exactly what they were thinking. Immediately, Zhou Xuan waved his hand and a long sword fell into his hand. What a magical treasure! I didn't expect this kid to look ordinary, but the things he took out were extraordinary. When the sword of the void fell into people's hands, many people immediately became jealous. Boy, you are still too young. Don't you know that wealth should not be exposed to others? Hearing this, Zhou Xuan just smiled. Don't you know, villains, how much they die from talking? Chapter 155 Daxia has Juyu, Juyong has Zhou Xuan. Don't you know that expatriates die from words? Zhou Xuan smiled coldly and raised the sword of void in his hand slightly. In an instant, a sword intent as big as a mountain directly pressed down. Everyone was terrified when they sensed the sudden surge of terrifying aura from Zhou Xuan. Why does this kid's aura seem a little off? No, this aura, I'm afraid even a powerful person in the realm of controlling magic may not be able to withstand it. Zhou Xuan's aura and sword intent accumulated together, and in just a breath, it reached a terrifying level that was beyond the reach of others. Everyone, please get on the road together. Zhou Xuan shouted coldly, raised his sword, and the sword intent of the word, Sao, smashed directly forward. And those nearly 100 powerful men with great reputations did not even make a sound, and their bodies were directly smashed to pieces by the violent sword intent. The ruins of the Divine Phoenix clan were already filled with a shivering smell of blood because of Gai Juyu's actions. Now Zhou Xuan just made a casual move, and hundreds of dilapidated corpses were added to the ruins of the Divine Phoenix clan. The blood flowed together like a river of corpses. After everyone saw this scene, the air became stagnant and everyone was dumbfounded. More than a dozen powerful masters in the Wanfa realm and dozens of big masters in the Shenhe realm are now no match for Zhou Xuan's sword. This was an extremely horrific, even unimaginable method of killing, and it was definitely something they had never seen in their lives. But even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe what they saw. They couldn't imagine that a young man who looked thin and didn't even have much aura fluctuations could actually raise his hand and kill so many powerful men in the space of a breath. Is he a human being, or is he the ruthless killer god that walked out of the abyss of the earth? This fierce and decisive way of killing will definitely leave a lasting memory for them throughout their lives. Who on earth is he? How could he be so young and have such horrific killing skills? There are so many strong men, yet they can't even block his sword. Could this kid be the son of a super large sect or a super ancient sect who came out to gain experience? This guy is really scary. Quote. Zhou Xuan's hand rose and the knife fell without any hesitation. The crowd was all stunned and dumbfounded. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily, for fear of making some noise and being spotted by Zhou Xuan. At the same time, they couldn't help but secretly rejoice that fortunately they didn't choose to take action just now like a possessed person. Otherwise, they would definitely be among the corpses on the ground. Zhou Xuan raised his hand to casually deal with these troublemakers, and he had no intention of continuing to attack. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, this number of heads is enough to scare them. Moreover, the real opportunity of the Divine Phoenix clan was either taken by themselves or eaten by Titan, and they would not find anything decent next time. Looking up, I saw that the last bolt of lightning was swallowed by Titan with his little mouth open. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan was a little amused. This must be a duobao beast. It eats so many opportunities as candies, and now it treats the thunder as dessert after the meal. If it were any other monster, it would probably be struck into 5 or 6 pieces by the lightning. After swallowing the last thunder, Titan returned to Zhou Xuan's hands with satisfaction. The little head rubbed against Zhou Xuan's gentle palm, as if telling Zhou Xuan that he was full. Then, the little guy lay on his back and fell asleep in Zhou Xuan's palm. Titan is gone. Seeing this chubby little guy so cute, Zhou Xuan touched Titan's head, tiptoed, and left the spot. After seeing that Zhou Xuan had left completely, the onlookers gasped for breath as if they had been granted amnesty. However, among the crowd, more than half of the geniuses who came out from nearby sects to gain experience had already fainted on the spot out of fright. The young man who looked about the same size as them didn't deliberately release his imposing aura, but that one sword strike was enough to scare them to the point of peeing their pants. He thought he was invincible among his peers in the sect, but now he was being pressed to the ground by Zhou Xuan without being noticed. At the same time, Nine Yang sect. A woman dressed in black with a graceful figure appeared in front of the Zhuyang sect's mountain gate. After seeing the woman, an experienced elder from the Nine Yang sect immediately flew out to greet her. "I am Ji Quan from the Zhuyang sect, and I am here to meet Princess Juyu." The person who came was Xia Juyu from the Great Xia dynasty. Although the Zhuyang sect is a major holy place, its foundation is still far behind that of the Great Xia dynasty. And Xia Juyu can be regarded as a being above one person and above 10,000 people in the Great Xia dynasty. When such a person comes to the Zhuyang sect, it would not be an exaggeration even if the headmaster comes out to greet him. Moreover, in the future, Xia Juyu will undoubtedly become the next Emperor Xia of the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, if it really happened in the past, when Princess Juyu visited Zhuyang sect, not only the head sect leader, but even the leaders of each peak would come out to greet her in person. But that's not necessary now. There is Juyu in Daxia and Zhou Xuan in Zhuyang. Moreover, according to Zhou Xuan's talent, in the future, whoever sees the Nine Yang sect in the 9 heavens and 10 earths will have to respectfully call him Big Brother. It can be said that all the confidence of the Nine Yang sect now lies in Zhou Xuan. "Mr. Ji, you're too polite." After Xia Juyu appeared, he was not angry or upset because the level of the reception was not high enough. On the contrary, after seeing Elder Ji, she seemed a little absent-minded. After all, why hasn't that guy been seen for a long time? And Xia Juyu dared to show up, and instantly attracted the attention of many people. The first time Xia Juyu came to Zhuyang sect, it caused quite a stir. That was Princess Juyu. No one would have thought that she came here from afar just for her own holy son. At that time, any move of Zhou Shengji would attract the attention of everyone in the Zhuyang sect. Even some elders who were about to choose to go into seclusion postponed their seclusion time. If their own holy son could get close to Princess Juyu of the Great Xia dynasty, then the Zhuyang sect would be stable in the future. But later they discovered that it seemed that there was no need to cling to the towering tree of the Great Xia dynasty. In fact, judging from the intention of the Great Xia dynasty, sending Princess Juyu here seemed to be an attempt to win over Zhou Xuan. "Princess, Shengji Zhou has not been in the Nine Yang sect these days." Old Ji seemed to understand what Xia Juyu meant. Seeing that Xia Juyu had not spoken for a long time, old Ji spoke first. Hearing this, Xia Juyu's face suddenly turned red, and she said angrily, "Who said that this princess came here to find that guy?" Although he said this, Xia Juyu still released his aura to feel Zhou Xuan's presence. After making sure that he could not sense any fluctuations in Zhou Xuan's energy, Xia Juyu blushed and asked, "Where did he go? Princess, please forgive me. How can we guess the whereabouts of the Holy Sun?" However, before the Holy Sun left, he told us that the house that the princess had built on Qingxuan Peak has always been cleaned. If the princess comes, she can live there directly. After Mr. Ji explained clearly what he needed to say, he bowed and left. Seeing this, Xia Juyu, who was originally a little angry because Zhou Xuan was not there, couldn't help but raise a smile. "I didn't expect that guy would consider these things." Chapter 156. Crow Clan, what on earth are you going to do? After coming out of the Shenwang clan ruins, Zhou Xuan was not in a hurry to return to the Zhuyang sect. Instead, he turned around and went to Shenwang Mountain, which was also a must-visit. Shenwang Mountain has a very special status among the Shenwang clan. Shenwang Mountain is where alchemists of the Shenwang clan have lived for generations. Apart from the alchemists of the Qingxuan clan, no one, no matter how powerful, is allowed to live there. The Divine Phoenix clan has gone through countless years, and the Divine Phoenix Mountain has evolved into a medicinal mountain. The 100-year-old and 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines there can only be considered the lowest quality. On Shenwang Mountain, it would not be surprising if you found spiritual medicines that are 1,000,000-year-old. The reason why the Divine Phoenix clan has been able to stand in the 9 heavens and 10 earths for such a long time is also largely due to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Because the alchemy skills of the Divine Phoenix clan alchemists are unique and cannot be matched by many other alchemists. You know, the alchemists of the Divine Phoenix clan were once comparable to Danta and Yan Emperor. The three powers almost monopolize the supply of elixirs in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The disciples of the divine Phoenix clan have been able to enjoy countless supplies of elixirs and magical medicines since birth, which can be said to be that they have truly won at the starting line. Moreover, few people knew about the existence of Qingxuan Mountain. After Zhou Xuan came out of the secret realm of the treasure, he could go to Qingxuan Mountain to collect some loot. Of course, Zhou Xuan was being polite when he said he was plundering. This time, he wanted to find a way to move Qingxuan Mountain directly back to the Zhuyang sect. After all, the Zhuyang sect has been silent for so long, it's time to build it up. The first step in transforming the Zhuyang sect is to plant it with spiritual medicines. Not long after, a young figure appeared on a mountain top shrouded in spiritual mist. As soon as he landed on the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. The spiritual energy here is so dense that even the 9 Yang sect cannot compare to it. The spiritual spring gurgles and meanders away, and beside the spring, all kinds of spiritual medicines can be seen. Any one you pick up will look like 100 years old. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Xuan couldn't help but sigh. It was worthy of being the 9 Yang sect. The level of accumulation of foundation was really not comparable to that of ordinary forces. After arriving at Qingxuan Mountain, Zhou Xuan took out a black storage ring without any hesitation. This was something Zhou Xuan had specifically asked his master Wu Ding for before coming here. Ordinary storage rings cannot store living things. Although the ones I have can store things, I still cannot empty the entire Qingxuan Mountain. Therefore, before coming here, Zhou Xuan did his homework and asked his master for a storage ring. Now, there would be no problem even if he moved Qingxuan Mountain back. After scooping up the spiritual spring to wash his face, Zhou Xuan began to feel the turmoil. As long as he saw it, no matter how old it was, Zhou Xuan would uproot it. If others saw this level of brutality, they would definitely point at Zhou Xuan's nose and call him a prodigal son. That's a 1,000-year-old elixir, and you just pulled it out like that. Wait, it's an elixir that's been around for thousands of years, and you're just pulling it up like a weed. Simple and crude, this method seems to be a bit disrespectful to spiritual medicine, but it is also the most efficient. In about half an hour, Zhou Xuan had cleared one side of Qingxuan Mountain clean. Afterwards, he turned his target to the other side. He also used simple and rough methods and completed the task in one go. It took Zhou Xuan about half an hour to completely clean up Qingxuan Mountain. Zhou Xuan sat down on the ground with a feeling of being unsatisfied. To be honest, Zhou Xuan had planned these actions after he was responsible for the destruction of the Divine Phoenix clan. But when he actually started doing it, Zhou Xuan felt that he was following the route of a cool novel. 100-year-old or 10,000-year-old elixirs usually had to be treated with caution, but now, Zhou Xuan simply uprooted them. Even if there is some damage, I never feel sorry at all. This unprecedented feeling of satisfaction left Zhou Xuan wanting more. After sitting down to rest for a while, Zhou Xuan prepared to update his diary. The Divine Phoenix clan has already been destroyed, so the destruction of the Divine Crow clan is imminent. The Divine Crow clan has probably already started their journey. Their goal is clear, to occupy the Qingyu dynasty, and then re-establish their immortal status here. I don't know if the Qingyu dynasty can get through this difficult time. In the previous life, even if I tried to stop it, it still couldn't change the outcome of the Qingyu dynasty's demise. That battle was earth-shattering. Even if the Qingyu dynasty used all its strength, it still couldn't change the tragic situation of being destroyed by the Divine Crow clan. Fortunately, in the previous life, Qingdi and Yao both escaped alive, which ensured that the inheritance of the Qingyu dynasty was not broken. Otherwise, the consequences would be really hard to imagine. In a warm and soft fragrant pavilion in the Qingyu dynasty, Qingning Yao, whose aura had achieved a qualitative breakthrough, suddenly froze in expression. After seeing the contents of Zhou Xuan's diary update after many days, Qingning Yao had to forcibly withdraw from her cultivation state. Is this his second reminder? The Divine Crow clan is really coming. Although Zhou Xuan had read in his diary before that the Divine Crow clan would migrate to the Qingyu dynasty, after all, the Qingyu dynasty and the Divine Crow clan were not on the same level. Qingning Yao also found it hard to believe that the Divine Crow clan would really come. But this time, Zhou Xuan updated the diary again, which made Qingning Yao nervous. The Divine Crow clan is making a comeback. How could the Qingyu dynasty be their opponent? Finally, Qingning Yao could no longer practice peacefully, and she had to report this matter to her father. Ning Yao, are you serious? How did you get this information? In the Qing Emperor's palace, the Qing Emperor had a look of shock on his face at this moment. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it took him a long time to recover. "Father, this is what Zhou Xuan said. There is an abandoned teleportation formation between the Divine Crow clan and the Qingyu dynasty. These Divine Crow clan want to use the teleportation formation to come to the Qingyu dynasty." Qing Ningyao did not dare to delay. In fact, she had already delayed for too long. When Zhou Xuan first mentioned it in his diary, she should have reported this information to the Qing Emperor. However, it was only when Zhou Xuan mentioned it for the second time that Qing Ningyao's nerves really tensed up. After hearing Qing Ningyao's words, the Qing Emperor's eyes couldn't help but become solemn. Immediately, he snorted coldly and spoke slowly, "Qingyuan." As the words fell, a dark shadow slowly gathered in the quiet hall. Then, an old man in a black cloak and with an unknown face appeared in the hall. After seeing the old man, Qing Ningyao couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Qingyuan, she had only heard of this name. Even given his status and position, he had never actually seen him before. He never expected that his father would directly summon him this time. But if you think about it carefully, this is normal. After all, in the Qingyu dynasty, apart from Qingyuan, who is the best at hiding his body, there is no other person to spy on the information. Rush to Shenya province immediately to monitor the Shenya tribe's every move. If there are any signs that they are heading towards Qingyu dynasty, report it immediately. "I obey your command." Qingyuan knelt on the ground, clasped his hands together, and disappeared from the spot again. After Qingyuan left, Qingdi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Divine Crow clan, what on earth are you going to do?" Chapter 157. The Qingyu dynasty is about to perish. At this time, on the border of the Divine Crow clan, a huge crowd of people is heading somewhere. Among these people, all have a powerful aura like a mountain, and just walking around outside can cause a commotion in the major holy places. However, even such a luxurious lineup is now exceptionally low-key. Although these are the elite among the elite of the Divine Crow clan, now all of them are concealing their auras and dare not fly in the air on a large scale. Moreover, compared with the glory of the Divine Crow clan, their expressions now are all extremely depressed. The reason is simple: they are about to leave the Shen Crow state where they have lived for generations and go to a barren land. This may be a turning point for the Shen Crow clan. However, this will also be a moment of destruction for the Crow clan. Leaving the Shen Crow state was a helpless choice that the Shen Crow clan had to make. The Divine Phoenix clan had set an example before them, so they had no choice but to migrate even if they didn't want to. Qingyu dynasty, Zhou Xuan, you will all kneel before my Divine Crow clan sooner or later. Chen Ya's eyes were cold. Leaving Shenya state and occupying Qingyu dynasty was indeed a helpless choice they had to make. But Zhou Xuan, long before Long Huang made his move, he also wanted to place a chess piece on the board. There is a teleportation array between Shenyazhou and Qingyu dynasty border that has been abandoned for who knows how many years. It is impossible for ordinary people to open it, but with the profound background of the Divine Crow clan, it would not be difficult to open the formation again as long as enough spirit stones were invested. In fact, Shenya chose the Qingyu dynasty for several reasons. The reason for this choice is that there is a teleportation formation between the two. With this formation, they can transfer their clansmen as quickly as possible. The second point is that other holy places are actually protected by larger forces, but this does not mean that the Divine Crow clan is incapable of taking them down. It just takes some time and unnecessary costs. Although the Qingyu dynasty was protected by a great ancient dynasty, it was not as powerful as many vassal states. As long as enough benefits are given, the ancient dynasty above the Qingyu dynasty will naturally not interfere. The third point is because of Zhou Xuan of the Juyong sect. Not to mention that the 2 generations of saints of the Divine Crow clan died in his hands, this secret treasure of the Bronze Immortal Palace alone was enough for Shenya to lead his people to migrate to the Qingyu dynasty. As long as he could get the secret treasure related to the Bronze Immortal Palace from Zhou Xuan, returning to Shenya state again would not be an unattainable dream. Remember, the outside world does not know the reason why our Divine Crow clan migrated, but this also represents our Divine Crow clan's first real battle after entering the world. Although the Qingyu dynasty is just an ant, you must eliminate all of them within half an hour. In this battle, I want to announce to the world that my Divine Crow clan is about to enter the world. Beside Shenya, several elders had scorching eyes filled with fighting spirit. The Divine Crow clan left the Divine Crow state, and they were very angry about this matter. As long as they arrived at the Qingyu dynasty, they could vent their anger on the Qingyu dynasty. On the other side, Zhou Xuan sat alone on top of Shenhuang Mountain. He had wasted a lot of time in the secret realm of the treasure during this period. Taking advantage of this rare quiet time, he could compile the contents of his diary. Firstly, it can increase the three women's trust in him. Secondly, he can manipulate the situation and try to send the Crow clan to be buried with him in the shortest possible time. After a rough calculation, Zhang Yun and Qing Ningyao's trust value is now at the 3-star level, and it won't take many points to break through to the 4-star level. The senior sister, the Queen of Bliss, also known as Dueling Fei, currently has the lowest trust value, which is only at the 2-star level. However, now she is probably digesting the legacy of the Bronze Emperor and the Bliss Emperor. There is no extra energy to pay attention to these. However, Zhou Xuan had plans for every step. After destroying the Divine Crow clan and improving his own strength, he would set out to inherit the legacy of Emperor Yan. After gaining rich experience, Zhou Xuan realized that some plots had gradually gone beyond the original work because of his involvement. The mere fact that he would have to go to the primal chaos void to face a powerful emperor would require Zhou Xuan to be on his toes. Zhou Xuan held up his chin with one hand and casually fiddled with a 1,000-year-old elixir with the other. With his eyes lowered, he thought about it in his mind, and then he thought of the following content. A month ago, I sent the letter to Yaoer. She should have received it soon. This time, the Qingyu dynasty must be prepared for a comprehensive response. It's best not to hope that the Tianlong dynasty will take action. Although the Tianlong dynasty is an ancient dynasty with a very deep foundation, it still has a big gap to be compared with the Divine Crow clan. Moreover, the Tianlong dynasty is now in its ascendant period, and they will never confront the Shenya clan head-on for the sake of the Qingyu dynasty. This time, Yaoer, I am the only one who can get through this difficult time with you. During the Qingyu dynasty, the diary content was updated again. Seeing that his father, Emperor Qing, was writing a letter, Qing Ningyao said to him without any hesitation. Father, Yaoer, I don't need this letter to the Tianlong dynasty. When the Qing emperor heard this, his movements suddenly froze for a moment. Then, he looked at Qing Ningyao and asked, why would Yaoer say that? In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, above the ordinary sects, there are holy places, and above the holy places, there are ancient holy places and ancient great sects. Even above the ancient great sects, there are still immortal Taoist lineages standing. And above the dynasty, there is the ancient dynasty, the eternal dynasty, and the divine dynasty that is hard to shake. There is power above power, and there is orthodoxy above orthodoxy, and all of these, layer by layer, have formed an extremely special protective relationship. The Tianlong dynasty is the protector of the Qingyu dynasty. For a long time, the Qingyu dynasty had faithfully paid spiritual stones and spiritual medicines to the Tianlong dynasty over the years, in order that if something happened to the Qingyu dynasty one day, the Tianlong dynasty would be able to provide protection. Therefore, after receiving the news that the Zhenshan Crow clan was going to migrate to the Qingyu dynasty, the Qing emperor, before confirming the truth of the news, first thought of telling the Tianlong dynasty about this matter so that they could be prepared. But Qing Ningyao's next words made Qingdi suddenly realize. Father, the great way competes, the strong survive and the weak die. This is the law that has existed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths since ancient times. We all know the strength of the Divine Crow clan, and you and I also know the strength of the Tianlong dynasty. In this era of great chaos, the Tianlong dynasty will not offend the Divine Crow clan because of us. On the contrary, they may secretly collude with the Divine Crow clan to facilitate their arrival. In this chaotic world, everyone wants to climb up, but everyone will be shot to death. Qing Ningyao said this coldly, and after Qingdi heard it, his eyes became much darker. The Qingyu dynasty is about to fall. Chapter 158. No, I am a woman, how can I propose to someone? Qing Ningyao's words made Qingdi's eyes darker. In fact, he had already thought of this result. However, for the Qingyu dynasty, the Divine Crow clan was too powerful, and he didn't want to admit his inner thoughts unless others said it. Qing Ningyao's words were to the point and did not give Qingdi any reason to refute. Although this news was very sad for him, the Green Emperor still looked at Qing Ningyao with some relief and said, Ningyao, I didn't expect you to have improved so much. I am very pleased. If Qingyu can get through this difficulty, then this position will be handed over to you. With you here, I believe that in the future, our Qingyu dynasty will be incomparable to any other dynasty. The Qing Emperor spoke with great earnestness. He had actually wanted to say this a long time ago, but he was still a little worried. Although Qing Ningyao enjoyed great prestige in the Qingyu dynasty, she was still young. In addition, because of the great evil in her body, the Qing emperor rarely allowed Qing Ningyao to participate in court affairs. Naturally, Emperor Qing was still somewhat worried about handing over an empire to Qing Ningyao. However, at this critical juncture, Qing Ningyao remained calm and analyzed the situation clearly. This made the Qing emperor even more convinced that the Qingyu dynasty would become even more glorious in Qing Ningyao's hands. However, after listening to the words of the Qing emperor, Qing Ningyao seemed to guess what her father was thinking, and she immediately explained. "Father, I am not yet qualified to inherit the throne. I just want to assist you and do my part for the Qingyu dynasty." When the Green Emperor heard this, his eyes were filled with relief and love. Soon, he said, "Yaoer, you don't have to be modest. Your talent is enough to lead the Qingyu dynasty. As for how to proceed in the future, that depends on you. I'm already a little overwhelmed. However, being able to raise you is definitely the proudest thing in my life." In Qingdi's subjective consciousness, Qing Ningyao at this moment is humble. However, as a ruler, while possessing absolute dominance and power, what is often more difficult to train is humility. Once people hold power, they tend to become arrogant. The people are the ruler and the woman is the woman. At any time, only when a country cares about its subjects can it last long. Regarding this point, Qingdi, he believed that his vision was correct. However, Qing Ningyao's next words made Qingdi think deeply. "Father, Yaoer, you are indeed not qualified to inherit the throne." Yaoer came to these conclusions because Zhou Xuan told her. Zhou Xuan. When he heard these two words, Qingdi was visibly shocked. "Zhou Xuan, it's Zhou Xuan again. You know, the news of the Divine Crow clan migrating to the Qingyu dynasty was revealed by Zhou Xuan." Now, Qing Ningyao's analysis just now also came from Zhou Xuan. It was as if, from the moment the Divine Crow clan had that thought, Zhou Xuan seemed to have seen through everything, including the reaction of the Tianlong dynasty. The Divine Crows migrated, and the Tianlong dynasty sat back and watched. These two seemingly insignificant things are actually terrifying when you think about them carefully. First of all, the Divine Crow clan is an existence that can completely rival the Divine Phoenix clan. What does this mean? In other words, among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are only a few who can destroy the Divine Crow clan with a wave of their hands. Whether it is the Divine Crow clan or the Divine Phoenix clan, information within their clan is strictly controlled. I am afraid that even a super holy land would find it difficult to spy on it. What's more, this is about the migration of the entire Divine Crow clan. Such a shocking move is a secret among secrets. However, all this seemed to happen under Zhou Xuan's nose, and even the use of the abandoned teleportation array was clearly known to Zhou Xuan. This is very terrifying. Zhou Xuan, how did he get the news? The Qing emperor had a very deep impression of Zhou Xuan. That guy would definitely become an invincible giant in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. But that will happen in the future, definitely not now. With Zhou Xuan's current strength and the 9 Yang sect's background, it is impossible to obtain this information. But Zhou Xuan seemed to have a third eye, he knew everything. Since Zhou Xuan knew about the shocking action of the Divine Crow clan, then he must know some inside information about why the Divine Phoenix clan was destroyed. Thinking of this, Emperor Qing couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that the demise of the Divine Phoenix clan is inextricably linked to Zhou Xuan? You know, there is a feud between the Divine Phoenix clan and Zhou Xuan that is almost irreconcilable. If this is true, regardless of whether Zhou Xuan himself has the ability, the demise of the Divine Phoenix clan alone is enough to prove that behind Zhou Xuan stands a terrifying figure who is capable of covering the sky with one hand. The Qing Emperor could not imagine how terrifying this big guy was, but one thing was clear: if this man just raised his hand, even if there were 10 more forces that were no less powerful than the Divine Phoenix clan, they would definitely not be able to withstand the might of that big guy. Suddenly, Emperor Qing couldn't help but feel that it was time for him to take a closer look at Zhou Shengji. As for the second point, it is the reaction of the Tianlong dynasty. From this analysis alone, it can be seen that Zhou Xuan's vision is definitely on himself. Because, from the beginning to the end, the Qing Emperor had illusions about the Tianlong dynasty, and Zhou Xuan hit the nail on the head. Such vision is, at least, above the Emperor level. After pondering for a long time, the Green Emperor suddenly looked at Qing Ningyao and asked curiously, "Ningyao, how is the situation between you and Zhou Shengji now?" On the side, Qing Ningyao was visibly stunned after hearing Qingdi's words. It was obvious that she had never expected her father to ask such a question. After all, This is a life and death moment for the Qingyu dynasty. Father, shouldn't you focus all your attention on state affairs? Why are you asking such a question at this time? Qing Ningyao couldn't help but blush, and her slender hands tugged at the corner of her clothes anxiously. After a long time, Qing Ningyao stammered and said, That's all. No one knows a daughter better than her father. In an instant, the Green Emperor saw Qing Ningyao's inner thoughts. Immediately, the Green Emperor suddenly laughed loudly. After our Qingyu dynasty overcomes this national crisis, father will take you to the Zhuyang sect to propose marriage. Qing Ningyao, no, I'm a woman, how can I propose to someone? Chapter 159 Prelude to God. The Qing Emperor never stops talking until his words are shocking. His one sentence instantly made Qing Ningyao at a loss for what to say next. No, father, the country is facing a crisis now. Instead of thinking about how to survive this disaster, you are thinking about my children. Not to mention that the country is in crisis, is it reasonable for a girl like me to propose marriage to someone? Qing Ningyao tugged at the corner of her clothes a little nervously. At this moment, she seemed a little uneasy. In my mind, I kept thinking about that guy's figure. After a long while, Qing Ningyao puffed up her cheeks angrily, and then said with a slightly unhappy look. Father, please don't talk nonsense. That guy and I. Ha ha ha, silly girl, how could I not see your little thoughts? I don't know who secretly stuffed a purse into that kid's pocket last time. Father saw it all clearly. Don't worry, my father fully approves of this marriage. Qing Ningyao had only said half of her words when she was forcibly interrupted by the Qing Emperor. After a hearty smile, the Green Emperor's expression became much more complicated. But, I don't know what Zhou Shengji thinks. This thought came into Qingdi's mind for the first time. In the past, he was always a ruthless person with high standards. As for his daughter's future husband, in the eyes of Qingdi, only his daughter could choose him. No matter how stunning others were, they were not worthy of his precious daughter. But this time, Qingdi couldn't help but hesitate, or rather, he no longer had the confidence he had before. Because Zhou Xuan, the holy son of Zhou, has 10 million reasons to reject his own daughter. Zhou Shengji's brilliance is so stunning that no genius in 10,000 years can compare to him. It can even be said that Zhou Shengji is one of the most amazing people since the existence of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Emperor Qing was not sure that such a genius would be interested in his own daughter. On the side, when Qing Ningyao saw her father's hesitation, she felt an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. After pondering for a moment, Qing Ningyao couldn't help but pout, and a hint of arrogance appeared on her pretty face. I don't even bother to think about what that guy is thinking. Yes, her marriage with Zhou Xuan was destined in the previous life. It was just that what the Queen of Bliss said last time in Luoshenyuan made them become more rational. If they want to stay with that guy forever, then they have to become strong enough, at least, not to make him as tired as before. Otherwise, based on Qing Ningyao's personality, she would have gone to find Zhou Xuan long ago. At the same time, in the Zhang family's ancestral land. At this moment, there seemed to be an invisible wave around Zhongyun, spreading out in all directions like ripples. In that mysterious atmosphere, there is also an elusive sense of time. Ancient and mysterious, not long after, an illusory figure appeared around Zhongyun. Some are old and sickly, while others are so powerful that they overwhelm the heavens. The appearance of each figure would cause Zhongyun's aura to surge at a speed visible to the naked eye. And that's not all. What's even more shocking is that Zhongyun's robe fluttered without wind, and every time it fluttered, an extremely captivating sound was heard. At first, these sounds were mixed and chaotic, but they gradually converged together, as if they were given life, neat and orderly. More importantly, these sounds alone seemed to be mixed with a terrifying energy that was enough to destroy the world. At this moment, Qing Ningyao's body was already broken layer by layer, as if it would collapse at the next moment. This extremely terrifying power was simply intimidating. If Zhou Xuan was present, he would probably be shocked by the scene. There is no other reason, because the strange phenomenon around Qing Ningyao is exactly the terrifying skill that once suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths for nearly 80,000 years and no emperor dared to raise his head. Prelude of God. Yes, what Qing Ningyao is comprehending and practicing now is exactly the unique skill of the white-clothed god King Zhang Taishu, the prelude to the gods. When a song is played, even the great emperors in the 9 heavens and 10 earths have to lean over to listen. Unexpectedly, Qing Ningyao has now begun to touch the threshold of the prelude to God. The immortal music of transcending tribulation performed by the white-robed divine King Zhang Taishu and Gai Juyu were once terrifying skills that dominated several eras. I don't know how much time has passed, but in front of Zhang Yun, a long zither slowly condensed. The shape of the zither is extremely vague, and on it, there is only a faint string. At this moment, Zhang Yun raised his hands with great difficulty, and then, as if using all his strength, Zhang Yun gently plucked the strings. Just with this one move, the space was buzzing, as if a super divine beast had torn through the long river of void and rushed out to kill. Just by flicking it, Zhang Yun's face quickly turned pale. Blood gushed out. If her foundation was strong, she would probably faint on the spot. When she looked at the space in front of her again, although Zhang Yun looked a little painful, a rare look of joy still appeared on her pretty face. The space in front of me collapsed completely. The strong wind that swept out from the space crack seemed to have the power to destroy the sky, but it did not dare to get close to Zhang Yun at all. It was as if Zhang Yun was protected by gods all over his body. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Zhang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The excitement on his little face was self-evident. After returning from Luoshenyuan, in just a few months, she actually comprehended the prelude of God. Although, my current understanding of God's prelude is less than 1/10. But Zhang Yun was confident that with her current cultivation level at the Divine Union realm, even if a strong man from the Law Control realm came, she would be fully capable of killing him on the ground with the help of the prelude of God. Horrible. This stunt can only be described as horrible. And these were occasionally revealed by Zhou Xuan in his diary. Otherwise, with her level of comprehension, even if she were to spend another 100 years, it would be difficult for her to comprehend the prelude to the trance. As for these unique skills of the Great Emperor, Zhou Xuan, who possesses the Great Emperor Sutra, can easily master them. Although I cannot teach them back then, I can occasionally give them some pointers in the diary. Given the level of cultivation of these girls, it is not difficult for them to gain something from it. Moreover, by doing this, he can also gain the trust of several women. Such benefits are simply too comfortable. And on the Qingxuan mountain, Zhou Xuan was sitting cross-legged at this moment. After seeing the trust value feedback given by the system and the return of Titan's contract, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Xuan's face. Divine Crow Clan, the day of your destruction is not far away. Chapter 160 Gai Juyu asked you to marry him. In the Zhang family's ancestral land, Zhang Yun's aura was rising. After his jade fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither, his whole body's aura quickly weakened. However, from the layers of collapsing space, it can be seen how terrifying the power of this god's prelude is. After his energy and blood recovered a little, Zhang Yun's eyes fell on the diary. After reading the contents of the diary, Zhang Yun frowned slightly. The Divine Crow clan has great ambitions. Zhang Yun's lips moved slightly, and he said with some surprise. The Divine Crow clan migrated to the Qingyu dynasty, not just to avoid the emperor's murderous intent. Otherwise, with the ability of the Divine Crow clan, even if they wanted to migrate, they would never choose the barren Qingyu dynasty. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after thinking for a moment, Zhang Yun thought of something. The Divine Crow clan traveled thousands of miles to the Qingyu dynasty. During this time, they must have heard any movement in the Bronze Palace of Luoshenyuan. And in the Bronze Immortal Palace, the person who benefits the most is undoubtedly Zhou Xuan. The Divine Crow clan's move was partly to migrate to avoid the emperor's murderous intent, but the bigger plan was for Zhou Xuan. In other words, it was an opportunity for Zhou Xuan. Zhang Yun is extremely smart, how could he not guess what's going on? In an instant, a terrifying murderous intent burst out from Zhang Yun's bright eyes that made people unable to look away. Humph, Crow clan, your plan is wrong. Zhang Yun snorted coldly, slowly stood up, and her eyes returned to the diary again. There was a subtle hint of jealousy on her pretty face. Good for you, my little junior brother. Now you can write letters to others. I didn't see you write a letter to senior sister. That being said, Zhang Yun still walked out of the ancestral land. She made some plans in her mind and decided that before rushing to the Qingyu dynasty, she could still improve her realm again. At that time, with the addition of the god's prelude, she was truly qualified to fight alongside Zhou Xuan. Moreover, this is certain for Zhang Yun. If something like this happened in the Qingyu dynasty, Zhou Xuan would definitely not sit idly by. Similarly, if something like this happened to the Zhang family, Zhou Xuan would definitely take action. Therefore, this time, as long as Zhang Yun goes to Qingyu dynasty, he will be able to meet Zhou Xuan. And on top of Qingxuan mountain, the voice of the system sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for receiving pet cultivation feedback. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for reaching the Wanfa realm cultivation level 2. As soon as the system's voice sounded, Zhou Xuan felt as if a warm current was flowing through his limbs. Originally, Zhou Xuan's cultivation level remained at the pseudo-Wanfa realm level, but now, he directly received twice the energy required for cultivation in the Wanfa realm. Suddenly, Zhou Xuan's aura surged, and the barrier of the pseudo-Wanfa realm was broken through. The next moment, he actually reached the level of the true Wanfa realm. The first level of the realm of all things. The second level of the true realm of all things. 3 layers of true boundaries. The 7th level of the true realm of all things. In the end, Zhou Xuan forcibly suppressed the terrifying energy surging in his body, and his realm remained at the 7th level of the true Wanfa realm. In every realm, Zhou Xuan would cultivate to the extreme level before choosing to break through. And this time, in the pseudo-Wanfa realm, Zhou Xuan could be said to have directly reached the extreme level twice. Taking a deep breath, although he was only in the true Wanfa realm, the violent energy flowing in his body made Zhou Xuan fully capable of fighting against the strong ones in the Yufa realm without using any means, just relying on the accumulation of realm. Exhaling a breath of fresh air, Zhou Xuan had a faint smile on his face. He didn't expect that Titan's advancement would give him such a big breakthrough. However, even Zhou Xuan couldn't figure out what level Titan had reached. Gently stroking Titan who was sleeping soundly at his feet, Zhou Xuan's eyes inexplicably showed anticipation. After swallowing so many opportunities in the secret realm of the Phoenix clan's treasure, and considering the thunder as a snack, the little guy's progress this time can be said to be beyond imagination with ordinary thinking. Perhaps, after Titan wakes up from his sleep, he will bring himself an unexpected surprise. After calming down, before Zhou Xuan could react too much, the next moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the diary holder Zhang Yun's trust level has increased. Zhang Yun 4 stars, Changning Yao 3 stars, Du Lingfei 2 stars. The trust value panels of several women appeared in his mind. After a look, he saw that Zhang Yun's trust value was the first to break through to 4 stars. Changning Yao was also just a tiny bit away from 4 stars by trust points. As for Changning Yao, Zhou Xuan didn't have to worry at all, because he had already laid a foreshadowing for her. He has already released the news that the Divine Crow clan is migrating to the Qingyu dynasty. As for the Qingyu dynasty, since this matter concerns the future of the empire, the Qingyu dynasty will definitely send spies. When the spy brings back the news, Changning Yao's trust value will directly break through to 4 stars. As for senior sister Du Lingfei, she is only a breath away from reaching 3 stars. Zhou Xuan doesn't have to worry about this at all. So much effort was spent on making Du Lingfei believe the contents of the diary because Du Lingfei had a strong subjective consciousness and as the Queen of Bliss, it was difficult for her to trust many things. But precisely because of this, once trust is established, there is only progress and no going back. According to Zhou Xuan's current speculation, Du Lingfei must be trying his best to digest the great emperor's legacy. Once it is successfully integrated, perhaps Du Lingfei's trust value will grow explosively. After digging out most of the spiritual objects in Xinhuang Mountain, Zhou Xuan stretched lazily while holding Titan who was still sleeping. It's time to go back. After dealing with the Divine Crow clan, it's time to go there to inherit the Yan Emperor's legacy. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuan turned into a streak of light and disappeared above Xinhuang Mountain. At this moment, on top of Qingxuan Peak of Zhuyang sect, a beautiful figure was pacing back and forth in front of a bamboo house. The woman's eyes were a little wandering and complicated, sometimes frowning, sometimes happy. Looking at Zhou Xuan's bamboo house, no one knew what she was thinking at the moment. And the woman was none other than Sha Juyu who had come alone to look for Zhou Xuan a few days ago. However, after so many days, or someone said waiting for so many days, there was still no sign of Zhou Xuan, which made Sha Juyu a little unhappy. At this time, a middle-aged man with a wine gourd on his waist and a lazy and leisurely look was walking slowly towards them, yawning and holding his waist. After seeing Sha Juyu pacing back and forth in Zhou Xuan's yard, Wu Ding couldn't help but stop. Then, a slightly powerful voice came into Sha Juyu's ears. It looks like Gai Juyu asked you to marry him. Chapter 161 The Great Emperor will never be his limit. Unknowingly, Sha Juyu had been in Zhuyang sect for some time, but these days, he still couldn't see any sign of Zhou Xuan. Wandering alone in front of Zhou Xuan's bamboo house, suddenly, a voice came into Sha Juyu's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a middle-aged man with a lazy look walking towards me, carrying a wine gourd. Judging from the man's slightly flushed face, he probably didn't drink much today. There is no doubt that Sha Juyu doesn't need to think too much. The person who came must be the master Zhou Xuan mentioned, Wu Ding. Although he was not a member of the Juyong sect, after staying in the Juyong sect for so many days, Sha Juyu also understood a lot about the Juyong sect's deployment. Although the Juyong sect is a large holy place, its strength is still only at a second-rate level. However, within the sect, it seems that everyone has always adhered to the idea of practicing if you can, and giving up if you can't. For everything, I just do it as I please and never force anything. However, in such a sect with a seemingly extremely relaxed atmosphere, Qingxuan Peak is a special one. It doesn't mean that Qingxuan Peak forces its disciples to practice all day long. On the contrary, Qingxuan Peak seems to be the mountain that values practice the least. However, any random person from Qingxuan Peak is enough to defeat the other peaks. And the number of teachers under Wu Ding, including Zhou Xuan, was only 7. However, this dilapidated mountain seems to be a forbidden area in the eyes of disciples from other mountains. Putting aside other things, even if disciples from other peaks want to go to Qingxuan Peak, they have to report it a few days in advance. Of course, this is what Sha Juyu understood. In the past, when Du Lingfei and others were there, they would have handled the matter, but as several disciples went down the mountain one after another, the matter fell into Wu Ding's hands. And it was said that Wu Ding was either drinking or hanging out with Song Shangjun, the head of Hongye Peak, all day long. Naturally, no one dealt with the reports. As time went by, no one else dared to set foot on Qingxuan Peak. Especially after Zhou Xuan became the youngest saint of Juyong sect, Qingxuan Peak has become either a holy place or a forbidden place. As for the heads of other peaks, they heard that unless Wu Ding led the group personally, they could not enter and leave Qingxuan Peak freely. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess the identity of the man in front of him. Apart from Wu Ding, there is no one else. Perhaps because the incident happened suddenly, Sha Juyu didn't have time to hear clearly what Wu Ding said. Sha Juyu didn't care. Instead, he bowed with both hands and said respectfully as a junior. Junior Sha Juyu greets Master Wu. At this time, Wu Ding, carrying a wine gourd, had already come in front of Sha Juyu. After looking Sha Juyu up and down, Wu Ding couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. However, this look of satisfaction has two meanings. The first point is naturally the appreciation for Sha Juyu himself. As for the second point, it seems to be saying that his apprentice has good vision. Gai Juyu has a good eye. It is worth his fame to have a disciple like you. Wu Ding's slight comment caused a flash of shock in Sha Juyu's eyes. He actually knew his master. It seemed that, up to now, apart from that guy and my father, no one else knew about the existence of the relationship between Gai Juyu and myself. Immediately, Sha Juyu couldn't help but ask, "Senior, do you know my master?" Hearing this, Wu Ding opened the wine gourd and took a sip. He was about to speak, but stopped himself. In the end, he could only smile helplessly and said, "I know a little, but not much." Seeing this, Sha Juyu didn't care. After all, Zhou Xuan and his several senior sisters are so amazing, so how could this master be a simple person? Sha Juyu could easily think of this. However, before Sha Juyu could speak, Wu Ding spoke first. "Did your master ask you to come here?" Hearing this, Sha Juyu did not hide anything and nodded slightly. "Master asked me to come and look for that Zhou Shengji." Sha Juyu instinctively wanted to find that guy, but in front of Wu Ding, Sha Juyu still didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention anything else, just knowing the relationship between Gai Juyu and himself is enough to prove that Wu Ding is not just the head of a peak. It's a good thing to find that silly boy. With him around, your practice can save you a lot of trouble. But there is one thing I need to tell you. Don't try to make that stupid boy do something he doesn't like to do. Wu Ding, who had always been lazy and peaceful, suddenly became much more serious. This sentence also made Sha Juyu a little confused. It seemed that, from the time they got together until now, she had never forced Zhou Xuan to do anything. As for the future, it seems that there is no such possibility. However, Wu Ding seemed not to have finished his words. After tying the wine gourd back around his waist, Wu Ding's aura suddenly changed. It seemed like within a matter of seconds, Sha Juyu felt as if he was being pulled into another dimension by an invisible force. In this space that I have never been to or touched, even my breathing and blinking are not controlled by myself. Although Master Gai Juyu had never used this method on him, a sharp intuition told Sha Juyu that even if the master used this method, it seems that it is impossible to reach the heights of Wu Ding. I know you don't have any bad intentions towards that brat, and you don't have any bad intentions towards Gai Juyu. At least, not yet. But, what's involved behind Gai Juyu is huge. I hope he won't force that brat into this. There are some consequences that he shouldn't have to bear. Although everything is moving in a good direction now, I hope it will remain the same in the future. Let me be frank with you. If Gai Juyu really wants to involve Zhou Xuan in this in the future, don't say he's just a quasi-emperor. Even if he's a true emperor, I'll grab him and beat him up before that thing comes out. As for how hard to hit him, that depends on whether his old bones can bear it. After saying that, Wu Ding waved his hand and walked slowly in another direction. And it took Sha Juyu a long time before he felt his feet were actually on the ground. But an invisible pressure still made it extremely difficult for him to breathe. When he looked up, Wu Ding was gone. Instead, a powerful yet somewhat lazy voice lingered in his ears. Don't question what I say. Just like don't doubt Zhou Xuan's potential. The great emperor will never be his limit. Chapter 162, Rub the pills by hand, is this reasonable? Although Wu Ding had already left, Sha Juyu still stayed there for a long time. This was the most shocking answer Sha Juyu had ever heard to Zhou Xuan, other than from his master Gai Juyu. The great emperor will never be his limit. Could it be that in this realm of the great emperor, there is something even more unimaginable? However, the end of the great road competition is the realm of the great emperor. What is the realm above the great emperor? Also, what is the connection behind the master that Wu Ding mentioned? Why have I never heard of it? But, think about it carefully, Master Gai Juyu has already reached the quasi-emperor level, what could possibly be involved with him? And how terrifying would the causes and effects involved be? Wu Ding's few words now made Sha Juyu's head buzz, as if a thunder chariot exploded in his head. This feeling, apart from the shock Zhou Xuan brought to him before, he had never experienced it again. Moreover, this was the first time since Zhou Xuan that Sha Juyu heard someone dare to call his master by his name. Is this Wu Ding really just an ordinary leader? But every word he said revealed that his status was perhaps even higher than that of his master. Taking a deep breath, Sha Juyu was a little dazed. However, at this moment, a tingling sensation suddenly came from the soft and perky buttocks. This made Sha Juyu's delicate body tremble. Her figure was already slender and graceful, and the sudden shaking made her look like a wild flower in the cold wind, ready to fall and break at any time. Sha Juyu didn't even need to look back, she already knew who the owner of this hand was. Apart from Zhou Xuan, who else would have the courage to take pictures of himself so blatantly? However, before Sha Juyu could even open his mouth, a familiar, teasing voice came from behind him. It doesn't feel as soft as before, I have to remember to take good care of it next time. As the sound just reached my ears, a tingling sensation came from my buttocks again. At this time, Sha Juyu's pretty face had become as red as a ripe apple, bright and juicy, and particularly attractive. Any man who sees it will want to take a bite. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and Sha Juyu unconsciously brought her legs closer together. After a long while, after realizing his own misconduct, Sha Juyu suddenly realized and said angrily, "Bah, you filthy bastard, you are nothing but a pervert." When she turned around, she didn't see Zhou Xuan standing behind her. When she came to her senses again, Zhou Xuan had already appeared in front of Sha Juyu. "You call me a scoundrel, but if you can, stop shaking your legs." Being teased by Zhou Xuan like this, Sha Juyu immediately felt angry and hateful. She raised her hand as if to hit Zhou Xuan and teach this scoundrel a lesson, but before her hand could fall, Zhou Xuan grabbed it tightly. I don't know if it was because Sha Juyu didn't use much strength or because his strength was too weak, but Zhou Xuan just pulled gently and Sha Juyu fell directly into Zhou Xuan's arms. Sha Juyu's soft and delicate body was pressed against his arms, so soft and boneless that it made people feel loving and sympathetic. Sha Juyu's eyes were like galaxies, his almond-shaped pupils were full of spring, and his breath was as fragrant as orchid. Even Zhou Xuan couldn't help but be shaken when he saw this scene. Just when Sha Juyu was about to slowly close her eyes, Zhou Xuan gently tapped her forehead. Immediately, Zhou Xuan said unhappily, "This is really rare. You are the Princess Juyu of the great Sha dynasty. Your status and position are no less than our headmaster. You keep asking to leave the Juyong sect. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Zhou Xuan interrupted Sha Juyu's confused thoughts. He said with a little displeasure, "What do you care about me?" After saying this, Sha Juyu seemed a little unconvinced and continued with a proud look on his face. In these 9 heavens and 10 earths, this princess can go wherever she wants, and you have no right to control her. On the side, seeing Sha Juyu being so arrogant, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but laugh and cry and shook his head. Well, I remember that ever since I received the Ascension Order, you have followed me wherever I go. If they didn't know my exact location this time, some of them might have followed me there. What do you care about me? Seeing Zhou Xuan's smug look, Sha Juyu immediately stomped her feet in anger. However, no matter how she acted cute, Zhou Xuan just wouldn't fall for it. Seeing this, Sha Juyu directly showed Zhou Xuan what it means to be truly frightened. At this time, Zhou Xuan turned his wrist slightly, and after a flash of light appeared on the storage ring, several small porcelain bottles appeared in Zhou Xuan's hand. Seeing this, Sha Juyu also cast a curious look. But before he could open his mouth, the refreshing fragrance of the elixir went straight into his internal organs. Unconsciously, a strange light flashed across Sha Juyu's eyes. Here, this is for you. As he spoke, Zhou Xuan directly threw the small porcelain bottle in his hand to Sha Juyu. After opening the porcelain bottle, a small pill that was dark yellow in color and as smooth as jade fell into Sha Juyu's hands. At first, Sha Juyu just frowned slightly, as if he didn't recognize the true origin of this small pill. But just a moment later, Sha Juyu's head suddenly buzzed. There was an indescribable lack of confidence in his eyes. This is the Wanfa pill. The Wanfa pill contains the origin of all things. Taking this pill can help one comprehend all the principles and laws. It plays an irreplaceable role in improving the strength of those in the Wanfa realm. This pill is also known as a machine for creating strong people in the realm of all laws. As long as one has decent aptitude and foundation, taking one pill and concentrating on comprehending it, it will not be difficult to break through to the realm of all laws. It can be said that this is a great bridge from the Shenhe realm to the Wanfa realm. At the same time, it is also a divine object for the strong people in the Wanfa realm to climb up to the Yufa realm. And after roughly estimating the Wanfa pills he had in his hands, there were no less than 100 of them. This is what shocked Sha Juyu the most. The Wanfa pill is extremely precious. If one of them suddenly appears in the world, it will definitely attract a lot of powerful people to fight for it. But Zhou Xuan was better. He directly took out more than 100 of them. Even the alchemist in the 9 heavens and 10 earths cannot create an arm like this. Where did you get these Wanfa pills? At present, among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are probably only a handful of pharmacists who can refine the Wanfa pill. Moreover, the probability of success is extremely low. If one is able to be refined, it will be auctioned off to its descendants by the elders of the ancient dynasties and ancient sects at a very high price. Now, I'm afraid that the Wanfa pill can only be found in large quantities in those ancient tombs. However, that kind of place is extremely dangerous. One could die if one is not careful. Most people don't dare to gamble their lives there. Moreover, ancient tombs are not so easy to find. It can be said that now among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Wanfa pill will be used up as soon as one is used. But how could people not be shocked that Zhou Xuan could take out so much at one time? Zhou Xuan's next answer almost made Sha Juyu lose his balance. Where can it come from? It must be rubbed by hand. Sha Juyu, rub the pills with your hands, is this reasonable? Chapter 163. Do I have to bow down for love again tonight? The Wanfa pills were of such high quality, all of them were of top-grade quality, which made Sha Juyu doubt Zhou Xuan's identity. All the precious elixirs that this guy obtained in the past were by his side, so it's a bit hard to explain these elixirs this time. This quality has probably surpassed the ranks of top-grade elixirs. According to Sha Juyu's understanding, it is very difficult to find an alchemist in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who can refine elixirs of this quality. Not to mention rubbing the pills by hand. Naturally, Zhou Xuan's words would definitely not convince Sha Juyu. After glaring at Zhou Xuan unhappily, Sha Juyu deliberately said provocatively, come on, if you have the ability, rub one with your hands and show me." Hearing this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. This was really an attempt to exaggerate the situation. However, Zhou Xuan didn't have to worry at all. The reason was very simple. The system gave him 10,000 pills last time. Not to mention giving Sha Juyu 100 pills, even giving her 1,000 pills would not be a problem. Then, Zhou Xuan said with ill intention, "What would you say if I could rub it out with my hands?" At one side, Sha Juyu stared at Zhou Xuan with suspicion. After looking him up and down, he felt something was wrong. Although that was not possible, Sha Juyu still felt that this guy was up to something bad. Just make it clear that you can't use the elixir to bluff people. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan smiled slightly and said calmly, "Do you think that this Wanfa pill is like the weeds on the roadside, which can be crushed to death with one step?" Zhou Xuan's words made Sha Juyu feel that it seemed to make sense, and it was a very reasonable thing. Indeed, this is the Wanfa pill, not some cabbage on the roadside. It is impossible to get it just by saying so. Zhou Xuan was able to come up with so many things, which almost made him unable to close his mouth. So, no matter how many Wanfa pills Zhou Xuan has, there can't be 10,000 of them, right? This is impossible. So, without hesitation, Sha Juyu nodded and said, "Okay, if you can rub out another Wanfa pill by hand, I'll let you in." Hearing this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but smile slightly. "What do you mean by I win? Let me make it clear first, what if I lose?" Hearing this, Sha Juyu was instantly choked up. The confidence that had been built up with great difficulty was unknowingly shattered by Zhou Xuan. But, for some reason, Sha Juyu always had a spirit of refusing to admit defeat in front of Zhou Xuan, even though he always lost to this guy. After encouraging himself in his heart, Sha Juyu's eyes became much more determined. Whatever happens, it's not like this princess can't afford to lose. Seeing Sha Juyu's confident look, Zhou Xuan felt relieved and glanced at Sha Juyu with ill intent. Immediately, Zhou Xuan slowly put his palms together, and thunder surged in his hands. When Zhou Xuan let go of his hand again, there was obviously an extra pill in his hand. Both the appearance and the fragrance of the pill are exactly the same as the one in Sha Juyu's hand. Then, Sha Juyu just stayed where he was. How is this possible? How is it possible to make pills by hand without the help of beast fire and alchemy furnace? This is simply impossible. However, the facts are right in front of us and Sha Juyu cannot afford to argue. Zhou Xuan can really make pills with his hands. Of course, these are just a small trick of Zhou Xuan. Not to mention making pills by hand, even if a spiritual medicine of 10,000 years old was placed in front of him and a supreme alchemy furnace was added, Zhou Xuan would not be able to refine it. The lightning concealed the flickering light of the storage ring, and with a little bit of soul shielding, naturally, the hand-rubbed pill appeared in Zhou Xuan's hand. These are extremely simple for Zhou Xuan, but for Sha Juyu, they are very sci-fi. It's absolutely sci-fi. Even now, she couldn't get over the shock she had just felt. This is the first time in my life, and maybe it will be the last time I see someone rubbing pills with their hands. Unconsciously, Sha Juyu's eyes when looking at Zhou Xuan became much weirder. After all, what kind of monster is this guy in front of me? Why can he make pills with just his bare hands? Moreover, it is the Wanfa pill that claims to save one pill after taking one. You know, if these 100 pills were kept in the Nine Yang sect, we would not be 100% sure about them. However, this can produce nearly 70% of powerful people in the realm of all laws. A sect can have the foundation of hundreds of powerful people in the realm of all laws. Just imagine, if everything goes according to plan, such a grand occasion will take at least nearly 500 years to appear. Although, Sha Juyu is very tempted by the Wanfa pill now, after all, she is only at the Tongyu realm. Let alone so many Wanfa pills, even if there are only one or two, it will be a natural thing for her to advance to the Wanfa realm. However, after a slight hesitation, Sha Juyu pulled Zhou Xuan's hand and forcibly stuffed the Wanfa pills back into Zhou Xuan's hands. Let me tell you, I won't accept bribes with these pills now. Punishment must still be given. Zhou Xuan was a little confused and said with a smile. Hearing this, Sha Juyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhou Xuan, and then said unhappily. This princess does not need the help of these external objects to break through to the realm of all laws. In just one sentence, Zhou Xuan immediately understood what Sha Juyu wanted to express. Although Sha Juyu said that she didn't need these things, in fact, what she wanted to tell Zhou Xuan was that these things would be more suitable to be given to the people of the Zhuyang sect. After all, this is an era of great strife, and with the existence of Emperor Sha and Gai Juyu, the great Sha dynasty can completely protect itself. However, the Nine Yang sect is beginning to become turbid in this era. If it does not improve its strength as soon as possible, it will be in dire straits in the future. Zhou Xuan could naturally understand Sha Juyu's thoughts at a glance. After all, he was not stupid. After understanding Sha Juyu's thoughts, Zhou Xuan said with a smile. Oh my, why don't you use any external tools? Look at what you can do. To tell you the truth, I don't lack this thing right now. If I don't lack it, it means that the Nine Yang sect doesn't lack it either. You don't have to worry at all. You have someone to protect the great Xia dynasty, and my Nine Yang sect naturally has unknown and transcendent existences as well. It's just that the Nine Yang sect has always been very low-key. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuan stuffed Wanfa back into Xia Juyu's hands. Then, Zhou Xuan continued to speak earnestly. When you return, you can give some of these Wanfa pills to the middle-class people in the dynasty, so that they can improve as soon as possible. As for the rest, you can keep them. When there are outstanding talents in the great Xia dynasty, you can give them a chance to succeed. After saying that, Zhou Xuan raised his hand as if to hit that soft spot, but Xia Juyu took a step back calmly and just dodged it. After listening to Zhou Xuan's explanation, Xia Juyu felt relieved immediately. Having been with this guy for such a long time, Xia Juyu thought he knew his temper very well. At least, this guy never does anything unreliable. After putting away the Wanfa pill given by Zhou Xuan, Xia Juyu was about to leave. However, before he could turn around, Zhou Xuan grabbed Xia Juyu's jade hand. Seeing this, Xia Juyu frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, a fleeting arc appeared at the corner of Zhou Xuan's mouth. "If you lose, you have to admit it. Haven't you ever heard that? No pain, no gain." Seeing Zhou Xuan holding her hand tightly, Xia Juyu's pretty face turned slightly red, and her pair of beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. "Do I have to bow down for love again tonight?" Chapter 164 Wait for me. On the other side, in the Qingyu dynasty, in the past few days, Qing Ningyao hardly practiced at all, because all her time was spent discussing with Qingdi and a group of Qingyu middle-class people how to resist the Divine Crow clan. Although, Qingyuan has not brought back the information yet. However, this news came from Zhou Shengji. Although the spies of the Qingyu dynasty did not send the news back, they still had to be fully prepared. This seemingly insignificant action of the Divine Crow clan can directly affect the survival of the Qingyu dynasty. They must not be careless, and at the same time, they have no right to be surprised in front of the Divine Crow clan. At this time, in the Sihai Hall of the Qingyu dynasty, the Qing Emperor sat high on the dragon throne, his majesty already reaching perfection. Qing Ningyao, who was sitting on the side, had an imperial power that was no less than that of the Green Emperor, but now, her slender hands gently supported her delicate chin, as if her attention was not focused on the meeting. Once, with the help of Zhou Xuan, Qing Ningyao successfully obtained the Emperor's heart fruit from Hun Tiano. The Emperor's heart fruit contains the imperial power of heaven and earth. After taking it, with the blessing of the imperial power, one can rule a top dynasty. Within the dynasty, one can also greatly improve one's own combat power. Even fighting against opponents of higher levels is not a problem. Therefore, at this moment, Qing Ningyao's imperial power is no less than that of the Green Emperor, and even, vaguely, it is above the Green Emperor. It's just that Qing Ningyao deliberately restrained herself and didn't dare to release it completely. After all, the Green Emperor is still here, so she dares not act presumptuously. I think that since the Divine Crow clan has come to attack our Qingyu dynasty, let me say something extremely treasonous. The current dynasty is no match for the Divine Crow clan. Resistance will only destroy the destiny of our Qingyu dynasty. As the ancients said, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. The most important thing for my Qingyu dynasty right now is to lie low and retain our strength so that we can strengthen my Qingyu dynasty in the future. Therefore, I, this old minister, dare to advise you to take the princess and the rising talents of our court away with you, and keep our Qingyu dragon veins unbroken. Under the Sihai Palace, an old man with white hair and beard, served by scholars, spoke tremblingly. As soon as these words came out, many voices of agreement came from behind the old man. Sitting on the dragon throne, if an emperor heard such disrespectful words, he would surely be furious. Then, the Green Emperor remained expressionless and turned his gaze to the general standing on the other side. Absurd. I think the elder has become senile and confused. Do you mean to let the Qingyu royal family run away like a lost dog? The empire is in danger. How can we retreat? I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Death is death. It is an honor for us, the subjects, to sacrifice our lives for the empire. On the other side, a man covered in heavy black armor snorted coldly. Even when facing the Divine Crow clan, his words were still filled with murderous intent. The bloodiness of a butcher on the battlefield is fully displayed at this moment. The man's words also attracted a large number of supporters behind him. For them, death is just a matter of life and death. What is there to be afraid of? When the scholars on the other side heard these words, they could not help but shake their heads and curse the man as a rude man. What's the difference between fighting the divine Crow tribe at this time and lining up to die? The Green Emperor looked at the quarrel below with a calm expression. If one can be a monarch of a country, then he must naturally tolerate what others cannot tolerate. The Green Emperor can naturally listen to different voices. The voices now can be divided into two categories. One is to temporarily avoid the attack, and the other is to fight to the death. At worst, a king will die for his country and the emperor will guard the national border. The Green Emperor lowered his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, he let out a long breath, and then his dragon eyes looked at Qing Ningyao who was sitting beside him. However, Qing Ningyao's thoughts were wandering now, and she seemed not to notice Qingdi's gaze. As the Qing Emperor's gaze shifted, the eyes of everyone in the hall also turned to Qing Ningyao. "Yaoer, tell me what you think." The Qing Emperor's voice interrupted Qing Ningyao's thoughts. However, Qing Ningyao, who had not been concentrating from beginning to end, was slightly stunned and seemed a little at a loss. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Princess Ningyao had devoted all her heart to the Qingyu dynasty these days. You know, in previous court meetings, this kind of situation has never happened to Princess Ningyao. There is only one situation that could make Princess Ningyao act like this, and that is the crisis of the empire. Of course, these are just the unilateral thoughts of the civil and military officials. What Qing Ningyao is thinking about now is why the letter from Zhou Xuan has not arrived yet. A few days ago, the guy said that he wrote a letter to himself. However, so many days have passed and the letter has not arrived yet. When the Green Emperor saw that Qing Ningyao seemed to be out of shape, he immediately turned his gaze away without making any expression. Report, Princess Ningyao's letter. It was at this time that a voice came into the hall. Show it up quickly. After hearing that she had received a letter, Qing Ningyao stood up from her chair unconsciously. Not only did he stand up, but he also walked down the stairs. Qing Ningyao, who had been looking worried all this time, now revealed a hint of uncontrollable joy on her pretty face. The joy that was beyond words made it clear at a glance how much this letter meant to her. And below the main hall, a group of scholars couldn't help but cast strange looks at Qing Ningyao as she walked down the steps. Although Qing Ningyao was not yet the true emperor of the Qingyu dynasty. But in everyone's heart, Qing Ningyao's prestige is no less than that of an emperor. It has been said since ancient times that the king never descends from the throne. Qing Ningyao's behavior was somewhat impolite. However, the generals were all very happy. They thought that with the princess's personality, she would definitely be able to get along well with the soldiers in the army. If you stick to old rules and regulations like those literati, how can you lead the army in the future? I took the letter and saw a small purple flower pinned on the envelope. Of course Qing Ningyao remembered this little purple flower. She had picked it for him when Zhou Xuan took her to wander around the back mountains when she had traveled thousands of miles to the Zhuyang sect. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xuan still kept it. Before she even read the contents of the letter, Qing Ningyao felt a warm current flowing through her heart. The smile on his face deepened. Before she had time to return to her seat and sit down, Qing Ningyao had already opened the envelope. And the letter only contained 2 words. Just these 2 words gave Qing Ningyao an indescribable sense of security. Wait for me. Chapter 165. Zhou Shengji, he will soon come to the Qingyu dynasty. A letter came from thousands of miles away, but there were only 2 words on it. Wait for me. Just these 2 words gave Qing Ningyao an indescribable sense of security. How could Qing Ningyao's recuperation allow her to make such a low-level mistake in the presence of so many ministers? To be honest, the reason why he was so dazed was that there was a trace of love in it, but more importantly, it was for the consideration of the empire. After all, no matter how much the civil officials and military generals discuss, no matter how great the Qing emperor's strategies are, in the face of absolute power, all of these are meaningless and have no effect at all. In the face of absolute power, only absolute power can resist and destroy it. And this absolute power is Zhou Xuan. Qing Ningyao also wanted to take charge of the Qingyu dynasty, but she did not expect that the Divine Crow clan would take such an action, leaving her no time to prepare at all. Everything happened so suddenly that it was hard to breathe. After seeing what Zhou Xuan recorded in the diary, Qing Ningyao knew very well that the turning point of the Qingyu dynasty might lie in Zhou Xuan. However, Qing Ningyao herself did not know the specifics, but what was certain was that the guy would definitely not sit idly by. This letter also expresses Zhou Xuan's determination very well. Although, it's just 2 words. But the words, wait for me, mean that Zhou Xuan will stand on the opposite side of the Divine Crow clan. Such courage is absolutely hard to imagine. Qing Ningyao's almond-shaped eyes were full of spring, and the faint smile on the corner of her mouth could not be concealed. Finally, I can finally fight alongside him. However, Qing Ningyao is now very nervous. If she is not mistaken, Zhou Xuan should arrive at the Qingyu dynasty in a month, which means that they will be able to meet again in a month. She would be able to see him. However, this also means that 1 month later, when they meet, they will be involved in a life-and-death battle with an unknown outcome. I don't know if that meeting will be the last one. Qing Ningyao is very hesitant now. However, Qing Ningyao's slender jade hand tightly grasped the envelope, and in front of everyone, her eyes became more determined. Then she murmured to herself, "I'm waiting for you." This sentence, although as thin as a gossamer, was clear to the ear. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look confused. Princess Ningyao, what happened to her today? Who is she waiting for? Everyone was puzzled, and perhaps only the Green Emperor could understand this sentence. Who else can wait for in this troubled times? It's nothing more than a sweetheart. However, although he had not seen the content of the letter and had only met Zhou Xuan once when he went to the Holy Land of Bliss, when he heard Qing Ningyao say this, Qing Emperor inexplicably felt more confident in his heart. Because, Zhou Shengji, he will soon come to the Qingyu dynasty. At the same time, on the other side, on the border of Shenyang State, a black shadow emerged silently. The black shadow was wearing a black cloak and his face could not be seen clearly. Although he was standing in the air, his figure was blurry, as if he was about to merge with the heaven and earth. Even the breath is rarely emitted. And this person is the Qingyu dynasty's trump card. It is called a trump card because even among the high-ranking officials of the Qingyu dynasty, no more than a handful of people know of his existence. Before Qing Emperor ascended the throne, Qing Yuan had already served under the older generation of Qing Emperor. By the time it came into the hands of the Qing Emperor, Qing Yuan had already retreated behind the scenes and became one of the major backers of the Qingyu dynasty. Of course, in Qingdi's original plan, Qing Yuan was left to Qing Ningyao. Qing Ningyao will become an emperor in the future. Although he is born with the potential to be an emperor, the open and secret struggles will never stop no matter where he is. No matter how outstanding Qing Ningyao is, she will still face some difficult or even unsolvable problems. Therefore, Qing Yuan was nominally in the hands of Qing Emperor, but in fact, Qing Emperor had already assigned him to Qing Ningyao's subordinates. This time, if it weren't for the actions of the Divine Crow clan, Qing Yuan's identity would not have been exposed even if he died. In front of Qing Yuan, there was a place covered by weeds and ruins. A large group of people were throwing all kinds of huge and top-grade spirit crystals into it as if they were risking their lives. After the spirit crystals were thrown down, although they were insignificant to this teleportation formation, don't forget that the Divine Crow clan had nothing but spirit crystals. What a joke! For a top-level force that has accumulated so much power to this day to forcibly create a large formation using spirit crystals, that would be an easy task. After seeing this scene, Qing Yuan's expression became solemn. It seemed that, just as the Qing Emperor said, the Divine Crow clan was going to take action against the Qingyu dynasty. This would be a fatal blow to the Qingyu dynasty. However, before coming here, Qing Yuan had vaguely heard the news that the Divine Crow clan was migrating to the Qingyu dynasty. It seemed that this news came from Zhou Shengji of the Juyong sect. However, before Qing Yuan could think about it, after confirming the news, he had to rush back to the Qingyu dynasty and report the matter to Emperor Qing. This battle will be really difficult for the Qingyu dynasty. Sir, now that you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Just when Qing Yuan wanted to hide again, at this moment, an extremely old voice came into his ears. When Qing Yuan heard the voice, his entire body was filled with chills, as if he had just witnessed something terrifying, life or death. Qing Yuan swallowed and turned around with difficulty. At this time, an old man who looked very old was already standing in front of Qing Yuan. Tisk tisk tisk, not weak, at this level he is already able to conceal his aura to this extent. If this realm is further improved, I don't know when I will be able to see you next to me. Interesting, interesting. I wonder which faction you belong to, sir. The old man is none other than Shen Ya, the top fighter of the Divine Crow clan. At this moment, Shen Ya was calm and composed, seemingly doing nothing. It seemed that he was not worried that Qing Yuan would use some means to leave. On the contrary, it was Qing Yuan. Although Shen Ya was 10 steps away from him, he was shaking uncontrollably all over, and no matter how hard he tried to control himself, it was of no use at all. The oppression from the depths of his soul made it almost impossible for him to lift his head. And this is how the strong live and the weak die. It seems that at this moment Qingxuan also inadvertently saw the end of the Qingyu dynasty. In the face of such absolute power, resistance will only be a small struggle for your survival. No matter what efforts you make, your life or death depends on the thoughts of others. Unable to help swallowing, Qingxuan slowly raised his head. Then, as if he was carrying a mountain of 100,000 words on his back, Qingxuan struggled to utter a few words. Your Divine Crow clan's plan will never succeed. Before he could finish his words, Qingxuan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye in an instant. In just half a breath, only a skeleton was left under the cloak. Seeing this scene, Shenyang narrowed his eyes slightly. So this is the background of the Qingyu dynasty. It's quite interesting. Chapter 166 Dragon Emperor. Just a meeting. It was just a brief encounter, and before Shenyang could make a move, Qingxuan was gone. Without any resistance, this behavior might be very stupid in the eyes of others, but in Shenyang's opinion, this is definitely Qingxuan's best choice at the moment. Because Qingxuan will never escape from his hands. And this spy, if caught, will not be killed immediately. What will await him will be repeated and painful soul searches. As long as you are searched by the spirit, you can know everything you want to know without asking. And this will also reveal many secrets of the Qingyu dynasty. Therefore, Qingxuan's move was undoubtedly a wise one. Shortly after Qingxuan turned into a pile of bones, several figures came to Shenyang. Ancestor. Looking at the bones gradually disappearing in front of him, one of them spoke. This is from the Qingyu dynasty. I never thought that the Qingyu dynasty could get the news of our Divine Crow clan in advance. Shenyang lowered his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent was faintly revealed in his turbid pupils. You know, the migration of the Divine Crow clan to the Qingyu dynasty is a secret among secrets. Not to mention outsiders, even many members of the Divine Crow clan do not understand the real purpose of the migration. However, the Qingyu dynasty was able to get some signs of trouble in advance, which was a very dangerous signal for them. Of course, Shenyang's murderous intention was definitely not because of the Qingyu dynasty, but because of the people behind the Qingyu dynasty. Shenyang was very clear about the strength of the Qingyu dynasty. According to the capabilities of the Qingyu dynasty, it definitely did not know about the actions of the Divine Crow clan. In other words, there is a manipulator behind the Divine Crow clan. However, Shenyang really couldn't imagine who else could know the actions of the Divine Crow clan. Ancestor, could it be? A bearded man beside him spoke in a deep voice, but before he could finish his words, a streak of light suddenly flew towards them. Could it be that the Tianlong sect leaked your information? Lu Guang came closer, and a powerful pressure directly forced the bearded man back several steps. When the pressure swept over Shenyang, he just coughed slightly, and the pressure disappeared directly, as if it had never existed. The light gradually dissipated, and a young man with an imposing appearance, who seemed to be only 23 or 24 years old, appeared in front of everyone. The man looked very young, but the invisible pressure emanating from him and his every move that seemed to flow in an orderly manner revealed that this man was not simple. When the bearded man saw him, he instantly lost his temper and could only watch obediently from the side. Tianlong Emperor, why don't you stay in your Tianlong dynasty and come to my Shenyang state? The person who came was none other than the ruler of the current Tianlong dynasty, Tianlong Emperor. However, Shenyang did not seem surprised by the arrival of the Dragon Emperor. His face was as calm as water and he spoke slowly. Now it's your Divine Crow state. Once this teleportation array is repaired, no one will know who owns the Divine Crow clan. There was a faint smile on the Dragon Emperor's lips. He didn't seem to have the slightest fear of Shenyang. If it were someone else, they would probably be trembling all over like Qingxuan just now, but this was the Dragon Emperor. Although there is a gap between the Tianlong dynasty and the Shenyang clan, this is only a difference in foundation and overall strength. But personally speaking, the Tianlong Emperor is not afraid of Shenyang at all. Although he couldn't kill Shenyang, Shenyang might not be able to keep him. Of course, this is just an individual statement, but if we really talk about the overall strength, for the Divine Crow clan to destroy the Tianlong dynasty would only be a matter of slight damage. Tell me, what are you doing here? Shenyang was not angry at all because of what the Dragon Emperor said. He turned around slightly and walked slowly towards the teleportation formation. I can agree to all the conditions you told me last time. I am also willing to give Qingyu dynasty to you. As for what you will do in Qingyu dynasty in the future, I can't control it, and I don't want to control it. There is just one thing. If the Divine Crow clan does not agree, I will not let you get involved in the Qingyu dynasty, even if it costs me my life. The Dragon Emperor spoke slowly, and every word he said was beyond question. And Chen just smiled indifferently. Without asking, he knew why the Dragon Emperor did so. There are only two reasons. What the Divine Crow clan gave was not enough to satisfy him. The second point is that the Qingyu dynasty has what he needs. The bottom line is that Emperor Tianlong is too greedy. However, Shenya did not care about these things. After nodding slightly, he said, I don't know what the Dragon King is talking about. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor said calmly, don't worry about this, just believe that what I want does not conflict with the purpose of your trip at all. I don't know how the Dragon King will get what you want then. Don't worry about this, I will go and get it myself when the time comes. Although Emperor Tianlong spoke very slowly, his tone was firm and he would not allow anyone to question him. Shenya also nodded slightly, but at the end, he added one more sentence. However, if the Dragon Emperor wants to go and get it in person, there will be no problem. However, I hope that nothing goes wrong by then. You know, some gaps still seem very obvious. Chenya's words were self-evident. The Dragon Emperor was definitely a strong man, but now it was the stronger man who was blatantly threatening the stronger man. If we really wait for the Divine Crow clan to arrive, the Dragon Emperor will interfere. As for Chenya, he wouldn't mind getting rid of Tianlong Emperor as well. After hearing this, the Dragon Emperor simply smiled coldly, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, the people around Chenya had murderous intent in their eyes. There are very few people who dare to speak to the Divine Crow clan like this. No one has ever dared to treat the Divine Crow clan with such an attitude. Go, release those of my Divine Crow clan who migrated to the Qingyu dynasty. Before the others could say anything more, Shenya suddenly spoke in a deep voice. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Divine Crow clan had previously encrypted this operation layer by layer, so why are they releasing the news now? Wouldn't everything we did before be in vain? However, before anyone could react, some anger was mixed into Shenya's words. What a bunch of rubbish. If this operation was really so secretive, there wouldn't be spies from the Qingyu dynasty coming here. Why not spread the news directly and let everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths come to see that the majesty of our Divine Crow clan cannot be touched? Otherwise, if there is a Sky Dragon King today, there will be an Earth Dragon King tomorrow. Seeing that several people were unable to react for a long time, Shenya showed a rare anger. After scolding a few people, they hurriedly said goodbye and left. Not long after, Si Wuya responded. Chapter 167. Could it be that a powerful person has been born in my paradise palace? Qing Yuan's arrival was almost like making the Divine Crow clan's plan public. After all, there is no wall that is impenetrable, let alone this is in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Therefore, in Chen Ya's opinion, there is no need to hide it any longer. After all, with the strength of the Divine Crow clan, destroying the Qingyu dynasty is easier than stepping on an ant to death. Furthermore, although those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters, the attitude of the Dragon Emperor still made Shen Ya very unhappy. Perhaps, this is because the Divine Crow clan has been silent for too long in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The demise of the Divine Phoenix clan has caused many people to have an illusion. That means whoever comes can compete with the Divine Crow clan. After the few people left, Chen Ya looked forward without shifting his gaze. Then, he spoke in a deep voice. Where is the ghost crow? As the words fell, a looming black shadow appeared next to Shen Ya. The ghost crow was just like Qing Yuan before, its figure seemed to have merged with the world. However, the ghost crow's figure was even more hidden. Even that aura was difficult for even Shen Ya to detect. It can be seen that there is a huge difference between Qingyuan and Guiya. The ghost crow is here. After the ghost crow appeared beside Shen Crow, it responded in a low, cold voice, as if Ashira had climbed out from the abyss of the earth, which was particularly creepy. After hearing the ghost crow's voice, Shen Crow, who had a hint of anger on his dry face, slowly closed his eyes. There was actually a look of enjoyment on his face. Huh, this cold voice, worthy of being an excellent killing machine. I don't know how long it has been since I heard such a voice without any emotion. Chen Ya closed his eyes, let out a long breath, and his voice suddenly became much colder. It seems that there is no emotion at all. You go to Qingyu dynasty first. Deal with all those who need to be dealt with. I know that beasts need blood to nourish themselves. I can't keep you trapped in a cage forever. Shenyao waved his hand slightly, and the black shadow disappeared in front of him. All that was left was a lingering terrifying laugh. On the other side, in the Qingyu dynasty, although they had been prepared, when they saw Qingyuan's life plate explode, their hearts still skipped a beat, as if they had suddenly stepped on empty air. Everyone, get ready. Even if it means death, we must make the Crow clan suffer. A majestic voice was heard from above the hall. However, this order was not issued by the Qing emperor, but came from Qing Ningyao. That guy wants me to wait for him. Even if she died, she would wait for him to come. Paradise Palace. Above the sky of Paradise Palace. Originally, the sky was cloudless and blue. But suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder roared out of nowhere, as if a thunder chariot had overturned to the ground. And in the black cloud surrounded by thunder, two dark golden oars were like water from the sky hanging down, pouring directly onto the top of the Paradise Palace. The two energies of black and gold poured back, causing everyone in the Paradise Palace to look up. Here, what happened? Why is this vision so terrifying? Oh my God, is it possible that a powerful person has been born in my Paradise Palace? Quote. The sky and the earth suddenly changed, and it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Paradise Palace. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder who could have caused such a strange phenomenon. Everyone, retreat 100 miles away immediately. You cannot bear this kind of consequences. Anyone who disobeys orders will be expelled from Paradise Palace immediately. At this time, orders were heard one after another from the Paradise Palace, and the voices continued, and it was obvious that this matter was of great importance. After hearing the order, although the disciples did not understand what was going on, they could only watch and retreat helplessly. In the warm and fragrant room of the Queen of Bliss, her face was calm at this moment, and the two energies of black and gold were lingering around her body, and it seemed as if a great way was flowing into her body. Finally, it's almost done. Although the Queen of Bliss had a calm expression, one could still clearly see sweat on her forehead. Obviously, the infusion of the Great Tao was still a big challenge for her. This guy actually knows the inheritance method of the Bronze Emperor and the Bliss Emperor. At this moment, with the infusion of the Great Tao, the Empress of Bliss became even more shocked. After returning to the Paradise Palace from Luoshanyuan, Du Lingfei did not dare to delay for even a moment to comprehend the two legacies of the Bronze Emperor and the Paradise Emperor. However, this is the legacy of the Great Emperor. No matter how amazing Du Lingfei's talent is, it is absolutely a fantasy for him to comprehend these two legacies of the Great Emperor in a short period of time. Moreover, this short period of time may take at least 100 years. However, when Du Lingfei was struggling to comprehend the truth in vain, Zhou Xuan would intentionally or unintentionally mention the two methods of comprehending the Great Emperor's legacy in his diary. Du Lingfei couldn't find a way out in the first place, and when she first saw it, she herself was a little skeptical. After all, the junior brother is already omnipotent. If he knew that these things have been lost for nearly 10 million years, then there must be something fishy going on. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. At first, Du Lingfei practiced according to her own feelings, but there was no progress. When she was bored, Du Lingfei would take the diary and read it again. After watching it several times, Du Lingfei finally decided to give it a try. It didn't matter if he failed, he could just treat it as his junior brother bragging. However, after Du Lingfei actually practiced according to Zhou Xuan's method, she actually felt as if she had suddenly realized something. The window paper that seemed to be separating us in the past was quietly opened. After that, Du Lingfei gradually got into better and better shape. In just a few months, he had already completed more than half of his understanding of the two great emperors' legacy. Du Lingfei couldn't even imagine this kind of progress. However, all this is slowly coming true. Zhou Xuan's unintentional advice saved Du Lingfei from taking a detour that lasted nearly 100 years. Du Lingfei felt that even if her junior brother raised his hand and killed a powerful emperor, she would not be shocked at all. Because, miracles that no one could imagine would always happen to this guy. In other words, he himself is a miracle. Time passes slowly, thoughts are endless. An old man slowly put down a chess piece. After looking back and forth several times, the old man looked at a shadow in front of him. Junior brother, this disciple you accepted seems to be a little bit inferior. Chapter 168, Kushan Laogui's junior brother. Above Si Wuya, a calm old man slowly made his move, and in front of him was just an illusory figure that seemed to be there and not there. After hearing the old man's words, the illusory figure sighed, and finally, he could only say helplessly. Brother Qingxuan, I have no other choice. Now, I can only look for you. Senior Brother Qingxuan. This name may sound a little unfamiliar to you, but if it is the old ghost of Qingxuan, then it will definitely be fresh in people's memory. Once in the bronze immortal palace of Luoshenyuan, Zhou Xuan and Si Wuya's young ancestor Yang Qingfeng fought against each other to the death. Then, when Zhou Xuan was about to get to know Yang Qingfeng in one fell swoop, the old ghost Qingxuan forcibly tore apart the space protection of the bronze immortal palace, and finally sent down his Dharma body to try to stop Zhou Xuan. If Wu Ding had not arrived, not only would Zhou Xuan fail to kill Yang Qingfeng, but he himself would probably be the one to perish. It's a pity that the old ghost Qingxuan is very powerful and is one of the three giants of Si Wuya, but Wu Ding is even stronger. In a word, my disciple is here, come and kill him if you want. With just a few words, Wu Ding left in disappointment. What's more important is that at Wu Ding's request, he cannot attack Zhou Xuan before Zhou Xuan enters the sky-breaking realm. Of course, if he let his subordinates take action, Wu Ding would have no objection. After all, in the world of competition, the strong survive and the weak die. It is okay for Wu Ding to give a certain amount of protection, but letting Zhou Xuan live under Wu Ding's protection all the time would be completely detrimental to Zhou Xuan's cultivation. Just imagine, one of the three giants of Si Wuya, who plays an important role in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and has absolute say, was actually sent away by the head of a peak of the Zhuyang sect with just a few words. If this were to get out, Qingxuan Laogui would probably be unable to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Of course, there is one exception, that is, those people who stand at the same height as the old ghost of Qingxuan, after they know that the person he is facing is Wu Ding, and not just the leader of Shanfeng. Perhaps, their mood is just like that of the old ghost in Qingxuan, and they can only swallow this loss in silence. There is no way, that person is Wu Ding, the Wu Ding you can't afford to offend. Judao, it's rare to hear you call me Senior Brother Qingxuan. Before, you had to use your nostrils to see me. The old ghost of Qingxuan pointed his finger, and a cup of fragrant tea fell into his hand. He sipped the tea in his hand carefully and said calmly. After hearing this, the shadow became much more solid. When his figure gathered, I could see clearly that he was actually an old man with a decadent look. Even his normal breathing would give people the feeling that he would pass away forever in the next second. The aura on his body was so weak that it was undetectable. This was not like Qingyuan and Guiya hiding their bodies and aura from the world. Instead, the fact that he was able to come before the old ghost of Qingxuan had exhausted his energy to an unimaginable level. Another point is that before he came to find the old ghost Qingxuan, he had already suffered extremely serious injuries. At this moment, Judao had a solemn expression. Facing the ridicule of the old ghost Qingxuan, Judao did not care at all. At this time, he could be said to be a real man who had to bow his head under the eaves. After pondering for a long time, Judao said awkwardly, "Brother Qingxuan, you are joking. In the past, Judao was the younger one. I hope you won't mind." After saying that, Judao bowed with both hands. The two old men of similar age actually showed respect to the other as a junior. After seeing this scene, a smile finally appeared on the dry old face of the old ghost Qingxuan. Judao, this name may be very unfamiliar in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but if it is placed in Si Wuya 4,000 years ago, his reputation is enough to suppress everything. Including the three giants of Si Wuya today. Judao and Qingxuan were from the same school and became disciples of the same master almost at the same time. Although they were of similar age, there was a huge difference between their cultivation talents. Qingxuan was stunning as soon as he entered the mountain gate and was evaluated as the person with the strongest cultivation talent in Si Wuya's past 1,000 years. There was no doubt about it, but later, a guy named Judao rose up strongly, and in Si Wuya's centennial competition, he defeated the invincible Qingxuan with just one move. In that battle, Qingxuan's Taoist heart was damaged, while Judao's edge was unleashed. Overnight, Judao was placed on Si Wuya's altar. What's more, Si Wuya's ancestor predicted that Judao would be the person who has the greatest hope of reaching the Emperor realm in Si Wuya's past 10,000 years. However, just when everyone had absolute hope in Judao, he suddenly defected from Si Wuya. Then there was no news for nearly 4,000 years. No one expected, not even Qingxuan, that Judao would come back in this way. After seeing his junior fellow apprentice who had always suppressed him bowing his head to him, the expression on the old ghost Qingxuan's face finally eased a little. "This is my apprentice, Shao Quan. As soon as the old ghost Qingxuan finished speaking, Zhu Dao pointed his fingers in the air, and a void formation appeared in front of him. And in the void array, a black coffin was clearly visible. With a slight wave of his sleeves, the coffin was opened, and a body that was so badly defeated that it could not even be considered a corpse but a pulp of meat appeared in front of the two men. After seeing the huge cold corpse, the old ghost of Qingxuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and then smiled with his face but not his heart. He said calmly, "My junior brother was so amazing back then, how come this disciple is such a wimp?" This actually gave the old ghost Qingxuan enough confidence. He also had a disciple named Yang Qingfeng, although Yang Qingfeng died at the hands of Zhou Xuan. However, Yang Qingfeng has already enjoyed a lot of fame both in Siwuya and in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He has even become the youngest ancestor of Siwuya. Compared with the current Zhou Xuan and Yang Qingfeng, there is a huge gap between them. They are simply not on the same level. Of course, one thing in common is that both his fellow apprentice and his own apprentice have now turned into an extremely cold body. What's even worse is that Zhou Xuan still had some flesh left, and Yang Qingfeng was strangled into a pulp by Zhou Xuan. Even his soul was completely wiped out by Zhou Xuan. Although the old ghost Qingxuan spoke in an arrogant tone and did not take him seriously at all, Zhu Dao still looked respectful. After all, if he wants to restore his body, shock the heavens again, and pursue the ultimate path, he still has to rely on Zhou Xuan. Now, whether Zhou Xuan can be resurrected again depends on his senior brother Qingxuan Laogui. So, without waiting for the old ghost of Qingxuan to speak, Zhu Dao took the initiative to tell the story of Zhou Xuan. As he listened, the old ghost of Qingxuan heard a very familiar name, Zhou Xuan. It turns out that guy also had a share of the credit for Zhou Xuan's death. Chapter 169. Who is Zhou Xuan's master? Zhu Dao. He never thought that there would be a day when he would need help from others in his entire life, especially, he would have to show weakness in front of the old ghost of Qingxuan. He had never imagined such a thing before. However, the world is unpredictable, and Zhu Dao finally bowed to the old ghost of Qingxuan. Moreover, he told the whole story of Zhou Xuan to the old ghost Qingxuan. When he heard the name Zhou Xuan clearly, the old ghost Qingxuan's eyes suddenly fixed. He had always been calm and composed, but his expression suddenly fluctuated. What did you say? Zhu Dao, say it again to me. On the side, Zhu Dao was confused as to why the old ghost Qingxuan had such a big reaction when he mentioned the name Zhou Xuan. I mean, although Zhou Xuan was killed by someone else, the manipulator behind this was a guy named Zhou Xuan from the 9 Yang sect. That guy probably just debuted not too long ago, but he always seems to be able to gather a group of strong people around him. Although Zhu Dao didn't understand what the old ghost Qingxuan meant, he still repeated it again. After hearing this, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the old ghost Qingxuan's face. Okay. Zhou Xuan, it's Zhou Xuan again. I never thought that the hatred between you and me would be so deep. After saying the word, okay, 3 times in a row, the old ghost of Qingxuan returned his gaze to Zhu Dao again. At this time, Zhu Dao was also full of confusion. Could it be that senior brother Qingxuan knew Zhou Xuan? However, this seems impossible. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuan is, with his strength, he is not qualified to come into contact with Siwuya. What's more, he is a giant like old man Qingxuan, so naturally, senior brother Qingxuan shouldn't know that guy. However, before Zhu Dao could express his doubts, the old ghost Qingxuan spoke first. Zhu Dao, you have to remember that Zhou Xuan must die. In the future, he will be an extremely dangerous person. If we let him get away with it, even Siwuya won't be able to do anything to him in the future. In fact, Siwuya won't be able to hold his head up for 1,000 years because of him. On one side, after Zhu Dao heard Qingxuan's evaluation of Zhou Xuan, a look of surprise unconsciously appeared on his face. Even Siwuya can't do anything to him. Even more, it will make Siwuya unable to raise his head for 1,000 years. You know, Zhu Dao, he was once Siwuya's absolute prodigy, he knew exactly how great Siwuya was back then. Moreover, now Siwuya has 3 giants in charge, and its strength is even greater than before. It can be said that even if a quasi-emperor took action, with the abilities of the 3 giants, they would be able to keep Siwuya safe and sound. Likewise, if the 3 giants join forces, the forces that can resist them in the 9 heavens and 10 earths will definitely not exceed 1 hand. Moreover, the forces that can resist Siwuya's 3 giants also have extraordinary foundations, which can even be said to be against the will of heaven. Therefore, in Zhu Dao's original understanding, although Zhou Xuan was very amazing, he would definitely not be able to grow to this level. Just imagine, being able to contend with the attacks of the Big Three, how terrifying such an achievement would be. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Dao couldn't help but say, "Brother, this is an exaggeration." Zhu Dao thought that he knew Zhou Xuan better than Qingxuan, because his disciple had fought with him before and they had met face to face. As for Qingxuan, it might just be hearsay. However, after hearing Zhu Dao's words, the old ghost Qingxuan actually looked at Zhu Dao as if he were an idiot, with undisguised sarcasm and contempt in his eyes. Then, the old ghost of Qingxuan said in a deep voice, "Exaggerated, junior brother, it seems that in the years since you left Siwuya, you have become more and more ignorant, and your vision of people has become worse and worse. No wonder you accepted such a disciple." Zhu Dao didn't care at all about the repeated ridicule from the old ghost of Qingxuan. However, even a clay Buddha has to have some temper. After all, he was once the most dazzling existence in Siwuya. You, Qingxuan, can only watch from afar. If you want to resurrect Shaoquan, there are more ways than just Qingxuan's way. It's just that relatively speaking, Qingxuan old ghost's way is the fastest and most efficient. Without you, the old ghost of Qingxuan, he Zhu Dao can still bring Shaoquan back to life, but the process will take a very long time and be more troublesome. This time, facing the ridicule of the old ghost of Qingxuan, Zhu Dao finally restrained his previous good temper, and then, Zhu Dao said in a cold voice, "Brother, I don't think I need to comment on what kind of disciple I accept, right?" Hearing this, the mockery on Qingxuan old ghost's face became even more obvious, and then, Qingxuan old ghost suddenly laughed and said, Junior brother, I naturally have no right to control what kind of disciple you accept, and I don't want to control it. Have you never thought about why you, who was once so stunning, ended up in such a situation? After all, you are too conceited and too short-sighted. Siwuya is the youngest ancestor, do you know what this represents?" When he heard the 4 words, youngest ancestor, Qingxuan's expression suddenly froze. He naturally knows best what this means. This title, even he was not qualified to touch. And once he gets this title, the responsibility of Siwuya will most likely fall on him. "Brother Qingxuan, what does this mean?" Zhu Dao frowned slightly and asked slowly. "What's the meaning? The youngest ancestor in the history of Siwuya died at the hands of Zhou Xuan. Do you think I just exaggerated? Do you still think that Zhou Xuan will never become the person who can directly threaten Siwuya's existence? Oh, I forgot to tell you. The youngest ancestor of Siwuya is named Yang Qingfang. He is my disciple. Similarly, he died at the hands of Zhou Xuan." The old ghost Qingxuan didn't say a word, which made Zhu Dao even more shocked. Siwuya's youngest ancestor actually died at the hands of Zhou Xuan. Moreover, he is also senior brother Qingxuan's disciple. At this moment, Zhu Dao couldn't help but feel cold all over. Now, he finally understood Qingxuan's ridicule just now. Indeed, being able to kill Siwuya's youngest ancestor, he does have the potential to overthrow Siwuya. What Zhu Dao didn't expect was that the deaths of their 2 senior brothers' disciples were actually related to Zhou Xuan. What a great Zhou Xuan! I really underestimated him before. Zhu Dao lowered his eyes and said with some surprise. However, what was even more surprising was what the old ghost Qingxuan said next. "Do you know who Zhou Xuan's master is?" Chapter 170, the second backup plan, the inheritance of Emperor Yan. "Do you know who Zhou Xuan's master is?" The words of the old ghost Qingxuan instantly choked Zhu Dao Yu. It seems that if Zhou Xuan is in the Juyong sect, he really needs a master. However, the Juyong sect is just an ordinary holy place. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuan is, he may just have an awesome master. However, this is definitely a terrifying thing when you think about it carefully. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuan is, he will never be able to reach this step without someone who is top-notch in both experience and personal strength. Therefore, Master Zhou Xuan's identity is definitely extraordinary. Zhu Dao couldn't help but be a little curious. Who is his master? After saying this, Zhu Dao also held his breath unconsciously, as if he was worried about missing what the old ghost Qingxuan would say next. Burn. With just these one word, the old ghost Qingxuan didn't say anything else. It seemed that he was worried about bearing some additional consequences. After hearing this word, Rao Zhu Dao's mind went blank instantly. Burn. Just one word is enough to explain it all. And now, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there is only one person who can be worthy of this word. Brother, are you talking about him? A long time passed and neither of them spoke. After a long while, Zhu Dao spoke again with some disbelief. As for the old ghost Qingxuan, he just nodded slightly and didn't really respond. After receiving the affirmative reply from the old ghost of Qingxuan, Zhu Dao began to tremble unconsciously. Burn. Since that was what he said, then everything made sense. Since Zhou Xuan was his disciple, let alone killing Xiao Quan and Yang Qingfeng, even if he killed both of them, it would be the most reasonable thing to do. Once upon a time, this man was a terrifying existence who almost tore the 9 heavens and 10 earths apart with one palm. And Zhu Dao's fall was only due to the aftermath of that palm. At that time, Zhu Dao was at the peak of his powers. At that time, he already had the confidence that he was invincible in the world. In that battle, he just watched from afar, but he didn't know that the man just slapped his palm, and the road collapsed, and he also died in the residual power of that palm. Zhu Dao definitely has a fear of that man from the deepest part of his heart. It was also that palm that caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths to fall into the era of the emperor's fall. The road was broken into 3,000 pieces because of this, and no one can continue it. He couldn't help swallowing and forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. A trace of helplessness and loneliness inexplicably emerged in Zhu Dao's eyes. Since Zhou Xuan is his apprentice, even if Xiao Quan is given 100 lives, he will not be able to kill Zhou Xuan. At this time, Qingxuan old ghost seemed to see the helplessness in Zhu Dao's eyes, and he said slowly. Killing that kid isn't impossible. That guy is being held back by others now, so it's not convenient for him to take action. And I also made an agreement with him that I cannot attack Zhou Xuan before he enters the sky-breaking realm. However, just because I cannot attack him, it does not mean that others cannot attack him. After hearing what the old ghost Qingxuan said, Zhu Dao still didn't react much. He is Fen's apprentice. Killing him is more difficult than killing a quasi-emperor. Seeing Zhu Dao like this, Qingxuan old ghost snorted with a little dissatisfaction. HMPH, Zhu Dao, don't forget it. When that kid grows up and senses your presence, he will definitely not let you go. I know that kid's character very well. Even though he's young, he's no less cunning than some old monsters. In fact, his level of meticulousness is far superior to you and me. You have to believe that he will never leave any safety risks for himself. Everything that can threaten him will eventually be devoured by him step by step. And in the end, you and I will also become his cannibalism targets. You have to believe that he will definitely have this ability in the future. If you don't take action now while his master doesn't have the energy and he hasn't grown up yet, how will you have the ability in the future? After saying that, the old ghost Qingxuan didn't continue talking. Zhu Dao was a smart man and didn't need him to enlighten him too much. At this time, Zhu Dao couldn't help but think of the scene where he had used all his strength to secretly escape from the Shenzang world. If it weren't for his master, if he could follow the steps and get to where he is now, then the old ghost in front of him would be nothing. It is possible that he has already entered that realm. There is no need to worry that a little junior can pose a threat to you. Thinking of this, Zhu Dao couldn't help but have a hint of anger in his eyes. It seemed that the reason why he was in such a miserable state now was all caused by him and his disciple. Immediately, 9 eyes turned to the old ghost of Qingxuan. Without Zhu Dao saying much, the old ghost Qingxuan knew what his junior brother wanted. With a cold smile, the old ghost of Qingxuan said slowly. Judging from the aura of your disciple, before his death, he might have been a complete practitioner of killing to prove his truth. Although this path goes against the principle of the amicability of the Great Way, the murderous aura and killing methods of this path are often the most severe. It is difficult to find an opponent in the same realm. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to revive him. After making a few comments, Zhu Dao immediately took over the conversation and said, Brother Qingxuan, to be honest, Xiao Quan was born with the body of a demon god. He has an innate killing intent in his body. Originally, he was on the great journey. If he follows this path, his achievements will definitely not be low. But, you also know that it is very difficult to practice this path in the early stages, and once you enter the threshold, his progress will be so great that even Zhou Xuan may not be able to catch up. This was the reason why Zhu Dao spared no effort to forcibly bring Xiao Quan out. Because, Xiao Quan, he truly has the qualifications to become a giant. But, he met Zhou Xuan. However, Zhu Dao believed that the resurrected Xiao Quan would be able to catch up with Zhou Xuan and make Zhou Xuan pay a heavy price. I hope that you, my disciple, will not let me down in the future. The old ghost of Qingxuan snapped his fingers and Xiao Quan's body disappeared in front of him. After Xiao Quan disappeared, the old ghost Qingxuan continued to speak slowly. Si Wuyu's blood pool has been stagnant for thousands of years. If he doesn't get the good fortune, it will be a waste. After saying this, the old ghost from Qingxuan suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhou. Brother, tell me, what is the second way to revive this guy? You can't let an outsider use my blood pool. The words of the old ghost Qingxuan struck deep into Zhou's soul. Sure enough, it couldn't be hidden. The two brothers knew each other's temperament very well, and Zhou did not choose to beat around the bush. He said directly. The Inheritance of Emperor Yan. Chapter 171 Sha Juyu, Hug Me. After sending Xiao Quan into Si Wuyu's blood pool, the old ghost Qingxuan suddenly changed the subject and spoke directly to Zhou. Zhou was also stunned for a moment. He did not expect that the old ghost Qingxuan would be so direct. Indeed, before coming to find the old ghost Qingxuan, Zhou had already made the worst plan. After all, he himself had no idea whether this former senior brother would lend a helping hand. Although the two senior brothers have not seen each other for thousands of years, their personalities have not changed in thousands of years. The old ghost Qingxuan knew that Zhou coming to find him was the best choice, but he also had middle and lower choices. And this middle to lower choice, perhaps, will be of great interest to me. After Zhou spoke of the inheritance of Emperor Yan, several of Dao's pupils shrank suddenly and instinctively, and then, he stared at Zhou intently. Junior brother Zhou, don't make such a joke. Ah, but it's the inheritance of Emperor Yan. The old ghost from Qingxuan spoke slowly, and there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in his tone. It seemed that if Zhou was joking with him and his words were false, then the consequences might be serious. The thing that could make the old ghost Qingxuan react like this could only mean that even at his level, he attaches great importance to the inheritance of Emperor Yan. After all, that was Emperor Yan, a terrifying man with great cultivation and destiny. He is also the only person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who has been clearly recorded as having walked into the void and left the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Therefore, there may be a recipe for breaking through the void in the inheritance of Emperor Yan. And this is also the ultimate pursuit of their realm. Stepping into the void, what kind of terrifying existence is above the Emperor? Furthermore, even if there is no way to break through the void, however, even if one can get a little bit of the inheritance of Emperor Yan, that would be an infinite blessing. When they reach this level, it can be said that they are about to touch the extreme of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If they want to make another breakthrough, opportunity and enlightenment are both indispensable. However, how difficult it is to have the blessing of both. And this inheritance of Emperor Yan might be the final fortune of the old ghost Qingxuan. Brother, you know best what that thing means, how dare I say anything nonsense. I have been traveling in the 9 heavens and 10 earths for a long, long time. In fact, the reason why I left Si Wuya before was because I knew that if I stayed in Si Wuya, I would never cross that realm. After I left, I spent almost all my energy on searching for Emperor Yan's inheritance, and I have made some progress over the years. At least, I can definitely find the location of Emperor Yan's inheritance. Every word of the 9 statements was decisive and left no room for doubt. Seeing Zhou's strong tone, the old ghost Qingxuan's dim eyes couldn't help but waver. It can be seen that the old ghost of Qingxuan is moved. At the same time, he was also surprised. He didn't expect that his junior fellow disciple's mediocre choice would be the Yan Emperor's inheritance. However, before Qingxuan old ghost could speak, Zhou seemed to have seen what Qingxuan old ghost was thinking, and he said directly. Brother, there's no need for you and me to beat around the bush. Before Xiao Quan stood in front of me alive, you definitely didn't know where the Yan Emperor's inheritance was. Even if you use the method of searching the soul, I guarantee that you will get absolutely nothing. So, Xiao Quan, you really need your senior brother to pay more attention to you. The 9 words are concise and to the point. The inheritance of Emperor Yan is his biggest bargaining chip. Since it was a bargaining chip, how could he hand it over to the old ghost Qingxuan so easily? Hearing Zhou's words, the old ghost of Qingxuan sneered. Zhou, you are still the same as before, doing things in a sinister way. Don't worry, leave your apprentice to me. Within a month, I guarantee that the one standing before you will be a flawless killing god. But, you also know that the premise of all this is that what you say is true. Otherwise, I have the ability to make you two stand in front of me. Similarly, I also have the ability to make you two kneel in front of me. On the other side, on top of the Qingxuan Peak of the Zhuyang sect. Sha Juyu is very unhappy now, because the princess of the great Sha dynasty is now reclaiming land for the 9 Yang sect. After losing the bet with Zhou Xuan, I thought that this guy Zhou Xuan would make some embarrassing requests to me. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xuan directly threw a hoe to himself and asked him to plant medicinal herbs. At first, Sha Juyu didn't care at all, but after seeing the elixir Zhou Xuan took out, the air seemed to stagnate in front of her. Among these spiritual medicines, the lowest grade is also 1,000-year-old one. 1,000 years old, although there are many of them in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this kind of spiritual medicine is not a cabbage on the roadside. You can get it easily by just bending down. On the contrary, spiritual medicines of such a high grade will be guarded by powerful monsters. To successfully pick it is harder than climbing to the sky. However, for Zhou Xuan, the 1,000-year-old elixir is no longer a cabbage on the roadside, but a weed on the roadside. It can be seen and picked at will. Sha Juyu had no idea how this guy got so many spiritual medicines of such high quality. Moreover, when planting the spiritual herbs, Zhou Xuan did not allow Sha Juyu to use his cultivation. He could only dig the soil with a hoe and plant them. After looking up at the medicinal mountain towering into the clouds and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Sha Juyu began to look a little resentful. She always felt that Zhou Xuan had laid so much groundwork just to allow her to grow spiritual herbs. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was at a loss. Seeing that there were still a dozen or so spiritual herbs that had not been planted, Sha Juyu snapped his fingers, put the spiritual herbs into his ring, and then turned around and left. These days, Zhou Xuan gave so many elixirs and thousands of Wanfa pills to the Juyong sect at one time, which caused quite a stir in the Juyong sect. And the fact that she, the princess of Da Sha, was ordered by Zhou Xuan to grow magical herbs caused quite a stir. Every day, many disciples would watch from afar as he wielded a hoe to plant medicinal herbs. Throwing down the hoe and turning away, Sha Juyu walked straight towards Qingxuan Peak. After returning to Qingxuan Peak, when passing by the bamboo house, he saw Zhou Xuan lying on a rocking chair, sipping tea slowly. He was so angry that he could not breathe. His slender hands were placed on his waist, and his soft chest was rising and falling. Seeing that Zhou Xuan had fallen asleep, Sha Juyu kicked Zhou Xuan. Sensing the movement, Zhou Xuan lazily squinted his eyes and looked up. Sha Juyu's situation could only be described as turbulent. Seeing the displeasure on the girl's pretty face, Zhou Xuan took a long time to squeeze out a word from his throat. What? At this time, Sha Juyu's gaze had already fallen on Zhou Xuan's abdomen. After a long while, Sha Juyu said with some joy, "Give me a hug." Chapter 172 Trust Value, Breaking Through the Upper Limit. Sha Juyu, who was originally furious and wanted to make trouble for Zhou Xuan, arrived in the courtyard. Her eyes were attracted by the soft little thing in Zhou Xuan's arms. After standing aside and observing for a while, Sha Juyu stretched out his hands and said. Zhou Xuan, on the other hand, was sleepy-eyed. He glanced at Sha Juyu and immediately showed a look of contempt. Girls should be more reserved. Do you think it's polite to do this? Seeing Zhou Xuan looking at him with disdain, Sha Juyu couldn't help but puff out his cheeks and said. What are you thinking about? You think I want to hug you? What are you dreaming about? After listening, Zhou Xuan noticed that Sha Juyu's gaze was fixed on Titan, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. To be honest, this little guy Titan looks like a total girl killer. Seeing Sha Juyu staring at Titan like a wolf or a tiger, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but put his hands on Titan and hugged him tighter. Then, Zhou Xuan shook his head and said, No, give it to me even if you don't want to. As he said that, Sha Juyu rolled up his sleeves and without thinking twice, he rushed forward to grab the Titan in Zhou Xuan's arms. The two of them were so close that they could almost hear each other's breathing, and Sha Juyu had a charming and hot figure. This contact made Zhou Xuan feel that Sha Juyu seemed softer than Titan. After some pulling, Sha Juyu finally held Titan in his arms as he wished. When her slender jade hands touched Titan's soft, chubby body and hair, Sha Juyu instantly felt like she couldn't let go. After stroking the iron egg with satisfaction for a while, Sha Juyu looked at Zhou Xuan with some curiosity and asked. When did you get this little guy? Why haven't I seen it before? Hearing this, Zhou Xuan laughed. I found it when I was using the toilet. I brought it back because it looked nice. After hearing Zhou Xuan's explanation, Sha Juyu obviously didn't believe it. This explanation probably wouldn't even scare ghosts. However, Sha Juyu didn't care about these details. No matter where he got it from, as long as it was cute, that was all that mattered. Then, holding Titan high above his head with both hands, Sha Juyu continued to ask. Have you chosen a name yet? How about I give this little guy a name? My name is Titan. Well, what's it called? After hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Sha Juyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Unsure, Sha Juyu opened his mouth again to confirm, "Tell me carefully, what's your name?" "Yeah, just call me Titan." After getting Zhou Xuan's affirmation again, Sha Juyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "No, such a cute little guy, you actually called him Titan. What the hell, can you name it?" Holding Titan, Sha Juyu stared at Zhou Xuan angrily. Seeing that Sha Juyu was about to eat him, Zhou Xuan felt a chill on his back. "I said, it's just a name, why are you looking at me like that?" Upon hearing this, Sha Juyu seemed even more unhappy. "It's a name thing, I'm so cute, but you call me Titan. Do you know how to give a name?" If he could talk, he would have scolded you to death a long time ago. "I said," Sha Juyu spoke a lot, but Zhou Xuan ignored it and didn't pay any attention to it. He felt that the name Titan was a good one and didn't need to be that complicated. Could it be that she should be called Tuanzi Wawa? You have to know that this is a duobao beast. When it reaches the ultimate level, it is a terrifying creature that can swallow half of the 9 heavens and 10 earths into its stomach in one gulp. Such a terrifying monster must be given an extremely domineering name. Zhou Xuan felt that the name Titan was very domineering. This name is destined to resound throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and even in higher planes, the name Titan will appear. Seeing Zhou Xuan acting so lazy, as if he had no bones to support his body, Sha Juyu was too lazy to talk to a cow. He hugged Titan, kissed him and stroked him, and couldn't let him go. In the end, he actually gave Titan a new name, Xiaobao. After hearing the name Sha Juyu gave to Titan, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but laugh. What kind of taste is it to choose such a name? It's really so vulgar. However, Zhou Xuan was too lazy to care about these. The reason why he was lying so leisurely now was because he was waiting. He was almost there, and would succeed. While Sha Juyu was stroking Titan with great interest, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why, no matter how hard I rubbed the iron ball, the little guy just wouldn't move. "Xiaobao." Holding Titan in his arms, Sha Juyu called out tentatively. However, Titan still didn't react at all. At this moment, Sha Juyu couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Titan, was he going to be killed by her? Otherwise, how could there be no reaction at all? Then, Sha Juyu stretched out his hand and touched Titan's nose. It would have been fine if he hadn't touched it, but this touch really made Sha Juyu panic. "Titan, why are you not breathing?" Then, Sha Juyu looked at Zhou Xuan with a somewhat dull gaze. Xiaobao seems to be dead." After a pause, Sha Juyu finally spoke. After seeing Sha Juyu's appearance, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but laugh or cry. There is a contract between him and Titan. Zhou Xuan knows Titan's condition best. The little guy just ate too much in the secret realm of the Shenwang clan's treasure. In addition, he was struck by thunder as soon as he was born, so he naturally fell into a deep sleep. And this sleep will inevitably be a transformation process for Titan. Although Titan fell into a deep sleep, Zhou Xuan knew from the feedback from the contract that this little guy still had a subconscious existence. Although he could not move and could only sleep soundly, he was still able to sense the situation outside. The reason why he didn't breathe was simply because Titan was being naughty. The little guy just operated some breathing barriers to trick Sha Juyu. In other words, Titan simply wanted to tease Sha Juyu. And Sha Juyu would never have thought that the little fellow in her arms would be a duobao beast with extremely high innate intelligence. You can bury them when you're dead. If you're more diligent, a small beast this big would be most delicious when stewed. Zhou Xuan waved his hand casually, not caring. Titan is being naughty, so I should do Titan a favor and give him an assist so that this little guy can be more naughty. At this moment, Zhou Xuan suddenly sat up straight. The trust value has finally broken through the upper limit. Now I can set out for the Qingyu dynasty. Chapter 173 Set off to the Qingyu dynasty. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the diary holder's trust value has increased. Diary holder, Ching Ning Yao, 4 stars. Zhang Yun 4 stars. Du Lingfei 4 stars. The system's voice rang in Zhou Xuan's mind, and Zhou Xuan's spirit couldn't help but be shocked. After waiting for so long, the trust value has finally been broken through. What's more, what Zhou Xuan didn't expect was that among them, Du Lingfei, who had always been the most suspicious, would have the fastest growing trust value. You know, before reaching 4 stars, Du Lingfei's trust value didn't even reach 3 stars. What does this mean? In other words, Du Lingfei's trust value directly skipped the 3-star level and broke through the 4-star level. Zhou Xuan couldn't imagine what Du Lingfei had experienced to cause her trust value to increase so rapidly. Now, the trust values of the three women have reached the 4-star level, and rewards will soon follow. Zhou Xuan couldn't help but look forward to what the reward would be this time. Ding dong, the trust value has exceeded, the host can receive the reward, do you want to receive it? The system's voice rang in his mind, and Zhou Xuan muttered to himself, of course, good steel should be used on the blade. I can't keep these things until the end. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Source Realm Experience Card 1. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining a Magical Power Upgrade Card *1. Source Realm Experience Card. Using this card, the host can instantly obtain the top combat power of the Source Realm Strongman, without any side effects, effective time, half an hour. Magic Power Upgrade Card. Using this card, the host can unconditionally choose one of his own magic skills or magical powers to upgrade to a higher level. After receiving the reward, Zhou Xuan felt a little dumbfounded. This is not outrageous, but it's a bit against the will of heaven. The Source Realm Powerful Experience Card, although it is just an experience card, it can instantly obtain the full body cultivation of a full-level boss. Breaking through the Sky Realm, Origin Realm, Yin Realm, and Supreme Realm. The Source Realm is already enough to touch the ceiling of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It can be said that if it wasn't the big boss from the Supreme Realm who took action, even if a big boss from the Yin Realm came, Zhou Xuan had the confidence to walk sideways. Moreover, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, what is most abundant is opportunities. At the same time, what is most abundant is also the dangers that come with opportunities. Therefore, this Source Realm Experience Card is Zhou Xuan's most powerful life-saving trump card. No doubt about it, this is because there are no side effects at all, and you can use the most lethal skills while being in peak condition. In addition, another thing that surprised Zhou Xuan was that the magical power upgrade was stuck. Now, Zhou Xuan roughly listed that his most powerful killing skills were undoubtedly the Grass Sword Technique and the Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger that he comprehended from the 8 Desolate Cauldron. These two items are definitely Zhou Xuan's biggest trump cards so far. However, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but hesitate now, whether to choose the Grass Sword Technique or the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger. After all, both of them are very easy to use, especially the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. If Zhou Xuan could directly cultivate it to the level of shattering mountains and rivers with 2 fingers, then his combat power would definitely be able to be improved to a higher level again. Of course, the same is true for the Grass Sword Technique. With this upgrade, it can be directly promoted to the Grass Destroying Sword Technique. Although there is only one word difference, the gap between the two is as different as heaven and earth. Apart from anything else, the Grass Destroying Sword Technique also contains the Grass Sword Technique. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuan was not in a hurry. After all, whether it was the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger or the Grass Sword Technique, these two killing skills consumed a lot of Zhou Xuan's energy. If he was not sure of defeating the enemy with one move, Zhou Xuan would not dare to use it lightly. After receiving the reward, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel in a good mood. The reward this time is definitely the least, but it is also definitely the most explosive one. Cheer up! When Zhou Xuan came to his senses, Sha Juyu was gone. When I looked again, I saw Sha Juyu squatting alone in a corner of the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but wonder, why are you squatting there for no reason? On the side, Sha Juyu still lowered his head and did not answer. Zhou Xuan could vaguely see that there seemed to be a small pit next to Sha Juyu. After a while, Zhou Xuan heard Sha Juyu reply, "Xiaobao is dead, didn't you ask me to bury him?" Hearing this, which was simply a shocking statement, scared Zhou Xuan so much that he quickly stood up and ran to Sha Juyu. When he got closer, Zhou Xuan discovered that Sha Juyu had already dug a pit for Titan. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan hugged Titan and brushed off the dirt on his body. Zhou Xuan said with a bit of a smile, "Who told you that Titan is dead? That's nonsense." After saying that, Zhou Xuan checked Titan again, fearing that Titan was really broken by Sha Juyu. "Didn't you just say Titan was dead? If I say dead, then it means dead. Why do you keep talking back when I tell you to work?" Zhou Xuan gave Sha Juyu a look, then walked away holding Titan. The dignified Duobao beast almost died at the hands of a woman today. Behind him, Sha Juyu followed with a look of grievance on his face. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan said slowly, "Don't look at me like that. Prepare yourself well, maybe it won't be long before we can go to the Undead Forest." Immortal Forest. After hearing the words, Immortal Forest, Sha Juyu was stunned at first, and then a hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. The Immortal Forest, there is a method that can allow Master Gai Juyu to achieve immortality. However, according to Sha Juyu's original expectation, it would take at least 20 years to reach the undead forest. After all, the undead forest is a truly unknown place for the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No matter where you want to go, you won't be able to survive there without deep roots. If someone else said this to her, Sha Juyu might sneer at it, but this was what Zhou Xuan said. She didn't know why, but even though she was only at the divine integration realm now, as long as Zhou Xuan was by her side, she might be able to go to the undead forest. Sha Juyu, who originally had a look of grievance on his face, couldn't help but smile after hearing Zhou Xuan's words. However, seeing Zhou Xuan packing up in the room, Sha Juyu couldn't help but ask curiously. "Are you going out again?" Zhou Xuan, who had already walked into the room and started packing his things, nodded to himself. Prepare to go to Qingyu Dynasty, something happened there. Hearing this, Sha Juyu, who had a faint smile on his face a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression inexplicably. Going to the Qingyu Dynasty means looking for the woman in the Qingyu Dynasty. Sha Juyu still knew this. However, although Sha Juyu was in a low mood, she didn't say much. After all, she didn't have the right. In other words, although she had sex with Zhou Xuan, Sha Juyu still had a very clear position. This guy is so outstanding that I will definitely not be the only one standing by his side in the future. Therefore, Sha Juyu chose to remain silent. After simply packing up his things, Zhou Xuan turned to Sha Juyu and said, "I won't take you with me this time. Your cultivation should be improved a little. If you don't work harder, you will be at the bottom among them." After saying that, he came to the door, and Zhou Xuan reached out and gently stroked Sha Juyu's head. Then, without wasting any more time, Zhou Xuan walked out the door. Looking at Zhou Xuan's leaving back, Sha Juyu felt a sudden pang in his heart. Then, she whispered in the direction Zhou Xuan left. Be peaceful. Chapter 174. You are nothing but an ant. Recently, an event occurred in the 9 heavens and 10 earths that was enough to shake the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. That is, the Shenya tribe, who had lived in Shenya state for generations, actually migrated to the Qingyu dynasty. Moreover, the Divine Crow clan openly announced that within half an hour, they could directly take over the territory of the Qingyu dynasty. The Divine Crow clan originally held a pivotal position in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although it has been silent in recent years, no force dared to underestimate the strength of the Divine Crow clan. And now, the Divine Crow clan is suddenly going to take action against the Qingyu dynasty. This is absolutely unimaginable to anyone. Even some forces are unaware of the existence of the Qingyu dynasty. After tracing back to the origins, we found out that the Qingyu dynasty was just a small dynasty in a corner, and it has always been dispensable in the historical process of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, above the Qingyu dynasty, there is the protection of the Tianlong dynasty, and the Tianlong dynasty does have some capital. Especially the Dragon Emperor, who has already stood among the top in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This time, everyone can't help but wait and see what kind of reaction the Dragon Emperor will have when the Divine Crow clan attacks the Qingyu dynasty. Although they were afraid of the threat from the Divine Crow clan, when they heard that the Divine Crow clan was going to invade the Qingyu dynasty on a large scale, many top forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths had already secretly headed to the Qingyu dynasty. Of course, this was not to help the Qingyu dynasty, but the fact that the huge Divine Crow clan suddenly took action against an ordinary dynasty made many people keenly aware that this matter was definitely not simple. After all, before the Divine Crow clan took action, the Divine Phoenix clan, which had always had a close relationship with the Divine Crow clan, was completely wiped out. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it is rare to have such a top force disappear overnight, so the actions of the Divine Crow clan must have a bigger conspiracy. Anything that could attract the attention of the Divine Crow clan must be something very extraordinary. In the competition for supremacy, the strong always survive and the weak die. In this world, strength and interests always come first. Therefore, even though the specific plans of the Divine Crow clan are still unknown at present, the major top forces are already ready to move, and they will never miss the opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Time passed slowly, half a month later. In the past few days, the Qingyu dynasty has been filled with an unprecedented oppressive silence. In the Qingyu dynasty, apart from the patrolling guards in iron armor, the streets were deserted. The news of the Divine Crow clan's massive invasion of the Divine Phoenix clan has spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How could the Qingyu dynasty not know about it? Upon hearing that the Divine Crow clan was about to arrive with their entire clan, many people of the Qingyu dynasty began to move to the back mountain. After all, this place is about to become a battlefield with no rules at all. They cannot afford that kind of death. And on the city wall, Qing Ningyao was also wearing armor at this moment, with sharp eyes, inspecting everything on the city wall. Is there anything unusual today? Qing Ningyao walked slowly in front, followed by a group of meritorious generals who had fought on the battlefield and were notorious for their crimes. Anyone who was behind her was a powerful prince in the court. However, everyone was following Qing Ningyao silently, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. And this is exactly the charm of Qing Ningyao. In other words, this is where her imperial power lies. He was only 18 or 19 years old. At this age, whether in martial arts training or handling court affairs, he was just a fledgling. At such a young age, it is impossible to convince others. However, all these old rules and regulations seem to be broken here with Qing Ningyao. The reason is simple. Apart from anything else, the imperial aura emanating from Qing Ningyao makes it seem as if she is a natural emperor, the eternal supreme being. Her every word and action seems to be law. This sense of oppression is no less than that of the Qing emperor. However, you have to know that the Qing emperor has been on the throne for more than 100 years. Moreover, more importantly, the Qing emperor is a cavalry king who has personally fought on the battlefield. His murderous aura is no less than that of any general who has fought on the battlefield for many years. But Qing Ningyao has no such experience. However, this imperial power has been able to condense to such a terrifying level. If Qing Ningyao really achieves the throne, her deterrent power will definitely be greater than that of the Qing emperor. Moreover, in recent times, the Qing emperor has been gradually delegating power to Qing Ningyao. It is obvious that in the Qing emperor's heart, Qing Ningyao is already a qualified successor. Your Highness, there is nothing unusual. The people in the city have almost completed their evacuation. The smell of blood, they are all extremely fresh blood food. Just as Qing Ningyao was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, a sharp, piercing, yet extremely cold voice came into her ears. After hearing this extremely cold voice, everyone couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Looking in the direction of the sound, he discovered that the sky above the Qingyu dynasty was suddenly filled with thick blood clouds. The Qingyu imperial capital was also filled with a disgusting and unpleasant smell of blood. After a while, the blood cloud suddenly separated into two parts, and a dazzling skull appeared in the middle. The skulls often gathered together to form a long path of skulls. Everyone couldn't help but look solemn when they saw this scene. The person has not arrived yet, but the murderous intent in the air has already overwhelmed him. Finally, at the end of the skeleton, a man who looked very sick and as if he would fall down at the slightest breeze was walking slowly towards them. Your Excellency, you are finally here. Just as countless murderous intentions were pressing down, a powerful voice suddenly came. Then, everyone saw a tall and majestic man appear in everyone's sight. Are you the Green Emperor? Gui Ya was weighing a skull in his hand. After seeing Qing Di, he was not at all flustered. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. It was as if, in his eyes, the Green Emperor was not even as good as an ant. That's right, kneel down. However, before the Green Emperor could finish his words, Gui Ya suddenly snorted coldly, and then the Green Emperor knelt down in front of him. At this time, the ghost crow took a step forward, and when it appeared again, one of its feet was already on the Green Emperor's head. Then, the ghost crow put his hands behind his back and looked down at the Green Emperor from above with the attitude of a superior. You are nothing but an ant. Chapter 175. You, arrogant. You are nothing but an ant. The ghost crow put his hands behind his back and looked down at the Green Emperor with the attitude of a superior. This scene was seen by everyone in the Qingyu imperial city. Qing Emperor, this is Qing Emperor, the supreme ruler of the Qingyu dynasty. However, at this moment, he is being trampled under the feet of the ghost crow. Tisk tisk tisk, ant, after making so many preparations, you don't really want to try to resist. Can your Qingyu empire really stop it? The ghost crow stepped on the Green Emperor's head with one foot and applied a little force, and the Green Emperor suddenly vomited blood. The whole person's breath weakened instantly. You, arrogant. Even if there is only one person left in my Qingyu dynasty, I will never kneel before you. Although the Green Emperor's aura was weak, he snorted coldly, and immediately, countless auras rushed towards the Green Emperor. The aura of the Green Emperor was like the water of a river rushing into the sea. The aura soared straight up, and in an instant, the figure of the Green Emperor disappeared in front of the ghost crow. The next moment, when the Green Emperor appeared again, he had already arrived behind the ghost crow. However, the ghost crow was nailed to the spot like a wooden stake, without any movement. Interesting. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on Gui Ya's lips. At this moment, the Green Emperor pressed down with a bang, but the ghost crow head didn't even turn his head back, but pushed out with his backhand, and the palm that was already approaching the ghost crow suddenly shattered. The Green Emperor was like duckweed in the wind, swaying and falling directly to the ground. In the imperial capital of Qingyu, smoke and dust rose up. When the smoke dissipated a little, the ghost crow's foot stepped on the Green Emperor's head again. If one looks closely, one can see that the Green Emperor's robes are completely torn, and his arms have white bones sticking out of his flesh, looking horrifying. "Ant, you are quite capable to be able to break free from under my feet. However, you must understand that the gap between you and me is something you will never be able to overcome." The ghost crow stepped on the Green Emperor. At this moment, in his eyes, the Green Emperor's head was within his reach. However, now he just wanted to play with it for a while longer. After all, he had been trapped for too long, and now that he had finally gotten out, he naturally wanted to have some fun. At this moment, a flame suddenly swept towards the ghost crow. The flame was extremely fast and it was close to the ghost crow in the blink of an eye. The ghost crow's attention has always been on the Green Emperor. Even if he reacted, his body did not give him enough time to dodge. Suddenly, dazzling rays of light burst out from the ghost crow's body, making it impossible to open one's eyes. This time, the one who retreated was not someone else, but the ghost crow. A palm hit the ghost crow's chest heavily, and the ghost crow's body was pushed forward for more than 100 feet. Wherever the ghost crows retreated, they left behind a ditch more than a foot deep. When Gui Ya stopped forcibly, it seemed that blood was flowing out of his chest with the naked eye. What was even more shocking was that there was a flame burning on his chest. The flame seemed to have life. After it attached itself to the ghost crow, even if the ghost crow used its full strength, it could not put it out. This scene instantly made Gui Ya excited. In those cold eyes without a trace of emotion, a hint of madness actually rose. Looking up, I saw a young woman wearing soft armor and with a slim figure slowly helping the Green Emperor up. Seeing this scene, Gui Ya couldn't help licking his lips, and there was actually a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. I thought that the Qingyu dynasty was just a bunch of good-for-nothings, but I never thought that there was someone who could defeat me. I never expected that. I don't know how long it has been since I last felt pain. The ghost crow slowly raised his head, and the moment he raised his head, the blood cloud above his head dissipated and turned into red skulls. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a ruthless beast that had crawled out of the abyss of the earth, knowing only to kill. Humph, do you really think that the Qingyu dynasty is a persimmon that you can manipulate at will? The person who came, the blaze and light just now, except Qingning Yao, no one else in the Qingyu dynasty could do the same. Qingning Yao snorted coldly, and flames swirled around her palms. As soon as the words fell, Qingning Yao raised her palms slightly, and in an instant, the flame that had remained on the ghost crow's chest suddenly burned directly. In the blink of an eye, all the ghost crows were entangled in endless flames. At this scene, everyone in Qingyu imperial capital cheered loudly. Although the Green Emperor was present, many soldiers could not help but shout, "Long live the princess!" At first there were only a few vague sounds, but gradually, the sounds merged into a sea, and the cheers like a tsunami made people's eardrums hurt. However, while everyone was cheering, Qingning Yao and Qingdi were frowning. Especially Qingning Yao, her intuition told her that Gui Ya was not serious from the beginning to the end. In fact, Qingning Yao's palm strike just now was able to succeed because the ghost crow did not want to resist. Because Ghost Crow has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if Qingning Yao tried her best, she couldn't hurt him at all. Sure enough, the next moment, Qingning Yao's intuition received feedback. The Ghost Crow, which had been entangled in flames and fell into a sea of fire, now slowly crawled up like a walking corpse. He, what a surprise. I thought the inheritance of the Divine Phoenix clan had been cut off, but I didn't expect that in the Qingyu dynasty, I could actually comprehend the unique skills of the Divine Phoenix clan. It's unexpected, it's really unexpected. The sound reached my ears, but the ghost crow's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Qingning Yao hurriedly urged her soul to capture it, but the next second, her expression froze. A dry and cold finger fell on Qingning Yao's pretty face. The taste of such a beautiful woman's flesh is probably 1,000,000 times better than blood. Tisk, tisk, I'm looking forward to it. It's getting more and more exciting. When the ghost crow appeared again, it had already arrived in front of Qingning Yao. A hand was caressing Qingning Yao's cheek unscrupulously, which made people feel creepy and terrifying. Come on, from now on, you will serve me with all your wounds. Suddenly, the ghost crow changed its palm into a fist and punched Qingning Yao hard in the abdomen. Qingning Yao flew backwards, but before she could stop, the ghost crow was already behind her. I haven't tasted such a lovely little beauty for a long, long time. I don't know how many people will envy you after you become my concubine. As soon as he finished speaking, Guiya kicked Qingning Yao in the waist. There was a cracking sound, and it seemed that a bone was broken. Qingning Yao's figure fell like a meteor and fell directly to the ground. The Green Emperor wanted to take some action, but the ghost crow grabbed him in midair, and the Green Emperor immediately fell to his knees, without any strength to resist at all. Now, you can't die. I want you to see with your own eyes how I play with this little beauty. Before the voice fell, the ghost crow had already arrived in front of Qingning Yao and grabbed Qingning Yao's hair mercilessly. The ghost crow closed his eyes and sniffed Qingning Yao's hair greedily. Then, he made an almost crazy sound. The aroma of virginity, I like this smell the most. This tastes even better than blood. It really makes me nostalgic. The ghost crow grabbed Qingning Yao's head and shook it casually, looking at the Qing Emperor with wide eyes. Don't worry, if I get tired of playing with her, I can give this beauty to you to taste. Yes, before playing with her, you must make her crawl at your feet like a dog. A disobedient dog will not be loved. Chapter 176 You dare to hurt me. A disobedient dog will not be loved. The ghost crow was pulling Qingning Yao's hair. At this moment, Qingning Yao was breathing rapidly and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Everyone looked at the scene before them and groaned in pain. Because, the huge Qingyu dynasty was now unable to move at all just because of the appearance of a ghost crow. Moreover, first the Green Emperor was stepped on by the ghost crow, and now, the Green Emperor was kneeling on the ground, unable to even lift his head. Qingning Yao, on the other hand, was like a puppet, being toyed with by the ghost crow. It can be said that the current Qingyu Empire, with its top authority and strength, is being ravaged endlessly by the ghost crows. And they had no way out. They don't even have the most basic ability to move. Now, not only their lives and deaths, but even the survival of the Qingyu Empire is in the hands of Guiya alone. Just imagine, such a huge empire is now dominated by a single person. Who can afford such a shame? In other words, who can bear such humiliation? It can be said that no matter what the Qingyu dynasty becomes in the future, today will definitely be a shame that the Qingyu dynasty will never be able to wash away. The Divine Crow clan only has one person, but he has forced the Qingyu dynasty to this point. This will always leave a very deep mark on the Qingyu dynasty's pillar of shame. Humble and weak, I love watching such scenes. Those helpless and desperate looks of yours, if you think about it, are really endearing. After the ghost crow had ravaged Qingning Yao to his heart's content, he put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the same place with great enjoyment. And every time Qingning Yao tried to struggle, the ghost crow would give her a heavy blow without mercy. In just a short while, Qingning Yao lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, as if she had lost her life. Seeing Qingning Yao like this, Guiya's smile gradually became crazy and evil. Yeah, that's right, that's it. Only in this way will you obey me. Come on, be my dog. You are well behaved and sensible. When you see your owner, you will wag your little tail. Then, kneel down and serve me well. Before he finished speaking, the ghost crow had already come to Qingning Yao's side again. Then, the ghost crow slowly squatted down, and its dry and cold fingers stroked Qingning Yao's cheek with great enjoyment. And his evil hands were gradually moving towards Qingning Yao's chest. After seeing this scene, Qingdi's eyes were filled with bloodshot. Boy, how dare you! The deafening sound not only interrupted Gui Crow's thoughts. The ghost crow slowly turned its head and looked at the Green Emperor who was still kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but look up and laugh out loud, a miserable and terrifying sound like 100 ghosts parading at night. Ha ha ha, I dare. Isn't the premise of whether I dare or not based on whether you have the ability? You are kneeling down to talk to me now, how dare you say that? The ghost crow mocked the Green Emperor to his heart's content. He really enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of being the center of attention and being the one who wanted to kill him but they had no ability to do so. The fear hidden deep in your soul will show through your eyes no matter how well you hide it. He likes to control life and death, and he likes to ravage the miserable bodies of others before they die. At this moment, the Green Emperor had his forehead pressed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. This is the sorrow of being an emperor, and at the same time, it is also the sorrow of being a father. In his heart, he couldn't help but pray at this moment. If there really is a god above his head, then he is willing to beg the god for help with his life. However, in this fantasy world, the great ways compete with each other, the strong survive and the weak die. Strength is always the best god. The ghost crow merely turned his gaze away, and the Green Emperor's bones were creaking all over his body, while his back was already wet with sweat. The sound of bones tearing in the body made people shiver all over. Although the ghost crow did not attack the third person, the sight of Qingdi and Qingning Yao, father and daughter, had already made some people tremble all over. After slightly punishing the Green Emperor, Ghost Crow said with satisfaction, "When I'm training a dog, how can you, an old dog, not raise your head?" The Ghost Crow pointed his finger, and the Green Emperor, who had originally lowered his head to the ground and was unwilling to raise his head, was forced to raise his head. What flowed from his eyes at this moment was not tears, but blood. That's right, this is the way to behave. After seeing the Green Emperor raise his head, the Ghost Crow lowered his head again, stroked Qingning Yao's 3,000 black hair with his dry fingers, and smelled it gently at the tip of his nose. After closing his eyes and letting out a long breath, a trace of morbid enjoyment appeared on Ghost Crow's face. It is said to be morbid because the face of the Ghost Crow is covered with holes. To be more precise, it is not a real human face. "Come on, dog, now you can obey your master's orders." The Ghost Crow's hands moved downward from Qingning Yao's head, and gradually reached towards Qingning Yao's inner clothes. "You're looking for death." But at this moment, Qingning Yao suddenly jumped up, and then Qingning Yao grabbed Gui Ya's arm with her backhand, and her jade hand tightly grasped Gui Ya's arm. Then, a mouthful of blood gushed out, and a dark white flame tightly wrapped around the Ghost Crow's arm like a fire snake. In a trance, Qingning Yao retreated again and again, quickly distanced herself from the Ghost Crow. By the time Qingning Yao had created enough distance, Gui Ya's arm had already turned to ashes. Yes, Ghost Crow's arm turned into ashes in just a breath, and everyone was stunned by the scene. Similarly, Gui Ya never thought that Qingning Yao actually had this trick. After finally extinguishing the dark white flames on its body, the Ghost Crow's breathing became rapid. It was obvious that Qingning Yao's move had caused considerable damage to the Ghost Crow. "Bitch, how dare you hurt me?" Ghost Crow watched his arm disappear before his eyes, and a nameless fire suddenly surged in his heart. Then, the Ghost Crow suddenly jumped up and rushed straight towards Qingning Yao. Seeing this, Qingning Yao snorted coldly. She snorted coldly. "Humph, do you really think that no one in the Qingyu dynasty can stop you?" Chapter 177, Tear off your clothes piece by piece. Qingning Yao's sudden attack was something that Gui Ya could never have imagined. And the result was just that. Ghost Crow also paid the price for his arrogance. The dark white flame seemed to have the power to destroy the world. In just a breath, it turned the Ghost Crow's arm into ashes. After seeing this scene, everyone was in disbelief at first. After all, before, Princess Ning Yao had no ability to resist at all in the hands of the Ghost Crow. All of this was unexpected, but also reasonable. There is no other reason. Qingning Yao was also cultivated by Zhou Xuan. She had previously killed Hong Huang and others, and Qingning Yao obtained the real blood of the Divine Phoenix. Afterwards, she obtained the supreme skills of the Divine Phoenix clan from Zhou Xuan one after another. Naturally, with the blessing of these things, Qingning Yao would not be so easily trampled under the feet of the Ghost Crow. This attack was the result of Qingning Yao's hard work, and the result did not disappoint her. The scars on the Ghost Crow's body were the best proof of this. "You bitch, sure enough, you still have some skills. But if you want to be my dog, then you have to lower your head, kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes." Gui Ya forced himself to suppress the pain in his arm. This time, he was really injured. And this real pain is like waking up a sleeping beast. The moment his eyes truly open, the heaven and earth will also be dimmed. Ghost Crow moved his other arm, and then black light and shadows appeared on his body. The light and shadow condensed and finally enveloped the whole body. This pressure, he is a powerful person in the realm of controlling the law. Oh my god, this is actually a powerful person in the realm of controlling magic. No wonder, even the Green Emperor couldn't last more than one round in his hands before. It turns out that this beast is already a powerful master in the realm of controlling magic. Hiss, this is his true strength. After the Ghost Crow stopped deliberately concealing its own breath, at this moment, it was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on everyone's heads. The pressure was clearly not directed at them, but the aftermath alone made it difficult for them to breathe, as if something was pressing heavily on their hearts. Every time they breathed, their bones ached. This feeling of oppression was something they had never felt before. They knew that the Divine Crow clan was very powerful. In fact, the Divine Crow clan was already considered to be the immortal heritage that was about to be born in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, they never imagined that the Divine Crow clan would actually send a powerful master in the law control realm to personally lead the army to deal with the Qingyu dynasty. They had never thought of such a scene before. Cheng Ningyao also frowned at this moment. Although she had severely injured the ghost crow, judging from her own fluctuating aura, she was also extremely exhausted. Besides, the attacks from the ghost crow just now also caused her physical injuries. Now, after truly feeling the pressure released by the ghost crow, Cheng Ningyao felt as if there was a 1,000-foot-high mountain lying in front of her, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not cross it. The huge gap brought about by this realm also made Cheng Ningyao feel powerless. However, after gritting her teeth, Cheng Ningyao's eyes actually flashed with a chilling fighting spirit. Humph, it's not that easy to take down the Qingyu dynasty. Even if my whole country is destroyed, I will make your Divine Crow clan feel what pain feels like. As soon as she finished speaking, with every breath Cheng Ningyao took, and every time her energy circulated, balls of dark white flames would jump down from her body. Although she is only at the Divine Integration realm, if she is really determined to fight to the death, what can it do if you are at the UFA realm? Even though I stand on a sea of fire, I can still fight you in the sky. At this moment, the ghost crow's eyes flashed with an extremely dark look. He looked up and down at Cheng Ningyao's slender figure. After licking his dry lips, the ghost crow said lightly, "Before, the dogs that knelt at my feet were all extremely docile. No dog has ever dared to speak to his master like this. I have to say, you are the most special one, but you are also the one that interests me the most. I'll make your body look miserable and then make you bark like a dog. I can't tell you, this experience is better than before." Before he finished speaking, Ghost Crow snorted coldly, and a pool of stagnant water suddenly appeared under his feet. With every step forward, all the living creatures under his feet were sucked dry of their lives in an instant. The Ghost Crow is like the god of death. Now, he is greedily reaping other people's lives. Arrogance, endless arrogance. Cheng Ningyao suddenly moved her right hand, and a dark white long sword condensed in her hand. Then, the sword god rang softly, and without waiting for the Ghost Crow to launch an attack, Cheng Ningyao took the lead to kill. You are a lowly human, but you actually have the blood of the divine phoenix flowing in your body. You must taste delicious. Cheng Ningyao's body was extremely fast, and she arrived in front of the Ghost Crow almost in the blink of an eye. However, the speed of the Ghost Crow was even faster. Almost when Cheng Ningyao arrived in front of her, the Ghost Crow disappeared in front of her. The speed was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and it dazzled everyone. Outside the Qingyu imperial capital, many important figures who had traveled thousands of miles to watch the battle had already gathered. When everyone saw the two ghostly figures, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one expected that Cheng Ningyao, with her cultivation level at the Divine Integration realm, could actually keep up with the Ghost Crow at the Controlling Law realm. The figure mysteriously disappeared in front of him, but relying on his keen combat intuition, Cheng Ningyao suddenly stabbed backwards with a sword. There were gusts of strong wind, and suddenly, from the far end where the sword was pointing, there was an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The location where the black light and shadow appeared was just within the range of the sword intent. This reaction is indeed quite high level. Ghost Crow was forced out by Cheng Ningyao, and he no longer had the intention to dodge, and suddenly he slapped Cheng Ningyao directly with his palm. In an instant, the eerie deathly aura completely enveloped Cheng Ningyao. But she put away her sword to block, but the violent energy that was enough to destroy the world pushed her hundreds of feet away. After forcibly stopping her body, Cheng Ningyao's face turned pale, without a trace of blood, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, which made her breath weaken quietly. However, there was hardly any stopping. Cheng Ningyao let out a long shout, and the sea of fire under her feet spread forward, directly enveloping the Ghost Crow. What was even more bizarre was that Cheng Ningyao's flesh gradually dissipated and turned into sparks that merged into the sea of fire. At this time, Gui Crow frowned slightly, because he could no longer sense Cheng Ningyao's presence. Not being able to find the opponent is definitely the biggest taboo in a fight. When fighting against the enemy, no matter whether you are overwhelming or evenly matched, you must never let the opponent disappear under your nose. Because, the direction of the situation can change in a breath. The ghost crow's body suddenly grew larger and flew into the air. And that sea of fire now seemed to be given life. The ghost crow's body suddenly swelled up, and the sea of fire burned along with it. Just as he had steadied his body and before the ghost crow could make any move, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He quickly pulled away, but a burning sensation still penetrated straight into his body. The ghost crow reacted very quickly, but its skin was still pierced by Qingxuan's sword. The flames burned in the body, making the ghost crow feel as if 1,000 ants were biting its heart. However, a strong man is still a strong man after all, and there is definitely an unbridgeable gap between Guiya and Qingxuan. At the same time as the sword pierced the ghost crow, he also pushed out with his backhand in an instant, and then, in a flash, he turned his palm into a claw and grabbed it again. After he moved away, Guiya found half a piece of clothing in his hand. The skin and flesh on his arms were torn apart, revealing the white bones. A blood groove formed on the shoulder, and blood flowed down like a stream. However, the ghost crow didn't even take a look at it. Instead, he took the medicine in his hand, put it to his nose and took a deep sniff. A look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. It suddenly occurred to me to tear off your clothes piece by piece. This may be more interesting than making you kneel before me. Chapter 178. All of you deserve to die. He waved his hands back and forth, tearing off the corner of Qingxuan's clothes, with an inexplicable smile on Guiya's lips. Your clothes will be torn off piece by piece in the fight, and then your fair skin will be exposed. Then your body will be exposed to everyone's eyes, allowing them to admire your perfect body to their heart's content, scanning it inch by inch. I think this should be a good idea. The ghost crow stretched out its tongue and licked Qingxuan's clothes. Although he could not sense Qingxuan's specific existence, the huge gap in realm was enough to give him the confidence to pull Qingxuan out. Tisk tisk tisk, could this person be a ghost crow? Who else could it be but him? A complete lunatic. No, I'm afraid lunatic is not even enough to describe him. He's a really crazy guy. The Divine Crow clan once carried out a secret mission, and he was the leader. Who would have thought that after completing the mission, he was still not satisfied and went crazy and killed his companions? He would chop off the arms or thighs of the women who went with him, or he would cut off their flesh piece by piece. After making those women wish they were dead, and completely submissive, he would rape them to death. After returning to the tribe, he was imprisoned for 100 years by the ancestor of the Divine Crow tribe. I never thought that the pioneer of the Divine Crow clan this time would be this madman. There were many experienced people among the crowd watching from afar, and they judged the identity of this guy from Ghost Crow's words and actions. Hearing these people's conversation, some people around them couldn't help but feel creepy. Ghost Crow, this guy is not even a human being at all, he is just a mad dog without any emotions who enjoys killing. However, among the onlookers, some people actually showed an eager look in their eyes. Although Qingxuan could not be seen, their greedy eyes were fixed on the sea of fire without leaving for a moment, fearing that they would miss some details. After all, the Qingyu dynasty was not considered strong, but Princess Ningyo was known as the most beautiful woman in the southern wilderness. If it weren't for the fear of the Qingyu dynasty and the pressure from the Tianlong dynasty behind the Qingyu dynasty, some people might have already been ready to make a move. And now, the words of the Ghost Crow are undoubtedly another way to fulfill the bestial desires in their hearts. On the other side, just as Guiya finished speaking, another sword suddenly rose up. This time, the Ghost Crow, having suffered a loss, was undoubtedly fully prepared. The long sword stabbed forward, but the Ghost Crow did not move at all. At this time, as the long sword moved forward, most of Qingxuan's figure also appeared. Just as the long sword was about to pierce Ghost Crow's forehead, Ghost Crow suddenly shouted coldly. Broken. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword shattered with a crackling sound. What was even more terrible was that at that moment, Qingxuan felt as if she was bound tightly by an invisible chain and could not move at all. At this time, a triumphant smile appeared on Guiya's face. Qingxuan grabbed forward and forced her own spiritual power to move forward. Just after she got rid of the invisible restraints, the hands came in front of her. No matter how fast I reacted, that hand still tore off the clothes on my shoulders. With a sizzling sound, the tender and white skin like spring bamboo shoots was exposed in front of the Ghost Crow. Yes, that's it. The Ghost Crow stared at Qingxuan's jade shoulders. When he wanted to tear off Qingxuan's clothes again, Qingxuan had already pulled herself out and merged back into the sea of fire. At this time, many people in the crowd could not help but move forward. For them, this was definitely a great opportunity that they could not miss in their lifetime. Of course, they were not trying to snatch some opportunity or secret treasure, but just wanted to get a closer look at the body of Princess Ningyao and see how tempting she was. If you show up again, you will be left with no clothes on your body. Come out quickly. This sword will pierce my heart directly. I want to take a good look at how delicious your pair of tempting cherries are. The ghost crow stood in the sea of fire and laughed wildly. However, his eyes narrowed and he grabbed forward. You won't be able to escape this time. The ghost crow reached forward and his right hand actually reached into the void. When he forcibly pulled his hand out, he was holding Qing Ningyao tightly in his hand. And now, it can be clearly seen that most of Qing Ningyao's clothes have been torn off by the ghost crow in a cruel manner. Bang! A crisp sound resounded through heaven and earth, and the other hand had turned to ashes. But the ghost crow still mobilized his spiritual power to condense an arm, and with one hand he pinched Qing Ningyao's neck and lifted her up in the air. A hand hit Qing Ningyao's pretty face, which was as delicate as jade. Looking at the blood flowing from the corner of Qing Ningyao's mouth, Ghost Crow stretched out his index finger to wipe some on the fingertips, licked it with the tip of his tongue, and said in a low voice, "Come on, good dog, learn to bark for your master." As soon as he finished speaking, Guiya pulled away the clothes on Qing Ningyao's other shoulder. Now, Qing Ningyao's perfect body is looming, making people's hearts sway. And those who had been watching from afar now stepped directly into the Qingyu imperial capital, with undisguised passion and greed in their eyes. After a slap, Qing Ningyao stared at Gui Crow with her eyes fixed. And the ghost crow seemed to enjoy Qing Ningyao's gaze as well. Dogs don't need clothes. Gui Crow licked the corner of his mouth, and his other hand slowly reached out to Qing Ningyao's collar. Hurry up, can't you just strip me naked? Ghost, Master Guiya, if possible, after you have played with her, can you please? No, can you please give me this bitch as a reward? Master Ghost Crow, if you give me this bitch, I am willing to swear allegiance to Ghost Crow until death. Finally, the fire of ignorance occupied the last bit of rationality in his heart. When he saw Ghost Crow's hand slowly reaching towards Qing Ningyao's collar, those so-called famous and upright people and gentlemen went completely crazy at this moment. Qing Ningyao finally closed her eyes in despair at this moment. Now even her right to choose suicide was deprived by the Ghost Crow. Just watch carefully. When I'm done playing with her, I'll turn her into a well-behaved dog. All of you have had your time holding her hands and playing with her to your heart's content. The Ghost Crow laughed unscrupulously towards the sky, however, just as that hand was about to touch Qing Ningyao's collar. Suddenly, Ghost Crow's only right hand turned into ashes. All of you deserve to die. A powerful voice suddenly resounded throughout the world. Above the Qingyu imperial capital, a space crack is slowly opening. A young figure walked out slowly from the crack. Chapter 179 Nine Yang Sect, Zhou Xuan. Above the Qingyu imperial capital, a space crack spread out in all directions without any warning. The sky was originally occupied by the blood rain caused by the Ghost Crow, but after this space crack appeared, the blood rain dissipated and Qingyu appeared in the sunlight again. And in that space crack, a tall but slightly thin young man was slowly walking out of the space crack. With every step they took, they felt as if lightning hammers were falling from the sky on their heads. This suffocating feeling of oppression made everyone frightened. Could it be that the Tianlong dynasty sent strong men to deal with the Qingyu dynasty? Guiya originally reached out to grab Qing Ningyao's collar, but his last arm fell smoothly to the ground without any warning. The speed was so fast that it was no exaggeration to say that it happened in a flash, because the Ghost Crow watched his arm fall off without even being able to react. This means that the pain has not yet spread and the Ghost Crow seems to be unable to feel any pain. Seeing such a strange method, Qing Ningyao, who had already closed her eyes in despair, had already accepted the outcome. However, it was not until she heard the exclamations of the crowd and no longer felt the oppressive feeling of the Ghost Crow on her that Qing Ningyao's heart was suddenly touched. It was as if, at that moment, something seemed to have plucked a string in her heart, causing Qing Ningyao's delicate body to tremble violently. She slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw the familiar young figure walking out of the space crack, at that moment, Qing Ningyao, who had not uttered a single groan of pain even though she had been repeatedly hit hard by the Ghost Crow, suddenly disappeared. At this moment, her lovely eyes were filled with mist. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Even though she saw him, Qing Ningyao still felt like she was in a dream and could not wake up. Qing Ningyao, she found it hard to believe that he really came. Yes, The young man who walked out of the space crack with a cold and murderous look on his face was not someone else, but Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan was looking down from a high place. At this moment, he was more like a god who overlooked the heavens and the worlds and suppressed all living beings. Finally, the pain of losing his arm spread throughout his body. Although he had no origin, Ghost Crow's face suddenly became ferocious. At this moment, he finally lost his previous calmness and composure, and had no time to care about Qingning Yao beside him. His eyes were fixed on the sky, slowly gazing at Zhou Xuan himself. He felt a sense of oppression from Zhou Xuan that he had never felt before. This kind of feeling, even in the clan, only the ancestors can give me. Who on earth is this person? Could this be the master from the Tianlong dynasty? This feeling of oppression is tens of millions times stronger than that of the elders in the sect. This person can't possibly be from the Qingyu dynasty. I've never heard of such a strong person lurking in the Qingyu dynasty. Quote. After seeing Zhou Xuan, the people watching from afar couldn't help but ask questions. Everyone was very curious about Zhou Xuan's identity. After all, these are people from the Divine Crow clan fighting. If they openly appear on the battlefield at this time, there can only be two possibilities. The first is that he is another strong man from the Divine Crow clan, and he came here just to help. However, this situation is very rare, or even impossible. This was because the Ghost Crow was already ridiculously strong enough. Not to mention the Qingyu dynasty, even in this area, there was no one strong enough to stop the Ghost Crow. Therefore, the Divine Crow clan does not need to send other powerful people. Moreover, although the young man was not seen taking action, judging from the last broken arm of the Ghost Crow, it is very likely related to this mysterious guy. The second situation is that the person coming is the enemy of the Divine Crow clan. And this second situation will definitely shock everyone beyond words. The Divine Crow clan, think about it, this is the Divine Crow clan, a powerful race that can look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that the Divine Phoenix clan is destroyed, the Divine Crow clan can be said to be the most powerful demon clan in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Therefore, at this time, openly standing against the Divine Crow clan was definitely the most unbelievable thing for everyone. However, this also made everyone more curious. To dare to openly stand against the Crow clan, what kind of profound and unshakable background does this person have behind him? At this time, in the sky above the Qingyu dynasty, deep in the clouds, where even Zhou Xuan did not notice, between the clouds, one could vaguely see a number of luxurious chariots parked there. Beside the sedan chair, within a radius of 100 feet, there are countless powerful auras lurking. However, these powerful auras are definitely not the protagonists. The real protagonist is the person in the carriage. There are 4 sedan chairs in total, located in 4 different directions, and judging from the guards standing in the air, they should belong to 4 different forces. And now, all eyes in the sedan chair were focused on the young figure below. On the other side, after Ghost Crow came to his senses, he slowly looked at Zhou Xuan, who had an indifferent expression. Sir, this is the business of my Divine Crow clan. I heard that you like being a dog. Just as Guiya finished speaking, another cold voice suddenly appeared in front of Guiya. The speed was extremely fast. Guiya had never expected that Zhou Xuan's speed would be so fast. Guiya couldn't help swallowing his saliva. At this moment, he felt a rare shock in his heart. He didn't even notice how this young man came in front of him. And every word of Zhou Xuan was more like the sound of the Great Way, deeply imprinted in the depths of Ghost Crow's soul and could not be erased. The two were very close to each other, almost only 5 steps apart. At such a close distance, their eyes met, but there was less than half a breath of time before the Ghost Crow did not dare to look into Zhou Xuan's eyes again. Guiya was a complete psychopathic murderer, but after seeing Zhou Xuan's eyes, Guiya felt that the murderer was not himself, but the young man in front of him. Sir, who are you? Nine Yang sect, Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan's tone was indifferent, and one could even hear a hint of emotion in it. After giving the Ghost Crow a cold glance, he was completely ignored by Zhou Xuan. Immediately, Zhou Xuan slowly walked towards Qingning Yao, whose eyes were already blurred with tears, behind Guiya. The Ghost Crow was originally standing between the two of them, but with every step Zhou Xuan took, the Ghost Crow would unconsciously move aside. Sorry, I'm late, I encountered some problems on the way. When he came in front of Qingning Yao, Zhou Xuan's voice finally became a little softer. Looking at Qingning Yao's body covered with scars, Zhou Xuan felt as if his heart was cut by something. He took off his outer robe and put it on Qingning Yao. Looking at Qingning Yao, who just kept crying and couldn't utter a word, Zhou Xuan stretched out his gentle big hands and gently wiped away the tears from her cheeks. The ghost crow on the side was stunned at first after hearing Zhou Xuan's name, and then he suddenly remembered something. Isn't the reason why the Divine Crow clan wants to occupy the Qingyu dynasty just for Zhou Xuan of the Nine Yang sect? At first, the powerful oppression emanating from Zhou Xuan did make the ghost crow tremble. However, after knowing Zhou Xuan's identity, Guiya immediately showed that almost crazy smile on his face again. Ha ha ha, Nine Yang sect, Zhou Xuan. I didn't expect you to come here in such a hurry to die. The ghost crow sneered, and at this time, Zhou Xuan slowly turned around. Then, Zhou Xuan looked at the ghost crow coldly. After casually glancing at it from top to bottom, Zhou Xuan said indifferently. Dog, you can't talk to your master like that. Chapter 180. Come and die one by one. Dog, you can't talk to your master like that. The same expression, the same tone, Zhou Xuan's words instantly made Guiya realize that something was wrong. Without waiting for the ghost crow to react, he did not even expect Zhou Xuan to attack so decisively and swiftly. In a single step, Zhou Xuan arrived in front of the ghost crow. Immediately, Zhou Xuan punched the ghost crow directly in the abdomen. This punch did not carry any martial arts blessing, but only relied on the domineering power of the flesh. However, this punch caused the ghost crow's back to suddenly bulge. Obviously, this punch almost caused the ghost crow's bones to break out of its body. An unprecedented pain swept through his body. The excruciating pain caused Ghost Crow to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Relying on fighting instinct, he wanted to straighten his body, but at this time, Ghost Crow realized that even a slight movement of his body would be difficult. All the bones in the body, even the feet, will make a crisp crackling sound. However, Zhou Xuan's punch directly broke all the bones of the Ghost Crow. Staring at the Ghost Crow with indifferent and lifeless eyes, Zhou Xuan slowly uttered a few words. This still doesn't look like a dog. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuan kicked the ghost crow on the head. Likewise, this kick did not involve any fancy martial arts skills, it was entirely based on his own domineering power. With one kick, the ghost crow's body fell straight to the ground like a meteor at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom! A bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the street of Qingyu imperial capital, and Zhou Xuan, who was originally standing in the air, disappeared again. Ghost Crow, watch carefully. Your Divine Crow clan will all follow in the footsteps of the Divine Phoenix clan because of some extremely stupid actions. Zhou Xuan came in front of the Ghost Crow. In the deep pit, the light flickered. Under the interweaving of these dim lights, the Ghost Crow seemed to see a god of death slowly approaching him. A strong atmosphere of death enveloped his entire body, and for the first time, Ghost Crow felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Although I have lost my hands, every time I move, my whole body feels piercing pain. However, seeing Zhou Xuan slowly approaching him, the fear of death still drove Ghost Crow to ignore the pain and try his best to move backwards. A bloodstain also appeared on the ground. You can't kill me. Seeing Zhou Xuan's indifferent eyes, as if he was possessed by the god of death, Guiya, who always enjoyed killing, had to admit at this time that this feeling made even his soul tremble. I don't dare to kill you. How could you say such a thing? Zhou Xuan smiled contemptuously, walked to the front of the Ghost Crow, slowly squatted down, and punched the Ghost Crow in the chest. With one punch, Ghost Crow's chest sank deeply. There was blood coming out of the mouth and nose, and there was unspeakable fear in the Ghost Crow's eyes. I am from the Divine Crow clan. You can't kill me. You dare not. The Divine Crow clan will always be in existence that you lowly people cannot afford to offend. Can't afford to offend? You guys have been high and mighty for too long. Zhou Xuan smiled coldly and punched down again. A hand suddenly grabbed Ghost Crow's face, and with a slight force, one of Ghost Crow's eyes exploded. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you all the secret treasures I left behind in the Divine Crow clan. Ghost Crow was really panicked at this time. Zhou Xuan didn't dare to kill him. I'm afraid that even if it were the ancestor who came, he would choose to attack without mercy. How can a dog be afraid of death? There was a constant rumbling sound coming from the deep pit, and every time a sound was heard from outside, everyone's hearts would tremble. The Ghost Crow couldn't resist a single attack from Zhou Xuan. Although it was impossible to see what was happening in the deep pit, from the rumbling sound that was enough to shake the earth and the sky, one could tell that the Ghost Crow was in a life-and-death situation. As for those who had previously forced their way into the Qingyu imperial capital, and even offered to work like slaves for Guiya, just to give them Qing Ning Yao for their enjoyment. At this moment, the blood in their bodies seemed to have stopped flowing. He stood there, as if he was fixed in place, unable to move at all. Finally, after recovering from the shock, everyone wanted to retreat like a tide. But at this moment, a powerful voice came from the deep pit. "You guys have to stay, too." When the voice came out, everyone had no time to act, as if they were blocked by an invisible barrier behind them. At the entrance of the deep pit, a young figure slowly walked out. The young man seemed to be pulling a black chain in his hand. When Zhou Xuan was puzzled, he saw that the other end of the chain was actually tied to a man kneeling on the ground with all four limbs. The reason why he was said to be kneeling on all fours was because his feet were torn off from the knees. His feet were forcibly connected to the broken arms. At this time, the ghost crow was walking on his knees, relying on his thighs that were constantly bleeding and his feet that were forcibly moved to his arms. When Zhou Xuan came, he was wearing a pure white robe. Now, the robe was stained with blood, and only white spots could be seen. There was still residual warmth from the blood on Zhou Xuan's face. After seeing this scene, some people's legs trembled violently, and even unknown liquid flowed between their legs. This horrifying scene was definitely the most terrifying thing they had ever seen in their lives. Leading the ghost crow out of the deep pit, Zhou Xuan took 1 or 2 steps forward and tied the chain to a stone. Then, he casually threw 1 or 2 pills on the ground with a look as if he was giving alms. The ghost crow was covered in blood. After seeing the pills Zhou Xuan threw on the ground, he used all 4 legs, lowered his head and hurriedly moved forward to eat the pills on the ground with his mouth. After seeing this scene, everyone no longer knew how to describe their inner feelings. Ghost Crow really became Zhou Xuan's dog. A famous and upright sect, a great clan. Come and die one by one. Zhou Xuan took a step forward and spoke coldly to the people in front of him. Zhou Xuan, start a killing spree. Chapter 181. Today, I will kill all of you. The scene in the deep pit was too dark to be seen, but when Zhou Xuan led the ghost crow out of the deep pit, everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be Zhou Xuan, the holy son of the Nine Yang sect? This was simply a devil that had crawled out from hell. The ghost crow's legs were chopped off and attached to its arms. Moreover, one could vaguely see a bulge in the ghost crow's back. There was even a white bone that had pierced through the clothes on its back and was exposed to the air. As for Zhou Xuan, he was wearing spotless white clothes when he came, but within just an incense stick of time, his whole body was covered with blood. There was still warmth of blood on that face. But there is no doubt that this blood must have come from the ghost crow. The Divine Crow clan, a powerful figure in the realm of controlling laws, is an existence that can be said to defy the heavens. But now, in Zhou Xuan's hands, they don't even have a chance to fight back. Before, the word that Ghost Crow had been yelling about the most was, dog. Now, Zhou Xuan really forced Ghost Crow to become a dog that could only kneel on the ground. A powerful master in the realm of controlling laws was beaten into this state in a matter of seconds by Zhou Xuan. No one could imagine what kind of devil this Zhou Xuan was. The realm of controlling laws is a terrifying realm that many people cannot reach in their lifetime. But in front of Zhou Xuan, this realm seems to be dispensable, because the realm of controlling laws cannot touch him at all. Fear, endless terror, this might be the best word they could think of to describe Zhou Xuan. I have heard of Ghost Crow's horrific killing methods a long time ago, but compared with Zhou Xuan, Ghost Crow, what are his methods? The child was playing house, but now he was being severely punished by the adults. After throwing 2 pills to Guiya Shuming and making sure that Guiya would not die, Zhou Xuan looked at those who had forcibly broken into the Qingyu imperial capital. Everyone, come on together. Zhou Xuan looked around indifferently, and wherever his eyes passed, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look Zhou Xuan in the eye. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan still spoke coldly. Zhou Xuan remembered clearly what their faces looked like before. Zhou Shengji, what do you mean? At this time, a middle-aged man in the crowd forcibly resisted the pressure and asked. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but find it funny. He pointed his toes and slowly flew into the air. What's the meaning? What I mean is, today, I am going to kill all of you. You will have to pay the price for your previous stupidity. Zhou Xuan's words were like thunder coming out of the blue, and they were destined to shock the world. Kill all of you. You know, everyone who can watch the game here has considerable support behind them. In this southern wilderness, any one of them is well known. What Zhou Xuan said just now undoubtedly meant that he wanted to make an enemy of the entire southern wilderness. Zhou Shengji, don't you think you are a little too arrogant? We know that you are very strong, but your Nine Sun sect is just an ordinary holy place. Do you think that the Nine Sun sect can defeat all our forces? Another young man with a pointed chin and monkey face in the crowd snorted coldly. And he was the first person who spoke up and begged Gui Ya for Qingning Yao's body. As soon as this person opened his mouth, many people instantly became confident. This is Qin Mo, the son of the Lord of Lumo Pavilion. This guy's father is a real strong man. Indeed, what he said does make some sense. I just don't believe that Zhou Xuan dares to disregard the safety of the sect and go to war with our entire Nanwang sect. Quote. Qin Mo's words immediately caused everyone to whisper. In their opinion, Zhou Xuan would never dare to kill them rashly. However, while everyone was still whispering, Zhou Xuan's figure had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come into the crowd, and Zhou Xuan was holding Qin Mo's head in his hand. This scene happened too suddenly. No one expected that Zhou Xuan would dare to rush into the crowd. The bloody smell emanating from his body made everyone tremble with fear. A god of death broke in, and some people were so frightened that they fainted on the spot just by taking a look at him. And after Qin Mo was grabbed by the head by Zhou Xuan, he became really panicked at this moment. Saint Zhou, you can't kill me. My father is Qin Xuan. If you kill me, you will definitely be hunted down by the Lumo Pavilion endlessly. Qin Mo spoke tremblingly, and at this time, he finally believed that Zhou Xuan really dared to kill him. Because Zhou Xuan's palm was slowly exerting force, and his 5 fingers had begun to sink into the flesh and blood. The blood slowly flowed down, the pain intensified, and Qin Mo was in unspeakable pain. Zhou Xuan, fuck you, if you dare to kill me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'm going to take all your women. Boom, a dull sound was heard, just like a watermelon falling to the ground, and Qin Mo's head exploded, and his headless body, whose nerves were still moving, fell straight to the ground. The body was smashed into a pulp and blood splattered everywhere. After seeing this scene and then seeing Zhou Xuan's cold face covered with other people's blood again, everyone present was dumbfounded. The reason I haven't killed Ghost Crow yet is because he wants to be a dog. That's just right, I'll let him watch, as a dog, how the Divine Crow clan was destroyed. And people like you who take advantage of others' misfortunes are not even worthy of being dogs. Zhou Xuan clapped his hands and turned his gaze to another person. With just a glance, the man vomited blood and his body exploded without any warning. It was a completely one-sided crushing. Even though Zhou Xuan was facing people who were several times more than him, from beginning to end, no one dared to fight back against Zhou Xuan, whether facing the Ghost Crow or the crowd. This is no longer just a crushing of realm and strength, it is more of a crushing of murderous intent. When Zhou Xuan saw Qingning Yao's appearance, he decided that no one here who had ever set foot into Qingyu Imperial Capital would be able to walk out alive. Zhou, Holy Son Zhou, we are just spectators. Even if we want to help the Qingyu dynasty, we can't help the Divine Crow clan because of their determination. You are taking your anger out on us. This is a bit too much. Someone in the crowd spoke tremblingly again. After hearing this, Zhou Xuan just smiled coldly. I can't help you. It seems that you were more excited than anyone else just now. The heir of the Qinliu family, how many innocent girls have been harmed by you, don't you know? Zhou Xuan smiled coldly and raised his 2 fingers slightly. A ray of lightning shot out from between his fingers. Then, the person who had spoken just now turned into a ball of powder and disappeared on the spot. The air solidifies again. Everyone, all fell silent where they were. Damn, who can stop this god of death? At this moment, in a luxurious sedan chair above the Qingyu Imperial Capital, looking at Zhou Xuan below, suddenly, an extremely feminine voice came from the sedan chair. It is really rare that such a genius is hidden in this small southern wilderness. Chapter 182 White Robe Turns Red. Above the clouds, in a place that no one has ever seen, at this moment, a soft and charming voice sounded faintly from a horse. A powerful voice also emanated from another sedan chair engraved with a Xuanwu pattern. This person seems to be called Zhou Xuan. Rumor has it that this guy was already famous when the Ascension Order came out, but I never thought that he actually has some strength. The voice rang out, and in a sedan chair, a woman wearing a veil and purple clothes appeared. Although her face could not be seen, there was a noble aura flowing from her whole body, which made people look sideways. Immediately, she also spoke slowly. Does this guy really have that thing on him? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into a brief silence. After a moment's silence, the powerful voice broke the silence again. That's not your concern. Since your elders have sent you here, you just need to complete the task. Of course, whoever gets that thing will have to rely on their own ability. Don't let me get it and you go back crying and tell your elders at home. The voice was powerful and rough, but from the sound, one could roughly tell that this guy should be a burly man. Humph, war turtle, how can you snatch it from us with your turtle shell? You should think about how to explain this to your elders in the future. After all, your elders in the family also have to explain themselves to the higher realms. If the upper realm knew that it was you who ruined this 1,000-year plan, I guess your real body in the upper realm would have no reason to exist. A cold voice sounded again, which dragged the whole atmosphere into an awkward atmosphere. The man called Zhonghui snorted coldly after hearing this, and then said unconvincedly, "You can only show off your eloquence. Otherwise, I will fight with you right now. Let me show you whose real body will be destroyed in the upper realm." Just as rude, and the only response to the war turtle was a mocking voice. These words seemed to ignite the anger in the war turtle's heart, and a heart-pounding pressure continued to emanate from his chariot. After noticing the war turtle's actions, the charming voice sounded again. "Do you really think that the old guy from the Divine Crow clan is someone you want to kill? If you continue to make trouble and alarm the elders at home, you too will no longer be necessary. There are countless people like you in your tribe. Don't think that the Chaos Black Turtle tribe and the Sky-Splitting Violent Beast tribe can't continue to function without you." The charming voice's reminder made the two of them quiet down instantly. The Chaos Black Turtle clan, the Sky-Splitting Violent Beast clan, if there were other strong people present, they would definitely be confused after hearing about these two strange races. And if Zhou Xuan or Gai Juyu, who are already at the top, heard this, their expressions would undoubtedly be one of shock. Because someone sneaked down from the upper world. On the other side, the purple-clothed woman, who had only said one sentence lightly from beginning to end, looked at Zhou Xuan who was killing people with her eyes flashing. For some reason, her eyes became a little complicated. She always felt that she had an extremely familiar, yet indescribable feeling towards Zhou Xuan. "Hey, Sister Ling Feng, are you thinking about men again?" At this moment, the charming voice suddenly appeared in Ling Feng's ears. Her thoughts were interrupted by the woman. The noble and spotless Ling Feng looked straight ahead and just said coldly, "Chang Zan, if you can't control your mouth, I can help you control it." Hearing this, Chang Zan suddenly laughed, and then said casually, "Oh, don't bother Sister Ling Feng. There are plenty of men who can help me shut up when I open my mouth. However, if Sister Ling Feng can also block it, then my sister won't mind opening her mouth." Chang Zan's words did not cause any commotion. If other people heard such words, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. However, among the few people, everything was normal, as if they had not heard Chang Zan's words. Obviously, they were already accustomed to Chang Zan's words. This small episode did not affect anything. Now, everyone's attention returned to Zhou Xuan again. And below, wherever Zhou Xuan passed, all that was left was blood mist. For Zhou Xuan, even if these people died 100 times, it would not be enough to relieve the hatred in his heart. If I couldn't arrive in time, Qingning Yao's fate would be absolutely unimaginable. Zhou Xuan, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? In the blink of an eye, most of those who set foot in the Qingyu imperial capital were killed by Zhou Xuan. Among the onlookers outside, many were elders from these guys' families or sects. Seeing their younger generation die at Zhou Xuan's hands and turned into a cloud of blood mist, everyone couldn't help but become furious. "Everyone, don't you know that from the moment these guys stepped into the Qingyu imperial capital, only death awaited them? They came in a white robe, and now the white robe turned into red." Zhou Xuan did not have any psychological burden, because these were the people who deserved to be killed. Of course, in Zhou Xuan's opinion, there are others who deserve to be killed. If that guy hadn't suddenly appeared to stop him, Qingyu imperial capital, especially Qingning Yao, would never have been humiliated by the ghost crow like this. "Arrogant boy, do you really want to make an enemy of the entire southern wilderness? The younger generation of our family only stepped into the Qingyu imperial capital on a whim. From beginning to end, they did nothing. Zhou Xuan, do you really want to kill them all?" Outside the imperial capital, countless old men who enjoyed great reputations in the southern wilds could not help but curse. Hearing such words, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but want to laugh. "Nothing. You mean, we have to wait until they do it before it counts?" Zhou Xuan raised his hand slightly, and another level of blood mist dissipated above the sky. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but curse in anger. However, Even a strong man like Gui Ya was tortured by Zhou Xuan into that state. Even if they had the intention, they never had the courage. Watching from afar, everyone was filled with anger as they saw their youngster fall once again. Zhou Xuan, you are just making up stories. We are here only to bring our young people out to broaden their horizons. We have never done anything excessive. You have done such a perverse thing. Aren't you afraid of the cycle of justice and retribution? God's will, the great way fights, the strong survive and the weak die. Now, I am your justice. As soon as he finished speaking, a pool of lightning fell heavily from the sky, and those who were tempted by it were enveloped by countless lightning in the blink of an eye. The lightning dissipated, and there was no one left at the spot. All the people who set foot in the Qingyu imperial capital disappeared in front of Zhou Xuan. Outside the imperial capital, those old guys who enjoyed great reputations in the southern wilderness and were highly respected in the sects and families were now all filled with astonishment. They knew that Zhou Xuan's killing would never stop, but no one expected that Zhou Xuan would understand everything thoroughly with such a thundering method. These geniuses of the southern wilderness are no match for a ray of lightning in front of Zhou Xuan. Stunned, everyone was stunned. After swallowing their saliva, they were like voiceless mutes, unable to utter a word. They could only helplessly watch everything in front of them. At this time, Zhou Xuan walked in the air and slowly approached the woman who was still in tears. Yaoer, I'm sorry, I'm late. Chapter 183. That night, you came to my room to change. Yaoer, I'm sorry, I'm late. Zhou Xuan slowly walked towards the tearful woman, and at this time, there were still traces of tears on Qingningyu's pretty face. In other words, Qingningyu has never stopped crying since the moment she saw Zhou Xuan come out. Before Zhou Xuan came, Qingningyu knew very well that she could only shoulder the entire Qingyu dynasty on her own, and no one else could help her. Of course, Qingningyu never had the slightest intention of blaming the Green Emperor from beginning to end. There is no other reason for him to be willing. As the king of a country, Qingdi wants to protect the Qingyu Empire more than anyone else. It's a pity that Qingdi does not have the strength to do so. The reason why he does not have this strength is because of Qingningyu himself. Once upon a time, in order to protect Qingningyu and to suppress the evil in Qingningyu's body, the Green Emperor burned his own essence to protect himself from the moment Qingningyu was born. This is also the reason why the Green Emperor's cultivation has not made any progress. Therefore, even if the Ghost Crow came alone, the Green Emperor would be the first to resist in front, but he tried his best. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the Ghost Crow at all. As for Qingningyu herself, she knew very well that this might be a battle she had to fight alone. And until the very end, even if she tried her best, Qingningyu knew that she could not stop the Ghost Crow no matter what. In the end, he was almost defiled by the Ghost Crow. That was also the deep helplessness and despair revealed in her eyes when she closed her eyes. That kind of despair made her realize that perhaps, no one here could be his support. And after Zhou Xuan appeared, at that moment, Qingningyu never showed the slightest sign of pain even though she was seriously injured. At that moment she couldn't stop her tears. She knew that the person who came was her support. No matter who I face, as long as he is by my side, I will have an indescribable sense of security. He took care of all of them with lightning speed, but when Zhou Xuan came in front of her, Qingningyu still had a sense of unreality as if she was in a dream and couldn't wake up. After a long time, Qingningyu cried with joy as she looked at the familiar man in front of her. She shook her head gently, and her tone finally revealed the tenderness that a woman should have. It's not too late, not at all. Before she could finish her words, Qingningyu felt a gentle big hand holding her slender hand. Then with a little force, he pulled me into his arms. Being held in Zhou Xuan's arms, although Zhou Xuan was covered in blood and even smelled of blood, at this moment, Qingningyu felt extremely warm. We encountered some obstacles along the way. I wanted to come here earlier, but I didn't expect that the Divine Crow clan would actually send people here in advance. Zhou Xuan gently held Qingningyu's slender waist with one hand and gently stroked her 3,000 black hair with the other hand. This time, the situation was indeed beyond Zhou Xuan's expectations. The main thing is that according to the original plan, the Divine Crow clan would descend on the Qingyu dynasty almost 7 days after Zhou Xuan arrived in the Qingyu dynasty. However, after setting out from the Zhuyang sect, an accident occurred midway. A group of mysterious powerful men suddenly attacked Zhou Xuan, although those people posed no threat to Zhou Xuan. However, their advantage lies in cooperation, and judging from their combat skills, these people have all undergone special training. In addition, they are also very clear about their own methods. Obviously, it was a premeditated attack. Although they did not hurt themselves, their prior preparations did cause Zhou Xuan considerable trouble. This is why we were delayed for a long time along the way. Of course, after the battle, Zhou Xuan had no idea of the identities of those men in black. Especially those shady tactics. Even though Zhou Xuan had a very deep understanding of the original work, he had never encountered them before. All I know is that those people have a skull mark on their shoulders. The cultivation methods are mainly based on unconventional and unorthodox means. In Zhou Xuan's memory, there seemed to be no such force existing in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, this sudden attack made Zhou Xuan feel a sense of crisis. Perhaps, in that unknown dark place, someone has already set his sights on me. After getting rid of those people, Zhou Xuan rushed to the Qingyu dynasty without stopping. He thought that even if he was delayed on the way, Zhou Xuan thought that he would have enough time to prepare after arriving at the Qingyu dynasty. However, after seeing the tragic situation in the Qingyu imperial capital, Zhou Xuan realized that the Divine Crow clan had already taken action first. Fortunately, it was not too late and no major accidents occurred. Zhou Xuan's tone became much softer as he comforted Qing Ningyao gently. Qing Ningyao, leaning on Zhou Xuan's shoulder, could only make faint sobbing sounds. Zhou Xuan was not in a hurry at all. He just leaned against her quietly. I don't know how much time passed, but finally, the head buried in Zhou Xuan's arms was gently raised. Looking up at Zhou Xuan's gentle face, Qing Ningyao felt indescribable tenderness and warmth in her heart. Looking at the blood-stained robe, Qing Ningyao whispered, "Take it off and I'll wash it for you. You don't look like the son of the 9 sons at all when you're dressed like this." Seeing that Qing Ningyao's condition had recovered a lot, Zhou Xuan's heart finally settled down a little. After all, everything that happened just now was too much of a blow to Qing Ningyao, and no girl could withstand such humiliating treatment. Zhou Xuan didn't expect that this girl's heart would be so strong. However, if you think about it carefully, this is all normal. After all, in the endless years that followed, the Qingyu dynasty was able to rise from an unknown small dynasty to the position of an immortal dynasty. All of this was achieved through Qing Ningyao's own efforts. And how could the Empress Qingyu, who will be so famous in the world in the future, be so miserable? After confirming that Qing Ningyao was fine, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but tease. "You can't let me change clothes in front of so many people, right?" Hearing this, Qing Ningyao blushed. After coughing a few times to cover up her embarrassment, Qing Ningyao said playfully, "Then tonight, will you come to my room to change?" Chapter 184. It doesn't matter, I can save the world. Then tonight, will you come to my room to change? Hearing this, Zhou Xuan was a little amused. Then we have to deal with the father-in-law first. After saying that, Zhou Xuan took Qing Ningyao's little hand and slowly walked towards the Qing Emperor. "Qingdi, I'm so sorry, I'm late." When he arrived before the Green Emperor, Zhou Xuan clasped his hands together and saluted respectfully. Although this world is one where the strong are respected, Zhou Xuan's realm is already above that of the Green Emperor. However, in front of the Green Emperor, Zhou Xuan considered himself to be a junior. This bow is of course what I should do. All of Zhou Xuan's previous performances made Qingdi terrified. Especially that one punch that knocked Gui Ya to the ground, his invincible figure made Qingdi think that it was a god descending to the earth. Feeling Zhou Xuan's breath again, Qingdi couldn't help but gasp. The last time Zhou Xuan passed by the Qingyu dynasty, this guy was only in the Tongyu realm. In just a few short months, this guy has already reached the Yufa realm. Moreover, this is just the apparent realm of controlling laws. The Ghost Crow, who was also in the UFA realm, couldn't take Zhou Xuan's punch, let alone the one that didn't involve the use of spiritual power. The Qing Emperor roughly estimated that if Zhou Xuan used his full strength, he would be able to suppress a true sky-breaking realm expert with one hand. Evildoer. In Qingdi's mind, this is the only evaluation of Zhou Xuan. If he wasn't a monster, how could a normal person have such a fast breakthrough speed? What's more, this guy's fighting power is like an abyss with no bottom. No one knows what Zhou Xuan's upper limit is. If we grow step by step, another legend will happen in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Furthermore, what made the Green Emperor even more satisfied was that even though Zhou Xuan was extremely stunning, he was still able to remain humble in front of them. This is something that many people definitely cannot do. He nodded slightly, and the words were already on the tip of his tongue, but Qingdi swallowed them back forcefully. Originally, Qingdi wanted to say, "We are all family, why call me Qingdi? Just call me father." But now, The Qing Emperor doesn't dare. The reason is simple. In the eyes of the Green Emperor, Zhou Xuan is too outstanding. He was so outstanding that he felt that even his precious daughter was not worthy of him. Therefore, if you rashly say that and make Zhou Xuan unhappy, the consequences will be serious. After straightening his robes, the Green Emperor clasped his fists and said, "Why do you say that, Master Zhou? The entire Qingyu dynasty is grateful to the Holy Sun for helping us this time." Hearing this, Zhou Xuan smiled slightly, and then said slowly, "Qingdi, these are some healing pills." After saying this, he took out a few porcelain bottles and handed them to the Green Emperor with both hands. After taking the porcelain bottle, Qingdi's heart was touched again. Damn, they are all top-grade holy medicines for healing. Does this guy's family run a pharmaceutical factory? After handing the pill to Zhou Xuan looked at the soldiers in armor all over the city. Just now, it wasn't that these soldiers didn't want to take action, but they couldn't even break through the pressure of the Ghost Crow. The only choice is to stand where you are. After slowly looking around, Zhou Xuan said slowly, "Your Majesty, it is better to withdraw these soldiers in armor from the imperial capital as soon as possible." For Zhou Xuan, although these soldiers have their own cultivation, for the Divine Crow clan, even if there are millions more soldiers in armors, they will not be enough to fill the gaps in the Divine Crow clan's teeth. Therefore, staying here would only result in unnecessary casualties. In addition, once the fighting begins, these people will definitely become a burden to Zhou Xuan. After all, if the Qingyu dynasty wants to recover in the future, it will still have to rely on these weapons and armor. Moreover, in Zhou Xuan's original plan, these soldiers played a more important role. Qingdi frowned slightly at Zhou Xuan's decision, and even he was a little puzzled. After all, these are the real elite of the Qingyu dynasty, who are trained for 1,000 days and deployed for a moment. Why are these soldiers being withdrawn now? But soon, without Zhou Xuan saying much, Qing Emperor understood what Zhou Xuan meant. There is absolutely no point in them staying. Staying here will only increase deaths. Immediately, the Green Emperor waved his hand and began to issue decrees. At first, there were still many soldiers who resisted, but after understanding the reason, everyone could only sigh helplessly like the Green Emperor. On the side, watching everything with her own eyes, Qing Ningyao couldn't help but have other plans in mind. If the Qingyu dynasty continues like this, Zhou Xuan can help this time. So, if there is a next time, will we have to pin our last hopes on Zhou Xuan? Of course, one thing is certain, no matter what happens, Zhou Xuan will definitely help. But the more this happened, the Qingyu dynasty slowly lost the meaning of its existence. Furthermore, Qing Ningyao only wanted to be someone who could accompany Zhou Xuan and conquer the worlds with him in the future, instead of always being a burden to him. After some thought in her mind, Qing Ningyao felt that after the crisis, it was time for the Qingyu dynasty to go its own way. Zhou Xuan on the side was originally thinking about deploying something, but he seemed to have the ability to read minds and seemed to have inadvertently understood Qing Ningyao's thoughts. So, Zhou Xuan wisely shut his mouth. There are some things that you can't always rely on yourself. After all, Zhou Xuan's goal was not always to stay in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. One day, Zhou Xuan will step into those unknown places. And he cannot always protect the Qingyu dynasty. Although the weapons and armor of the Qingyu Empire did not help at all in this battle, it only took half an hour for hundreds of thousands of troops to withdraw from the Qingyu imperial capital in an orderly manner. Of course, they did not go far away, but settled down in the suburbs of the imperial capital. If the most undesirable result happened in the end, then as soldiers of the empire, they would have no choice but to fight to the death and never retreat a single step. Zhou Xuan didn't say much about this. The reason he asked them to evacuate was that he didn't want to be distracted and worry too much at that time. After all, if the Qingyu dynasty wants to truly develop in the future, these are definitely the real backbone and are indispensable. However, seeing these slowly withdrawing troops, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but feel emotional. As expected, in this world, strength is always respected. If you have the ability, you will have the right to speak that others cannot refute. Just like the Divine Crow clan, they didn't need to find any reason to invade the Qingyu dynasty because they were the biggest reason. In contrast, in the Qingyu dynasty, soldiers were supposed to sacrifice their lives for the country, but in the face of absolute strength, they did not even have the qualifications to make an active choice. This is the survival of the fittest in the battle of great virtues. No one will pity you because of your weakness. On the contrary, your weakness will only make others more excited when they bully you. After all the troops had withdrawn from the Qingyu imperial capital, the Qing emperor sighed and said, Zhou Shengji, I don't know how our Qingyu dynasty will survive this crisis. Judging from the ghost crows, the Qing emperor knew very well that the Qingyu empire, even if it mobilized the entire country, would never be a match for the divine crow clan. Although Qingdi had anticipated this, when he really faced it, he still felt an indescribable feeling of helplessness in his heart. At this time, Zhou Xuan put his hands behind his back, looking at the dark and thunderous sky, and said calmly, It doesn't matter, I will save the sky. At this moment, a powerful voice sounded. How ridiculous, how can you save the world? Chapter 185. Today, I still need you, the Dragon King, to support me. A powerful sound like thunder in the sky suddenly exploded, and then the sky above the Qingyu dynasty shattered into pieces. A sense of oppression that no one had ever experienced, even a strong man like Gui Ya had never experienced, swept across the entire place. How can you save the world? This short sentence was as if he was examining everyone. Although the owner of this voice did not deliberately release the pressure, this sentence alone was enough to make many strong people present unable to resist. Some fainted directly on the ground, while others even had their Taoism damaged by a single word and exploded to death on the spot. This extremely terrifying pressure made everyone gasp, and then they retreated again and again, until they were nearly 100 feet away from Emperor Qingyu, and then they dared to stop for a moment. Although they were watching from afar, from the broken sky, they knew that the real enemy of the Qingyu dynasty might have arrived. However, everyone couldn't help but be curious about who would be coming this time. Even Zhou Xuan's powerful aura just now was 3 points inferior to this. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva and waited to see what was going on. This time, even though many of their younger generations died here, the trip was still worthwhile. Zhou Shengji's previous performance was strong enough, even to the point of being incredible. No one, not even a ghost crow at the level of controlling laws, could withstand a single punch from him. And if Zhou Shengji could really fight with this unknown person, not to mention how spectacular it would be to watch, the experience of watching the battle alone would have an irreplaceable effect on their practice. While looking forward to it, Zhou Xuan frowned slightly on the other side, his eyes also looking towards the slowly condensing mouth of the abyss. In that abyss, there seemed to be a faint golden light, and what was even more shocking was the imperial aura contained in that golden light seemed to be so great that even if Qing Ningyao and the Qing Emperor and his daughter were combined, their aura would not be even 1/10 of that of a man. In an instant, Zhou Xuan suddenly thought of something. It seems that the only person who has the imperial aura so strong that it is almost tangible and is related to the Qingyu dynasty is that person. Tianlong dynasty, Tianlong Emperor. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Then, Zhou Xuan walked out slowly, and Qingdi and Qing Ningyao were naturally blocked behind him. Then, Zhou Xuan clasped his fist slightly and said slowly, It's really rare for the Dragon Emperor to come. It seems that I can't save the world, but if it were the Dragon King, this wouldn't be a problem. Just one sentence made Emperor Tianlong a little at a loss for words. These words may seem plain and ordinary, but if you think deeply about them, you will find that they contain great truth. Everyone knows that the Tianlong dynasty is the suzerain state of the Qingyu dynasty. If the Qingyu dynasty is in trouble, the Tianlong dynasty will definitely not sit idly by. Of course, this is just everyone's opinion. In fact, even Qingdi himself did not expect that the Tianlong dynasty would betray them. So, in a word, Zhou Xuan took the initiative and forcibly pulled the Dragon Emperor over here. After all, no one knew that Emperor Tianlong would eventually point his finger at the Qingyu dynasty. After hearing Zhou Xuan's words, the golden light in the abyss did not rush out, and of course, it did not directly choose to answer Zhou Xuan's question. Haha, I didn't expect that Zhou Shengji would know me. It's really rare. The golden light spoke slowly. However, this sentence was like a time bomb, exploding in everyone's head at that moment. Everyone couldn't help but feel a buzzing in their heads and dizziness. Heaven Dragon Emperor. It turned out to be the real body of the Dragon Emperor. How is this possible? Hiss, are we really lucky enough to see the face of the Dragon Emperor? This is the Dragon Emperor. Could it be that he came here to help the Qingyu dynasty? Quote. The appearance of the Dragon Emperor was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing thousands of waves that would not disappear for a long time. This is the Dragon Emperor. Above the dynasty, there is the ancient dynasty, and above the ancient dynasty there is the eternal dynasty, as well as the divine dynasty that no force can shake. The divine dynasty, that is the greatest dream of countless emperors in this life. Although the Tianlong dynasty is only an ancient dynasty, the strength and foundation of the Tianlong emperor are already infinitely close to the ability to impact the eternal dynasty. It is enough to see how high the status of the Dragon Emperor is. It is also enough to imagine what it means to them if the Dragon Emperor's true body descends here today. However, the conversation between Zhou Xuan and Emperor Tianlong left them somewhat confused. After all, in their opinion, Emperor Tianlong came here this time for the Qingyu dynasty. Zhou Shengji's tone was clearly a little unpleasant. Could it be that there is a grudge between them? I am extremely surprised that the Dragon Emperor can recognize me. I never thought that a small country boy like me would be recognized by the Dragon King. This is truly an honor for me. Zhou Xuan's expression remained unchanged and he looked as usual. The imperial power emanating from the Dragon Emperor was enough to make it difficult for people to breathe. However, to Zhou Xuan, all of this seemed to not exist. It can even be said that the pressure from the Dragon Emperor had no effect on Zhou Xuan at all. The two men talked to each other, neither of them giving in. Zhou Shengji is indeed very modest. Zhou Shengji is blessed by heaven and earth. How could he be a country boy? If all the country folk are as heroic as Zhou Shengji, then I think I will be the country folk in the end. The golden light shone through the abyss, and the moment it walked out of the abyss, the collapsing space slowly recovered. However, that vague feeling of oppression still made everyone feel as if there were 100,000 mountains pressing down on their heads. The golden light slowly dissipated, and finally, in that light, a man who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, with an extremely extraordinary aura, appeared in everyone's eyes. After seeing the man, everyone was shocked. Is this the Dragon Emperor? But, how could the Dragon Emperor be so young? However, before everyone could think too much, Zhou Xuan's words broke their thoughts. Emperor Tianlong, you and I don't have to be so humble. I have captured the Ghost Crow of the Divine Crow clan, but I know this is just an appetizer. The real test is still to come. Next, I will have to rely on the Dragon Emperor. After saying this, Zhou Xuan smiled wryly and clasped his fist slightly. After hearing this, Emperor Tianlong was unable to find any words to refute Zhou Xuan for a moment. This is simply putting the Dragon Emperor himself on the fire. Everyone knows that the Tianlong dynasty is the suzerain state of the Qingyu dynasty, but no one knows that a deal had already been reached between the Tianlong Emperor and the Shenyu clan. From Zhou Xuan's words, it can be heard that this kid must be pretending to be stupid. Zhou Xuan knew that Emperor Tianlong would never reveal the affair between him and the Divine Crow clan. Naturally, I was led by him by the nose. After a moment's silence, the Dragon Emperor said coldly, "Didn't Zhou Shengji just say that you alone can save the world from collapse?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuan also said calmly, No, didn't the Dragon Emperor say so? I alone can't save the world. Today, we still need you, the Dragon King, to support us." Chapter 186, I don't dare to be invincible in the world. Today, we still need you, the Dragon King, to support us. Zhou Xuan and Tianlong Huang's extreme tug of war left everyone confused. Why do I always feel that these two people are talking about something else? However, there are also some old foxes among them. From just a few words, they could vaguely guess something. Although the Qingyu dynasty is a formidable force in the southern wilderness, it is no more than a speck of dust when viewed from the perspective of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Especially for a force like the Tianlong dynasty, it is dispensable. And in front of the Tianlong dynasty, the Divine Crow clan is also a terrifying creature that cannot be easily touched. The power of the Divine Crow clan is obvious to everyone, and the Tianlong dynasty does not need to suffer from such a power for the sake of the Qingyu dynasty. Moreover, with the power of the Divine Crow clan, they can produce something that is enough to satisfy the Dragon Emperor. So, in the final analysis, the Qingyu dynasty became just a pawn in the transaction between the Tianlong dynasty and the Shenyu clan. However, what they didn't understand was that the Qingyu dynasty had clearly been traded away by the Tianlong dynasty, so why would the Tianlong Emperor come here in person? After all, the moment the deal was struck, Emperor Tianlong could just sit back and do nothing. Humph, as expected, you have a sharp tongue. Not enough, I didn't come here to argue with you. This emperor knows that the Qingyu dynasty will not be able to escape this time. Even my Tianlong dynasty can do nothing about it. But considering the friendship between me and the Qing emperor, even if I cannot save the Qingyu dynasty, I am still unwilling to watch the Qingyu dynasty end its inheritance. I came here just to take Princess Ningyao away. With the strength of our Tianlong dynasty, it may be difficult to protect a country, but I don't think it is difficult to protect the only direct bloodline of the Qingyu dynasty's royal family. With this emperor here, and Princess Ningyao's talent, it won't be a problem for you to achieve something in the future. When the time comes, I will definitely promise to help Princess Ningyao rebuild the Qingyu dynasty. Everything I lost today will be found again in the future. Tianlong Emperor's words made everyone suddenly realize that Tianlong Emperor came in his true form just for Princess Ningyao. It seems that they had misunderstood the Dragon Emperor before. Indeed, the power of the Divine Crow clan is so great that there are few forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths that can match it. Behind the Tianlong dynasty, there are also hundreds of millions of people. No one can do such a thing as confronting the Shenyu clan head-on for the Qingyu dynasty. However, after Zhou Xuan heard what Emperor Tianlong said, he did not get angry but laughed instead. Clapping his hands, Zhou Xuan said with a smile, "As expected of the Dragon Emperor. You have really studied this thing called high-soundingness thoroughly." Only, Zhou Xuan paused halfway through his words, then glanced at Qing Ningyao before he slowly said, "The Emperor's heart fruit no longer exists. I'm afraid the Dragon Emperor's plan will fail." As soon as these words were spoken, Emperor Tianlong frowned as if he had sensed something was wrong. Emperor heart fruit, gone. Yes, Emperor Tianlong came here just for the Emperor's heart fruit. Such treasures from heaven and earth may not be of much use to others, but for emperors like them who are blessed by the path of dragon, they are absolutely invaluable, and they are so rare that they are even worth exchanging several cities for them. Born with heaven and earth, it contains the imperial energy of heaven and earth. Taking one pill can make one's imperial energy rise qualitatively. And for Emperor Tianlong, this is not only the key to whether he can make another breakthrough, but also the key to whether the Tianlong dynasty can be promoted from an ancient dynasty to an eternal dynasty. Now, Zhou Xuan told him that it was gone. Unable to help but, the normally calm Tianlong Emperor's tone became much heavier. "What did you say? I mean, the Emperor heart fruit is long gone." Hearing this, and after getting Zhou Xuan's reaffirmation, the Dragon Emperor said with a grim expression, "Boy, tell me why the Emperor's heart fruit is gone." Hearing this, Zhou Xuan smiled calmly. "The Dragon Emperor wants the Emperor's heart fruit for something. You came here to take Princess Ningyao away, didn't you? Could it be that you are not trying to protect the last direct bloodline of the Qingyu royal family, but are plotting to take the Emperor's heart fruit from Princess Ningyao?" Zhou Xuan's words directly lifted the last veil between the two of them. What the Dragon Emperor did was nothing more than the Emperor's heart fruit. What about protecting the heir of the Qingyu dynasty and helping Qing Ningyao to restore his country in the future was nothing but a lie. Zhou Xuan's words directly triggered a chain reaction among Emperor Tianlong. Killing intent and anger overlapped in an instant. And now, even the dumbest person can see that Emperor Tianlong not only betrayed the Qingyu dynasty, he even wanted to deprive the Qingyu dynasty of its last hope. For everything, it is better to have an unknown origin. Zhou Xuan certainly didn't want Emperor Tianlong to accuse the Qingyu dynasty of a false crime. Naturally, he would expose him in front of everyone. And now, the goal has been achieved. Everything that follows will be easy to handle. Boy, I advise you to be more sensible and tell me honestly where the Emperor heart fruit went. You have to know that beings like Ghost Crow are not even qualified to carry my shoes. Don't think that just because you defeat the Ghost Crow, you can be invincible in the world. Emperor Tianlong was too lazy to argue with Zhou Xuan. Now that the Emperor's heart fruit was gone, they had nothing to talk about. With a cold snort, the Dragon Emperor said in a cold voice. Zhou Xuan remained calm and smiled, then suddenly said in a cold voice, "I don't dare to be invincible in the world, but it's not difficult to be invincible to you, the Dragon Emperor." When these words were spoken, it was like a huge wave crashing against the shore, and everyone's hair stood on end. What Zhou Shengji meant was that he wanted to challenge the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's origin realm with the UFA realm.